Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone, to the Shakespeare Show. So, I hope that everyone's doing well. It's nice to see everybody already in the chat. Hello, Rob. Hello, Gabby. Hello, Aya Scrutiny. Hello, Cakey Inc. And hello, Eric. It's very nice to see all of you. So for today, what's on the menu, so to speak, is we're going to go a little bit into history. Hello, Killjoy. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's very nice to see you. Very nice to see you. So for today, we're going to be going over history stuff, right? Like specifically if the story of Jesus is plagiarized, which, can be contentious at times. But I think it's worthwhile to look into that. But first, we're going to cover some, stuff from the Middle East. And then we're going to have our Zygmunt Bauman reading towards 3. So, in about an hour. So, we should be good. Okay, so just going to stop the music for now. And let's see here. So, first, let's begin. Let's actually begin with some news because it's actually kind of interesting. Karim Khan, the ICC, the chief prosecutor of the ICC, apparently that he's under a lot of pressure. So, I think that especially since it took him quite a while for him to, pass out or for him to announce that he was even going to give or ask for warrants for the arrest of Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, right? I definitely think it's important to sort of hear what's kind of going on. So I think we should start there, and then after that we'll go to, I don't want to say after that we'll go to Jesus, but you know what I mean. Okay, what you guys just saw right now, like that guy that was standing outside of the building. So when I was in Syria in 2017, that's effectively what happened to me. Like, more or less. Like, that's like that little scene right there. That's what happened to me. But it was the United States that was doing the bombing, so My very impressionable and easily misinformed younger brother texted me about the dock workers being on strike and how it's bad because they won't be able to get things they needed to support people's families. And I don't know where to start with explaining. I'm Mexican. But at one point I wanted to visit the Middle East and actually get to know the situation there and actually do some research there. And so I went there for a short brief period. I went to Syria and to Jordan because I have it as a principle, a rule of mine, that I won't cross into any occupied land. Right, I won't cross into occupied Palestine. So once it's free, I'll go and honor my grandparents. But besides that, yeah, I've been to Dimashq and Oman and other areas. But when I was in Dimashq, in particular, in fact, I actually went right up to the border between what the Israeli occupied Golan Heights. I went right up there, and I couldn't get super close because there are minefields, right? But like you can still see the trenches from the '67 war, like there. It's really something. And then it was after that actually that the drone strike that happened in Syria in Damascus happened. And like I said, it was very similar to like that guy. I was just like walking in the neighborhood and just except the only difference is I was facing the building. Right. There's even burned up hulks of Syrian Panzer IVs there. Yeah, like if you go into what's like the no man's land of the like where the UN peacekeepers are, the blue line, that's where you see that stuff. That's where you see the like, where it's just like the foundations of houses that used to be there, right? I decided to go right up to the border because I wanted to see if it was possible, right? Like, is it possible to get like close up? And they said, you can, right? Like if you want to go look, but just don't get too close, right? That was everything that they said. Like, don't get too close, right? And don't like bring attention to yourself in any way. And I'm like, okay. So, I just went up there, and because I wanted to actually see how the fence looks, right? Because there's always all like, is it a wall or a fence, right? And I'm from Tijuana, right? Literally the border. And it's like, is it a wall or a fence, right? So it's like I'm used to this like dispute, right? Explain the strike would end the dock workers. Sign a deal. The workers aren't the problem here. Yeah, for 100%. It's not the dock workers striking, although the media loves to make it seem like, oh, well, it's their fault because they decided to go on strike. No. It's not the dock workers' fault. It's the companies that refuse to give them what they have earned, right? Like, even now, they're still trying to shortchange them, right? The fact that it affects you should make you hate the companies that are harming other people that have your similar class interests, right? Tijuana mentioned, yeah, like I said, like that's where I'm from, right? Like I grew up, right, with this like wall, right, like in the distance always, right? That's like, oh, why is there this wall here, right? Why is it that it's, what are these weird white and green trucks going past?
With the civilian death toll from Israel's bombing of Gaza continuing to rise, calls for accountability have been growing louder.
This isn't,
By the way, I know I mentioned this before, but so the Lancet on June 8th, published an article that said that the estimate that other experts had estimated was around 186,000. So that was in June. It's now October, right? Ralph Nader came out with an article in September saying actually the number could be as high as 300,000. I don't want to prognosticate in this way, but the number is much higher than what is being reported, because the 40,000 number that people are being told, even if it's 42 or 44,000, that's actually stricter, like that's held under greater scrutiny than literally any other war zone in the entire world. Like no other place on the planet has ever been held to higher scrutiny than Gaza is. Not even joking. So use that $400 billion amount of Corpa made while holding back longshoremen wage. Right, exactly. Do you condemn this unprovoked labor action? No, of course I don't. The workers have every right to do as they so wish. If the workers are the ones that make the world go round, right? Like I will always be behind, any strike anywhere, right? Any legitimate strike, I should say, right? Like, because, there's just the ones that are fake, right? Do you condemn Mexicans? No, I don't. I do not condemn the terror organization known as Mexico.
An electric toaster that takes the same amount of time to have your morning toast in every situation. It's a function of evidence and facts and a number of different issues.
But it's been 4 months.
I have requested the judges in my applications and in other filings before the court to deal with this expeditiously. I am acutely aware that every day people are suffering.
The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court tells us why he believes that justice will be served. Hello, I'm Rida Fakhri. Welcome to Bigger Than 5. Today we confront a critical issue shaping international justice. Accountability.
Wait, what's going on? Hello, Swamp Goth. Checkmate. Condemning Mexicans is now anti-Semitic. What? Doubt? Oh, you mean doubt that justice will be served? I mean, I mean, also, if anybody could also, any of the mods, or, if any of the mods could go also in Discord and also announce that the YouTube side is also working, because I know some people prefer that. Yeah, nearly every estimate in Gaza is underreported because they either don't find the dead under the rubble or they make conservative estimates due to the high level of scrutiny. Right. The level of scrutiny is so high that if they do not match it 1-to-1 to the identity number that is given to them by the State of Israel, which has the population registry and gives them their identification number, they're not counted. Right. Philippe is joking from the well, I kind of got what he was saying. I was just like, oh, okay, like, the ICC will never do it. I mean, even if they were to finally grant the warrants, right, Netanyahu doesn't have, suddenly every country that a lot of the countries that have signed up are suddenly going to find reasons why they can't arrest him, right?
For war crimes in Gaza. The prosecutor of the ICC, Karim Khan, has taken the bold step of seeking arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister. The charges, war crimes and crimes against humanity committed during Israel's assault on Gaza. Now, as the Israeli government challenges the ICC's authority, we ask, is international law applied equally, or are some states immune from accountability?
I can answer this question for you right now. No. There. End of show. End of show.
In May, Karim Khan asked the ICC to issue arrest warrants for Israeli officials, including the Prime Minister, as well as senior Hamas leaders, for suspected war crimes and crimes against...
Isn't it crazy that, there were arrest warrants that even Hamas said if the Israelis were to be held accountable, they would surrender themselves to trial. Like, imagine that. Like, no other group of, as much as they love to try to make them seem as this, horrific, monstrous other, right? It's like, they literally said, oh, if you put them in the dock, then we'll go into the dock as well, right? Also, imprisoning Bibi will not serve any justice, right? I mean... only the complete liberation of Palestine will even be able to begin the process of justice, right? Because that's one thing that people also have to remember, is that allowing the Palestinians back into their homeland and having, ending the settler colonial project is only one of the steps of recovery, right? It's only one part of the justice. It's not the end all be all, right? Thank you so much, Swamp Goth. I really appreciate it. ICC has no ability to do anything. They depend on partner states to participate. At best, it would be BDS movements leverage to divest. Right, and with Israel, it is becoming a pariah state to some degree, but the United States, just like with South Africa during apartheid, especially in 1990, which is somewhat analogous to where Israel is right now. The United States essentially backed apartheid South Africa literally till the last day. Even Bosnia, a bunch of people were imprisoned, but the state is in worse condition than Lebanon. You know what's interesting, Powerful Finger? That I was reading this in it's actually in a history, right? Like a historian wrote this about Lebanon, and that is that they were talking about that there's actually a move now to stop using the term Balkanization, right? And to start using, the term was in French. Hello there, Omega Star, welcome in. And to now use Libanisation. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Omega Star. 4 months of great content. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That is so sweet of you. They literally are saying that the term Balkanization does not fit anymore, right? So instead they're like, we're going to use the term Libanisation, right? Lebanonization instead, to mean essentially the same thing, right? in terms of political crisis and relations between the people, right? I mean, again, like the dispute, or not even dispute, but like the intersectarian rifts, right, that exist between. Yeah, so Lebanon, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't like those like neologisms, right? That like I get that some historians like to use like, oh, now we should use this. I get it. Like I get it, you know. Like all academics, right? They want to coin something. I just don't think that it's in. I don't think it's. I think it's in poor taste right now to be trying to introduce a new term like that, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like right when Lebanon literally can't fight back and be like, yes, now we're gonna use this new term, Libanisation. You know, like, no, Lebanon is bombed, so an absolute is obviously worse, right? I mean, and again, there's a lot of good work when it comes to genocide studies and trauma studies that goes into how like the point is not to make oppressions compete with one another, right? Instead, it's to use them to build a sort of common front of solidarity against the oppressors, because very often the oppressors are very common, right? I wonder what those politicians who defended South Africa apartheid state would say now when asked about it. I mean, some of them, I'm pretty sure deep down still wish that, because like some of them have visited, like, I mean, some of them are really old. I mean, right? Because like if they were senators, like senior senators in 1990, that was pretty, they would be quite old now. But like there are some people that, God, I forget. He was a representative for something. Maybe people can Google it. But he went to Orania, right? Orania, which is a Boer only community. Like literally, they're like, oh well, if we can't have state apartheid, then we'll do community apartheid, right? Like we will apartheid ourselves, right? Like, oh, it's a whites only community, and they'll like interview you and shit to live there. It's really creepy. Is there a library online for genocide studies? I'm looking for resources. Yes, I can put a link in the Discord if you want. But like a lot of it is like, if you look in, like a lot of it is trying to think where would be a good place, because like a lot of like because it kind of depends what angle you're going for when it comes to genocide, right? Because as a historian, right, like I do have to learn all the laws and all, I have had to learn, I suppose, right, all of this stuff, but it's for like a different purpose. Like later on when we're doing the Bauman reading, right, he's a sociologist, right, so he has to approach it differently than I do. Regardless, I believe that the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum library is a good spot. They have a collection, like a lot of people that do genocide and Holocaust studies, a lot of them do fellowships there, so that would be a good place. I'm really watching how the college protests are gonna pan out. The deadline is this month, and I'm looking at the anti-BDS laws in those college states and don't see how those campuses can divest with laws saying they will lose government funding if they do. Oh yeah, one test. We need to listen to the people and how they, right, like this guy is British, right? He's writing in England, and he's saying like, instead of balkanization, what we should do is we should instead use, Lebanization, right? And it's like, no, don't do that. As well as staff being blacklisted from positions of government. Oh, 1000%. I mean, even if you're not like a tenured academic, it could ruin, all of that stuff, right? Like depending on how active you are, right? Like if you're like caught at those things, they might be like, oh, the campus police said this, and now we don't want to, have you on. Oh my gosh, why are you now? Now we have people saying the same thing. But yeah, as well as the staff being blacklisted. Yeah, Israel unironically united the population in Lebanon, so Lebanization won't be that accurate. Nasrallah was a united. Well, see, you say that, but then, except for the Phalangists, right? Except for the Maronites, right? Like I've shown a map where it specifically shows where the rockets are being shot at, and it's anywhere where the majority of the population is Shia, not Christian, right? Because remember, the Maronite Catholics and their Phalangist party, Kataib, were the ones that collaborated with the IDF, right? I mean, if by fringe you mean they are a political party, right, and have seats in the Lebanese parliament, right, and also have a large diasporic, connection as well. I mean, they're not as large as Hezbollah, I believe. And if you look up the figures from the 2022 election, it should tell you how relative in size they are to Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the largest party writ large. That is to say, like, they run the most candidates, but they only make up 12% of the parliament seats. And right now it's a caretaker government, right? So it doesn't even have all of the power that it would. The last president was Christian. Well, it also depends. Well, again, if he's Maronite, the chances are higher. But if he's Eastern Orthodox or Armenian Orthodox, because there's so many different denominations, right? It really depends. But Hezbollah has, especially after 2006, overall, Hezbollah has broad support for sure. Especially because, again, Hezbollah is not just the militant wing. That's just one part of it. And it's like over there, right? Most of what it does is build roads, build hospitals, right? It has a staffing agency, blah, blah, blah. Hello, Farad King, my best pal. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you?
Humanity. Khan said there was credible evidence that the Israeli officials had carried out crimes, including starvation of civilians as a method of warfare, intentionally directing attacks against the civilian population, and extermination. He also said the Hamas officials were suspected of crimes including hostage-taking, rape and sexual violence, and torture. In August, Karim Khan's office urged the court to take action urgently, saying that it was, quote, settled law that the court has jurisdiction in this situation.
So the ICC's the way how the Rome Statute works is the following, right? Oh, good. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. Yes, I'm doing well too. A little tired, but that's just because I woke up really early. So one thing is that the ICC, the Rome Statute, works in the following way, right? If you attack the territory of a signatory, right, that has signed and ratified the Rome Statute, right, then you can be tried, right? Like, then that implicates you, right? So because Palestine was accepted as a signatory and ratified it, right, because Israel is committing the crimes in what is supposed to be, Palestine, right, as according to UN Resolution 242, that means that they can be held responsible. Same thing if you were to, again, like if you were to direct violence against even people from a state that is a signatory, right? If the state were to do that, right? And then specific people like in the government could be held responsible, but most typically it's about the jurisdiction question is it doesn't matter that Israel will never sign the Rome Statute, but because they are perpetrating the crimes in Gaza, that means that now the jurisdiction includes the people that are leading the the war crimes in Israel itself.
Israel submitted an official challenge to the ICC's jurisdiction, and the court has yet to issue any arrest warrants. I traveled to New York to meet Prosecutor Khan on the margins of the United Nations General Assembly. Prosecutor Khan, you are here at the United Nations General Assembly as global leaders meet to discuss some of the world's crises. How do you view the role of the International Criminal Court within the global context of international justice and international law?
I think it's an essential one. People around the world are suffering. If your viewers just cast their mind on the map of the world, look what is happening in Afghanistan, look what's happening in the Philippines, in the past for crimes, look at the plight of the Rohingya, look what's happening in Ukraine, look what's happening in Palestine and Israel, look at Sudan, it's on fire, and Libya. People, children are crying, people are mourning the loss of parents, and people around the world are fed up of the promises of never again, the promises, the incantations of the equal application of the law, the importance of the Charter, and these fundamental imperatives that should guide human conduct, when they see in too many cases of the world people are tearing them up, trampling on them, and actually acting with impunity. And it's in that context that the ICC operates. It's not political, it's dealing with genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And we have to do our job, and we need support from states to implement decisions that are made by judges.
You just said...
See, this is one of the things, though, right? Is then the Rome Statute also operates on this concept of complementarity, right? And Israel has always tried to get away with things because of this, right? Complementarity is this idea that if a country, right, is considered a liberal democracy, right, and could, in theory, right, hold fair trials, right, against the people committing war crimes, the ICC won't step in, right? In countries where that is not the case, that is when the ICC is supposed to be compelled to step in, right? And so that is one of the reasons why, Israel did begin to prosecute, soldiers, but it didn't prosecute them for anything that they did in Gaza, in terms of war crimes. The one soldier that even got a conviction was because he stole something, right, for petty theft, not for murder, not for anything, that should, but it was to be see, our courts can handle soldiers, right? So again, that's one of the big issues with this right here. So and also the requirement of state parties to do so, it also requires particular states to be willing to do that, right? It needs the UK, right? It needs the French, it needs the Germans, it needs, right, it needs other important Western powers to implement that law for and uphold it. Otherwise, it doesn't do anything, right? Because they know, for example, when Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States, a week ago, just before he started to bomb Beirut, there were people saying, "Oh, that people, they should imprison him," right? But then there becomes this weird complexity of, well, even if he was imprisoned in the United States, then the United States definitely wouldn't send him to The Hague, right? Because that's against, the United States has the Invade the Hague Act. If any American citizen is ever put on trial in The Hague, the United States will literally take over The Hague and just take their people back.
It's not political, but by you being here at the UN General Assembly, when so many world leaders are gathered, given your key role is to investigate some of the world's most egregious war crimes, does it help to be here, given the perceptions that your role may be seen as somewhat political?
I think it's essential to be here because we have 124 state parties that sign up to the International Criminal Court, soon to be 125 because President Zelensky has also committed and has signed the documents to become a state party. And these states gave birth to something. They gave birth to...
Well, that's good. That's good that Ukraine joined, because then that means that Russia can be held accountable. That is to say, I shouldn't say accountable. Pardon me, I misspoke. That means that then it can issue the warrants for arrest, because there were people saying like, oh, that warrants were issued, but Putin went to Mongolia, right, and they didn't arrest him. But one of the things was like Ukraine isn't a party to the Rome Statute, so
a court and a statute, and the result of it are the judges and the prosecution that has to be given the space to do their job. But states ultimately are the guardians, they're the parents, and they have to cooperate with the court. We need their support, and also we have every right to expect that all states honour their international commitments, and we need to partner with non-state parties as well.
But in your role as ICC prosecutor, how do you balance the demands for justice and accountability with the stark realities of international diplomacy and politics?
By making sure our compass is not disturbed by politics. Our compass is the rule of law. The statute is written in terms of what constitute criminal conduct. We have a duty to investigate incriminating and exonerating evidence equally, and the magnetic disturbance of noise, of politics, of division, of the dysfunctional nature of the Security Council must be put into the background. We need noise-cancelling headphones and make sure that we pursue the law in cases where we have jurisdiction, and we're limited by the jurisdiction we have. But where we have jurisdiction, we have an obligation to try to make sure that law is felt by people who have nothing else.
But we often hear complaints by people in the global south that the law isn't applied fairly, that it is far too often selective. The president of South Africa said international law cannot be applied selectively, that no one state is more equal than any other. But isn't that the...
and that's a very good point, right? It's like very often, not only is it applied unequally, but it's always on this pretense that like, oh, well, this country, the United States or Britain, right, already like possesses more inherent rule of law somehow, like the rule of law meter is higher, so like they can forego having to be held responsible. Obviously that's not the case, right? Like there are many people who should be put on war crimes trials, right? Like but again, one of the issues with the ICC, and this is a big problem that it's had historically, and why like even Norman Finkelstein has said like it used to have the reputation of being called the International Caucasian Court, because essentially everybody that they would actually bring to prosecution was typically from the continent of Africa. Right, like if you look at most of the convictions, most of the trials, almost all of them come from one continent, and that's Africa. So, that's why it's always been seen as, the International Caucasian Court,
reality that you, as ICC prosecutor, let's face it, operate within.
I had a very good meeting with the president of South Africa in Anga, and it is correct that international law is a work in progress. There has been slavery that has blighted humanity. There's been colonialism that has blighted humanity. And we have many examples where the Charter has been disregarded when it conflicts with the political interests of individuals or the perceived national interests of states. But that is not an argument for us to be demoralized.
But let's be honest, it's just 5 states, a handful of states and their allies that are often above the law.
Well, the point is nobody's above the law in terms of we have 2 permanent members of the Security Council that are state parties to the International Criminal Court.
What's interesting is the Balkan War actors are the whitest one. They got convicted. That's true, right? But that was under the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, so that wasn't even the ICC. And I know this because I had to watch like parts of. I had to see testimony be given for those trials. So, like for genocide studies reasons. It's really interesting when you look at what is brought to the Genocide Convention in the UN, because Ukraine and Russia both have cases, as well as Israel and Palestine. You look back at some cases of U.S. slavery brought to the convention as genocide because it destroyed cultural heritage. You want to know something interesting? As like in genocide studies, chattel slavery is considered genocide, right? Like the extermination policies of the United States against indigenous peoples, is considered genocide. But the way how it works, right, is that it doesn't count because in the charter itself, it says everything before this charter is not taken into account, right? It specifically does that, right? It says, like, we can't ex post facto count things that happened in the past, right? And so that's one of those things where, like, because it's on that piece of paper, you cannot bring to court things that happened in the past. And of course that was done deliberately, right? Obviously, right? That was modern day shit. Yeah, like literally saying, oh, if it happened before 1948, right, it doesn't count, right? And and if they weren't and they made all these stipulations, like, oh, if they've if it was before 1948, which again, like, what happened just 3 years before 1940? Like, what ended 3 years before 1948, right? But of course they would say, oh, but the Nuremberg trials. Yes, that's true, but and also the Tokyo trials. But I mean, especially the ones in Japan. I mean, those exonerated so many people and then put them in positions of power regardless. I mean, the Nazi one. I mean, essentially just the highest echelon really were the ones that got anything.
What we have to do is not give false promises, not speak platitudes, but to show by our action that we are blind to power, we're blind to the interests of different individuals or different states.
But are you blind to power, though, Prosecutor Khan? Because for too long, there's been heavy criticisms directed at the ICC for exclusively targeting certain regions and certain leaders from certain countries. Isn't that the reality, that for too long the ICC has simply gone after African leaders and President Putin of Russia? But do you ever successfully prosecute cases that have to do with Western nations and their allies?
Well, I started my term in June 2021 as prosecutor, and I made it clear that I was trying to reform the office. I was trying to make sure it was more effective. I've done more defense cases as defense counsel, I think, than anybody else in the International Criminal Court. So I've seen what it's like from both sides of the courtroom, and I was committed to making sure the office that I now lead is fit for purpose and effective. I think the evidence of that, or the confidence that we are building, is a work in progress. It requires humility, it requires patience, and also determination not to take too long. So we're trying to build partnerships all over the world, united by one common cause, which is not power but people. And it's the obligation that all people are equal under God.
Sure, but that's not the wide-held perception.
Under God? Oh, I wasn't expecting that. There is ICC warrant, but Ukrainians are not touched. Official. Yeah, there is an ICC warrant for Putin. But when Putin went to Mongolia, which is the signatory, they didn't... I forget what justification they gave, but they were like, oh... I think it was like he had a diplomatic passport or something like that. Like, it was some weird, like, legal thing that was like technically blah blah blah. But Ukrainians are not touched, even rhetorically. Yeah. Also, they went after Bashir from Sudan, but not against Kagame and Museveni. They committed a... Yeah. Oh. I mean, Kagame... I mean, yeah. Like... That's another thing too, is they have no enforcement wing, right? They have no enforcement arm at all, just like the ICJ, right? Like, it depends on other countries to do that work for them, which effectively renders it, pretty powerless, right? It's like, oh, well, if you had, and again, I understand that this is not what, please understand that this is not what I'm saying that I want. But say, for example, there was an international police force. Him visiting Congress was revolting. Oh, you mean Benjamin Netanyahu? Yeah. I mean, it's weird too, because it's like he likes to pretend that, like, oh, I have to go back to Israel where all my family is. It's like, bruh, we know that Yair's in Miami Beach because he won't stop posting. Like, he's literally... Yeah, we charged genocide movement was... crazy, made the case in the 50s that Jim Crow was genocide. Oh yeah, and also another thing too is, like, the lynchings were not just restricted even to just black people, right? Like, this is another point of solidarity, right? It also extended to Mexican people in the Southwest, right? That's why that the sometimes the dispute that sometimes will occur between two oppressed peoples like Mexicans and black Americans. I'm just like, look, it didn't matter to the oppressors, right? You know what I mean? Like, it didn't matter to them. Why should it matter to, we should feel solidarity with one another to be against the oppressor, not, try to compare sufferings, right? It's pointless. That were happening daily. Yeah, daily. I mean, the fact that this country used to have like picnics, like picnics to go watch a lynching is like, I'm sorry, but you can like this whole like, oh, the United States was so moral and so, oh, it's like, no, it wasn't. There wasn't a tribunal for the Tamil genocide, right? Exactly. I mean, in fact, that was one of the things that like Arun made very clear, because I was like, oh, I'm sure that they must have signed some agreement or something, right? No, really nothing, right? Same thing with just so many other things, like I mean, like the mass deportation of Germans that came after World War II, either out of the what was then Soviet, what then became like Eastern Bloc countries, right, or within the Soviet Union to places like Kazakhstan, right, nor the East Timor one. Oh yeah, and the worst thing, well, see, the East Timor one, I mean, the Tamil one in Sri Lanka is, of course, bad, and completely backed by Western powers, as we know. And again, Arun is very knowledgeable on that. But the one in East Timor, like, it was allowed to happen, right? Like the United States let Indonesia do that, right? So nor the Bengal one, right? Exactly. And that's the reason why, I mean, in reality, this is the reason why the people that try to argue that genocide is this little tiny, like, very small definition of what the UN Charter says. I'm like, even in the court precedent, they acknowledge that they don't just stick to whatever is written on that piece of paper. Yeah, I understood what you meant with I think the Japanese internment camps were considered by Genocide Council as well. Yeah, and Killjoy, I will be honest with you, like, I've often it's kind of like a running, I don't want to say joke, but like a thing that I've said, right? Like, never go to Inyo County, California, right? Oh my goodness, thank you so very much, Omega Star, for your contribution to the book Jews in the Mediterranean. I appreciate that. It's I always tell people, don't go to Inyo County, because once I went there and they were a little too proud, and it's like, people always talk about, oh, it's the gateway to the Sierras and all the, whatever, fine, but when I stopped in that town that's right by Manzanar, which was the largest and probably the most famous of the, they're a little too proud of the fact that they have an internment camp in their town. Like, that's all I'm gonna say. Like, they're like, oh, do you want to go see? You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird thing to be like, do you want to go see our special? I don't know. I was a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I started to feel like I was all like,
we literally have demons descending on us right now.
Because I was like, Hello, hello. Mexico had a dub today. Why is that? Tell me. Ah, yes, she was inaugurated. Uh, uh, Bangladesh is East Pakistan. That's what it used to be called, East Pakistan. West Pakistan is now Pakistan. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she was inaugurated, and she is already is going to sign into law, I guess, or something. Essentially, the Bill of Rights of Women, which is interesting. Definitely, I was like, wow, I mean, that's good. I'm finally getting around to listening to that Charlie XCX album, Brat. Is anyone gonna tell Kamala that this album is about doing cocaine and wanting to... Oh my gosh. No. It's fine. I don't think that she cares, right? Like you know what I mean when it's like the music slaps and you just don't even care what it's saying. Like, you're just like, yes, this music is like this is my anthem, but it's like, you know what I mean? Because there's a song that I like that also talks about that same substance and doing it off a certain body part of that people can have, right? That is, yeah. But it's not, no, don't say any failure. Don't say that. When you were ready to listen to it, that's when you listen to it, right? This blaming, oh, why didn't I do this prior? You were meant to do it when you did it, and now you've done it. That's all that matters. It is an amazing album. Let's see here. I listen mostly to metal, and there's grimy hardness to this album, so it's right up my alley. I get it. Yeah. Okay, it is 3:01. So I have to go to the Quarantine Collective server and get started with the reading. So first let me let's see here. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, so let me just oops, no, wrong one. Karim Khan. Okay, let me go to this. Okay, so where did the Come Riot emote go? Oh, it's if you, yeah, you have to write it like that. I'm glad that you like those emotes. Hello, Phoenix Dragon. Welcome in. It's so nice to see you. You know, Phoenix Dragon and I go way back to once there was this like horrific anti-Semitic troll in a stream that we were in. They kept just like attacking me and attacking me and attacking me. I won't say from whose community though. Stalker, yeah. And literally, this person called Phoenix Dragon my boyfriend. So, and we've been besties ever since. Feel like it's a very degenerative story behind that emote that someone will never explain to me. Yeah, it was like, yeah, because it was cross-channel stalking, right? Exactly. And I'm like, I literally had never spoken to that person before. I'm like, what are you doing, right? So, you know, so Phoenix Dragon, I always appreciate when he shows up and stuff because, you know. And welcome in everybody. So, let's see here. Currently, I did already send out this, so I guess we'll see if people show up. But otherwise, and I said, well, go through me first, right? Let me see if I can sort of move myself somewhere and make myself smaller, I guess. Okay. I know. Phoenix Dragon is a very kind person. Okay. So, we're going to get cracking on the Bauman reading. So, I hope people can see it all right. What we're going to start on here is after the Hilberg and Rubinstein discussion. And we will start here. In all probability, Günther Roth is not the only sociologist who would rally to the defense of the hallowed truths of our joint tradition at the expense of adverse evidence. Does he say who Günther Roth is before? That way I know if I have to explain who he is or not. Anyway, it is just that, here, let me actually... Oh no. What have I done? Now it's too big. Okay. Okay, I hope people can see now. I just want people to be able to read it, because I know it's very small otherwise. Or here, I'll start here. The meaning of... Oh, no, wait. I'm above this. Yeah. Our joint tradition, Okay. It is just that most other sociologists have not been forced to do so in such an outspoken way. By and large, we need not bother with the challenge of the Holocaust in our daily professional practice. Which again, like, when Bauman is writing this is when genocide and Holocaust studies is barely really becoming a discipline, right? Like it can, and it's interdisciplinary as such. Like it's not really like its own thing, if that makes sense. Like everybody is coming at it from a different angle, right? Like there are people that are literature scholars, right? You know, literary academics, right? That they go and do genocide studies, and that they talk about books like Mouse or books that talk about, you know, other, you know, Rwanda, etc. So looks good. Okay. Very wounded person at the moment, but I try to be as good to others as I would like them to be to me. Right, exactly. The golden rule. As a profession, we have succeeded in all but forgetting it, or shelving it away into the specialist interest area, which again is very true. And this is something that, like, I think I mentioned this last stream, right? That like before, like queer readings and such would be labeled feminist readings, right? And obviously that's like, it's related, right? Like talking about gender, but it's not the same thing, right? Like it's like that epistemic break had not occurred yet, right? And now there's like queer studies, right? Like now there's a separate discipline. But like at one point in the United States, there was ethnic studies, right? But it wasn't broken up into like what we have now, right? Where we have African American studies or Black studies, Chicanx, Latinx studies, right? Like all these different cultural studies disciplines, right? So let's see, do we have anybody? Okay. Okay. From where it stands, no chance of reaching the mainstream of the discipline. So again, like, there was an issue where people did not want to discuss the Holocaust for quite a long time, right? Especially right in the aftermath. But really, it was not until after the June War in 1967 that it really begins to be talked about, right? And Norman Finkelstein is one of the people that writes about this in the Holocaust industry. Again, I read it with many grains of salt, but I mean, he does document that aspect, so it is important to know that. If at all discussed in sociological texts, the Holocaust is at best referred to as a sad example of what untamed, innate human aggressiveness may do. And I know I'm just reading a little bit over what we read last time, just because I think it would be good to review, right? Is that people want to say, right, oh, well, this, like, what's happening in Palestine or what's happening in Lebanon, or what like the high level of police violence, etc., right, is just this, right? Oh, it's just untamed and human aggressiveness, right? Oh, he's just like really, really mad. Like, it doesn't pass, like, it doesn't make sense if you actually take a moment to think about it, because then this can be used to explain everything, right? Oh, well, it's just this, right? Especially if it's innate, right? Like, it's something already within, right, that can't change. And then used as a pretext to exhort the virtues of taming it through an increase in the civilizing pressure and another flurry of expert problem solving, right? So this is where, like, the idea about specific people committing heinous acts, right, whether for whatever reason, right, begins to be instrumentalized, right, and then used as like a way to police that community even more, right? Like, oh, if we have, right, if we have a like what happened in 1992 in LA, right, the riots, the LA riots, right? Their solution would be, oh, well, we need more policing of Compton and Watts and all those areas, right? That doesn't help. I mean, one of the issues was the policing of those areas, right? The mismanagement of funds, etc. All the cultural Marxists destroying academia. Oh my gosh, Mr. Verbicelli, stop noodling us around, right? Hi, hope you and chat are doing well. Also, not the... Yeah, well, I mean, that's Günther Holtz. I mean, this is a while ago, right? Because this was written in 89. This was published in 89, so... But that is one of those things, right? And it's funny because they use it in a way to... like, it also shows what is called sympathetic criminality, I believe is what the term is, right? Where, like, if you watch movies about Italians, right, that are part of the mob or whatever, right, like the mafia, and they're set in the past, they're seen in a positive light, right? But things shown now about, like, drug cartels, they make them seem as inhuman as possible, right? Even if both groups did essentially the same thing, right? Because of the process of assimilation into whiteness, right? So, Yeah, Norm is kind of in the section of leftist that's firmly anti-woke, and when I say that, I mean there's critiques of it that are very sound, he himself makes, yet his solution is to fundamentally decouple talks about how racism is. Yeah, he wants it all. He is a class reductionist, right? He is of the old school that, like, and this isn't something that and I don't mean to say this as though, like, oh, old school as in he is older, therefore he can be, like, forgiven. Like, no. If he always says he's all about the truth, right? He doesn't know the truth about when it comes to trans people, right? He believes things that, you know, modern day shit. Yeah, exactly. How racism, yeah, and that's not the message people inside marginalized communities are going to fly with. In the 1984 Olympics, people unaliving Rodney King, the North Hollywood shootout, practically built the LAPD, and also the white supremacist gangs in the LAPD, right? That, like, BIPOC, particularly those in South LA and East LA, kept saying there are white supremacist gangs in LAPD, and nobody believed them. And then one day they killed some white girl, and then it's like, oh yeah, there's, you know, yeah, so many cop gangs. I know. I don't know if nobody shows up in the quarantine collective. I'll just leave it, I guess, and then used as a pretext to yeah. So at worst, it is remembered as a private experience of the Jews. This is talking about, so this is actually a problem in genocide studies in general, because it's always been a question of, right, why is it that, and this is something that actually harms the Jewish people, right? When you instrumentalize and reify the Holocaust as being only the property, so to speak, of the Jewish people, right? That's what Israel does. Right? Like, oh, if you, like, they forget about everybody else. And instead say it was something completely unique to the Jewish people. And it wasn't. As a matter between the Jews and their haters, privatization, in quotes, to which many spokesmen of the state of Israel, guided other than eschatological concerns, has contributed more a minor share. So what he's saying here is that, like, Israel, like their Chazbah, right, always tries to push this idea, right, that, oh, that because the Holocaust is unique and blah 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 blah, therefore we can do whatever we want, right? Like, that's essentially what they want to say. This state of affairs is worrying, not only and not at all primarily for professional reasons, however detrimental it may be for the cognitive powers and societal relevance of sociology. What makes this situation much more disturbing is the awareness that if, quote, it could happen on such a massive scale elsewhere, it can happen anywhere. It is within the range of human possibility, and like it or not, Auschwitz expands the universe of consciousness no less than the landing of the moon, end quote. And that's true. Like, once Auschwitz has occurred, as it has, and you had capitalist industries, right, having their own camps, right? There was over 40 camps within Auschwitz, Birkenau, right, that belonged to private companies, right? Then you know that something worse can occur from that, right? Because you already had something so bad. And that's one of the things that at the time sociology didn't really want to deal with, right? And theology did, and history with Raoul Hilberg particularly did, right? But again, right now, what's happening in Gaza, right? That the fact that you have countries all around the state of Israel that it's their populations want their governments to do something, but they don't, because they're kind of like beholden to the United States and Western interests, right? Causes a huge, huge issue. Everybody knows you need allies to fight. Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. The anxiety can hardly abate the view of the fact that none of the societal conditions that made Auschwitz possible has truly disappeared, and no effective measures have been undertaken to prevent such possibilities and principles from generating Auschwitz-like catastrophes. This is why, like, again, I don't like when people try to make comparisons to Auschwitz, right? Like, direct comparisons. But when they evoke it as a kind of like, look, this existed, and what, like, for example, like, at one point some people try to argue that when Elon Musk forced his workers to work in California during COVID, right, he told them, like, you can't leave the factory, right, and he was willing to, like, essentially let them get sick and possibly die, right. Some people try to evoke the idea of what, you know, went on, but again, it's not about trying to compare them, right? It's about trying to evoke the conditions to say why these conditions now should not be occurring, right? So as Leo Cooper recently found out, quote, the sovereign territorial state claims, as an integral part of its sovereignty, the right to commit genocide or engage in genocidal massacres against people under its rule. And the UN, for all practical purposes, defends this right. Look, chat, both chats, you know, I know that I have to say, in many senses, Leo Cooper is correct, right? Like, one of the things that the United Nations likes to say is that it's for self-determination, right? But, for example, it's also for the integrity, right? The territorial integrity at the same time of states. So which is it, right? Because if you want national liberation, or you want... oh, hello. Hello, Xena. Welcome in. So it then becomes a question of, do you care more about the borders of a country, like what defines a state in those measures, or, right, the ability for people to have... the UN gives Sri Lanka a pass is truly disgusting. Oh yeah, Sri Lanka gets Israel treatment. Right, I mean, it definitely gets a measure of it, for sure. That's true. But again, like, this is like the United States, right? That, like, oh, well, we have the right to, I mean, the 13th Amendment did not outlaw slavery. It just restricted slavery only to if as a punishment for a crime. Right? But the UN Charter is against slavery, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's this strange thing, right? So one posthumous service the Holocaust can render is to provide an insight into the otherwise unnoticed, quote-unquote, other aspects of the societal principles enshrined by modern history. So going back to what he said, that, like, none of the things that caused the Holocaust have gone away, right? That's still true. Right? Like, in fact, you have discussions today, right? Like, even in political discussions, right? That are saying, oh, like, the fact that you have people from the major political parties in the U.S. talking about mass deportations, right? Like, it's like 1935 or something, right? You have, you know, the idea of taking away, right, the right of citizenship based on certain parameters, right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like, you have all these things that are still there, right? The fact that states can just take away someone's citizenship, right? When when you have it in history that was used so as to render the Jewish people in particular, right, to not be able to find safe refuge anywhere, because then, you know, pushing migrants from their boats, right, exactly. We have a Jewish state now, hello, of course the preconditions are gone now. My goodness. Run Israel command right to defend itself. Oh my goodness. Feel free to speak in the chat. Hello. And feel free to talk if you would like to, or you can always just keep chatting in the chat. I propose that the experience of the Holocaust, now thoroughly researched by historians, should be looked upon as, so to speak, a sociological quote-unquote laboratory. The Holocaust has exposed and examined such attributes of our society as are not yet revealed, and hence are not empirically accessible in quote-unquote non-laboratory conditions. In other words, I propose to treat the Holocaust as a rare, yet significant and reliable test of hidden possibilities of modern society. Right? And one reason why he talks about, like, stuff that's not empirically available is because there are certain things, right? Like when it comes to like people's psychology, right? How propagandized they were, right? How truly willing they were to do X, Y, Z, right? Like those things cannot necessarily be quantified, right? And that has always been seen as an issue, but over time that's been IOF 8200 computers be like, yeah. Well, it's funny because like it's funny you say that, how many people from tech, because like since the IDF has its own like cyber units, I guess, right? Like it essentially gives people like training at a level that lets them be that, right? And you also have a lot of money being put into that. I've not read on the topic, unfortunately. Oh, no worries. We'll be going into it and getting into the examples. So the means of the civilizing process, right? So this is important, right? Now we're talking about how the West likes to construct itself as civilizing, right? The ideological myth deeply entrenched in the self-consciousness of our Western society is the morally elevating story of humanity emerging from pre-social barbarity, right? This is literally every single one of like right-wing narratives, right, loves to tell itself this right here, right? That there used to be something horrible, right, that was below whatever we are now, and somehow these specific things in the past, right, added up so that we would have this progressive thing now, right? This myth lent stimulus and popularity to, and in turn was given a learned sophisticated support by quite a few influential sociological theories and historical narratives. Okay? The link most recently illustrated by the burst of prominence and overnight success of Elias's presentation of the quote-unquote civilizing process. Contrary opinions of contemporary social theorists, right? See, for instance, the thorough analyses of multifarious civilizing processes, historical and comparative by Michael Mann, synthetic and theoretical by Anthony Giddens, which emphasize the growth of military violence and the untrammeled use of coercion as the most crucial attributes of and entrenchment of great civilizations have a long way to go before they succeed in displacing the ideological myth from public consciousness, right? Or even from the diffuse folklore of the profession, right? So, and yes, if you'd like to help me out, you could always help sponsor a book on Throne. You can donate anything you like, any amount that you're able to. I would be appreciative of that. Currently, we have the book Migra, which is a history of the U.S. Border Patrol and its legacies. So, let's see. So one of the things here that it's sort of trying to get through is the fact that certain myths already exist, right, that kind of pre-existed the separation of sociology itself as a discipline from just philosophy as such, right? And that is, like, for example, one the best example of perhaps I can give, right, that it even shows up in Marx, is the belief that prior societies, right, when it came to money, right, that at one point there were societies that exchanged in barter, right, that they exchanged in kind. And that is not true. There has never been a single society that functioned on a barter system. That's just not the case. Barter usually happens in a very localized area. It does not happen across an entire country, right? So that's one of those myths that, like, chinga la migra, yeah, exactly. Not true, my D&D society does. But, like, it's because Adam Smith created this myth, essentially, right? He used it as the basis for, that's how we began to think about value, and then we began to use commodity money, also incorrect, and now we have blah, 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 right? Like, that's not how it worked. It was, the first thing we used as money, like, as money as we know it now, was debt with tally sticks, right? Like, oh, Raven owes me, 30 bushels of wheat, so it's gonna have that many cuts in it. If someone else, is like, I will fix up your house for you, but I'm gonna charge you 30 bales of wheat, then I can just give them that, right? And then Raven has to give it to that person instead, right? So the abstraction was already there from the beginning. Its resistance is backed, however, by a broad coalition of respectable learned opinions, which contain such powerful authorities as the quote-unquote Whig view of history, as a victorious struggle between reason and superstition. And I want to note one thing, is that this Whig view of history and reason and superstition are also where you get the, like, Dragon of Chaos, like that stuff, right? But particularly where this originates from a discussion between Protestantism and Catholicism, right? That Catholics are superstitious and Protestants they have a reasoned religion, right? And eventually, in fact, if you read any novel from, like, the mid to late 18th century, I mean, I would say even prior, even going back to, like, Shakespeare, you have superstitious and Catholic are interchangeable completely. So 30 whole bushes, why don't you just take my firstborn son? Oh my god, damn government and their taxation, right? Because that was the thing, is it was always about taxation. Like, it needs people to do things, it needs to tax them, right? That's it. I'm going to John Galt's Gulch. Waste Founders 2, scary considering how many location data they mop up from Google. Right. Grindr was also founded by an Israeli too, and it's weird because, again, this is from what I understand. I know that he moved to the United States early, but I don't know, like, the rest of his team, right? That apparently that tracking technology, that, like, oh, this person is this far away from you, is, like, used for other purposes as opposed to the holy purposes, indeed, of proper Grindr usage. I would describe Jordan Peterson's view of economy as capitalist Protestantism. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. So is WeWork. Love that for us. Yeah. And small startups that make tools, backends for major corporations, lots of them are in Tel Aviv. Right. And I mean, one of the big ones is, you know what? I think I'm just going to end this here. think I'll just end this here. Yes, holy purposes is actually what's it called? Oh, I just realized I gotta put myself in this corner. Is actually what's it called? No, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, Stream Elements. They are located on Arba Street. And that area is where they're like that mall that it's built in, that they built over, or the mall shopping center that its offices are in Tel Aviv. You know because of how the street name is, and because of all these other, like, if you look at the maps and such, there used to be like an Arab village there, right? That area. So Nightbot, I need to make that transition, but I need someone to help me. Like, I'm not very good with technology, right? Like, I'm just not very good with technology. So but yeah, because like if I could set it up in one go, just have it ready, would be great. I don't mean it though. My mom had me super young, and we lived in abject poverty our whole lives, and now she has property and stability, not necessarily thanks to that Israeli-owned job. Well, you know, I mean, again, like, yeah, it's difficult for sure. Weber's vision of rationalization as a movement towards achieving more or less effort, psychoanalytical promise to debunk, prize off, or tame the animal in man. So you can see where this like 19th century view of progress still exists to this day, sadly. Marx's grand prophecy of life and history coming under full control of the human species once it is freed from the presently debilitating parochialities. Elias's portrayal of recent history as that eliminating violence from daily life, and above all, the chorus of experts who assure us that human problems are matters of wrong policies, and that right policies mean elimination of problems. So you can see kind of how like a constellation of like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, more so from like Weber and from Elias, right? Do you get kind of like the liberal system we have now? I mean, I guess Marx is how he's deciding to write Marx here, right? That like, oh, life and history being fully under human control. I just feel that that's like a interesting wording, like an interesting way to put it, but I kind of understand what he's getting at regardless. But definitely this, right? The chorus of experts, like more technocratic, but now it's weird because now you have like capitalists, right? Particularly big tech capitalists. I make a living in tech, and there's no avoiding it, sadly. Avoiding what? Israel? Peacefire's Nightbot is... He might need help. Oh no. It times people out for using blankies? What? That ain't right. But now you have like Elon Musk, right? Where it's like, and a lot of other people that are like, oh, you know, like crypto is supposed to solve all the problems. AI is supposed to solve all the problems, right? And all we need is government policy to like put me in charge, right? Put me and allow me as a capitalist to, right, do all these things, right? So behind the alliance stands fast the modern quote-unquote gardening state, viewing the society it rules as an object of designing, cultivating, and weed poisoning. Well, it's definitely about weed. You know, society should be about weed, for sure. In view of this myth, long ago ossified to the common sense of our era, the Holocaust can only be understood as the failure of civilization, i.e. of humans' purposive, reason-guided activity. Again, this is a very liberal view that like humans are always on this like this upwards trajectory of progress, right? And the United States is a country in particular whose entire like its own history has been told in that way, right? When in reality, like, it very well could be like this, but it doesn't matter. Like, they will frame it in the, I don't know. I read Capital for beginners. I'm not reading Capital. I'm not a nerd. I mean, you don't have to read Capital. I don't know why people feel like they have to. There's there's like a really good, is it, oh God, who is it? Forget who it is, but someone does like a more simplified, well, not simplified, but like does like a collated kind of it's another good critical theory I just can't remember off the top of my head, where it's like a reading Capital, right? It's not Piketty, it's not some economist, but they actually go through Capital and like focus on the main parts, right? Because I mean, there's math in there, right? Like, like there are formulas in there. I get it, right? I've had to use those formulas before, but I also know that most people don't care about like the price of bales of hay and cotton and all of that stuff. Well, too many capitals. Oh my God, Philippe. Focuses on the big targets. Yeah, that makes sense. I think they meant it's hard for many to find jobs that don't intersect with Israel in some way or form. I'd say when it comes around to YouTubers accepting ads, there's more grounds for critique if they use an Israeli-backed sponsor, right? Like Raid Shadow Legends, right? Like that is known for being an Israeli thing, right? Like people know it is. And stuff like that. But for most people, though, they can't be picky. If I don't have a car and there's no stores around for miles other than Walmart, so I have to shop there, right? And then it's also a question of, well, like Stream Elements is in Israel, right? Walmart as such is not in Israel, right, so to speak, right? It invests, right? Its portfolio, right, includes stuff from Israel, right? But it's not the same as directly. So anyway, not that that's me trying to like justify. Oh, therefore you can no. That's me saying like there are reasons why people do make the choices that they do, right? And one of them is because they understand the closeness to the violence, right? The closeness to the direct influence of Israeli companies and the Israeli economy, et cetera, on your purchases, on your, I don't say that all to tell people not to do BDS, though, right? Like, I mean, like, nobody had to tell me not to buy Sabra hummus. It's just, it's not hummus. It's, I don't know, it's floor cleaner for all I care. I bought a composter new a few years ago, and I almost bought one made in a settlement. Yeah, like, it's stuff like that. Like, for example, Xena Grells. Oh, Xena, hello, welcome in. Is about to put their own version of Black Myth. Well, I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? And welcome in, Xena. Thank you. I know that you had joined in from Discord, but it seemed like nobody was showing up anyway, so I thought it would be best to just hang up and so okay, so let's see here. To contain the morbid natural predilections of whatever has been left of nature in man. Obviously, the Hobbesian world has not been fully chained. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know the big room isn't in chat right now, but the big room, like, and the people that know Giga Chat, remember when, like, the only book he would ever hold up was Leviathan by Hobbes? Like, what we need to do is just follow this book. You know, it's just like, okay, bro. The Hobbesian problem has not been fully resolved. In other words, we do not have as yet enough civilization. It's like that sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I understand. You know, people are busy. I mean, like, that's why I decided to, like, I teach in the mornings, right? So I'm like, well, I can't do mornings. I can do afternoon, but then I know lots of people work in the afternoon, right? So, okay. The unfinished civilizing process has yet to be brought to its conclusion. If the lesson of mass murder does teach us anything, it is that the prevention of similar hiccups of barbarism evidently requires still more civilizing efforts. Like, I wish that he wouldn't use these terms, but I also realized that in 1989, saying these terms was perfectly acceptable, right? Because I don't actually know what this means. I know what it means, like, you know, but also I'm like, this phrase has been used to describe so many horrible things that I just don't, you know. There is nothing in this lesson to cast doubt on future effectiveness of such efforts and their ultimate results. Sorry, Zygmunt, but genocides, the genocide that's occurring right now is happening faster than Rwanda, and is literally about to go on for a whole year. So, yeah, I don't know. We certainly move in the right direction. Perhaps we do not move fast enough. That's true. You're right. We do not move fast enough. That's because the United States lets Israel get away with literally anything. It was just a whoopsie. Yeah, exactly. Whoopsie daisy, just all genocide. Yeah, but it's like even right now, like with Lebanon, it's like when Netanyahu said every kitchen has a rocket, every garage has a bomb, right? Why would you say that unless you plan on literally going after everybody's house, right? Because if you're saying everybody's kitchen, well, there you go, right? Like, then that gives you the impunity to do anything. And you know, this is actually very telling of the Israelis, right? When they invaded Lebanon in 82, right? You know, we had Sabra and Shatila, the Sabra and Shatila massacres, right? Which included Israeli involvement with the Phalangists, right? In Sidon, right, which is a city kind of like midway, more or less, between the Israeli-Lebanese border and Beirut, right? The Israelis attacked a Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon, not even in Palestine, in Lebanon. They still went over there and attacked them over there, right? So it literally does not matter where they are, right? It's ridiculous. Anyway, as its full picture emerges from historical research, so does an alternative and perhaps more credible interpretation of the Holocaust as an event which disclosed the weakness and fragility of human nature, of the abhorrence of murder, disinclination to violence, fear of guilty conscience, and responsibility for immoral behavior, when confronted with the matter-of-fact efficiency of the most cherished among products of civilization, its technology, its rational criteria of choice. You know, it's interesting because the United States, it always does tons of marketing, like it loves to talk about, like, oh, you know, in America you have freedom of choice to blah 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 blah, right? But it's interesting because it does that and has done that, right? Like all of these ad campaigns right when it's doing atrocities, right? Like, oh, right before it was about to invade Iraq, and when it was, right? It's like you got this new era of marketing, right? that was just like the ads were just, but it was to do this, right? To make people focus on this instead of the abhorrence to murder, disinclination to violence, right? Instead to be thinking about all of the consumer choices you have, right? Its tendency to subordinate thought and action to the pragmatics of economy and effectiveness. This here, right here, is literally like how the United States functions. That's literally how it, like, everything that it does is about cost benefit analyses and just anyway. The Hobbesian world of the Holocaust did not surface from its too shallow grave, resurrected by the tumult of irrational emotions. It arrived in a formidable shape Hobbes would certainly disown, in a factory-produced vehicle, wielding weapons only the most advanced science could supply, and following an itinerary designed by a scientifically managed organization. Modern civilization was not the Holocaust's sufficient condition. It was, however, the most certainly its necessary condition. Right? So, again, as it's important, right? Modern civilization was not the Holocaust's sufficient condition, right? That it, as such, right, brought about the Holocaust. However, modern civilization was necessary for a Holocaust to occur. It would not have happened without modernity, right? That's the point that he's trying to make here, right? This is actually one of the most quoted and most important sentences of the book, right? It's not the sufficient condition, as in it is not sufficient in itself, right, for it to have occurred. However, modernity itself has had to have come into existence for there to be such a thing, right? But it did not, as it were, like, it is not part of that modernity, right, so to speak. Without it, the Holocaust would be unthinkable. It was the rational he goes on to explain anyway. So the rational world of modern civilization that made the Holocaust thinkable. It was the rational world that made the Holocaust thinkable. Quote, the Nazi mass murder of the European Jewry was not only the technological achievement of an industrial society, but also the organizational achievement of a bureaucratic society, end quote. Just consider what was needed to make the Holocaust unique among many mass murders, which marked the historical advance of the human species. Again, like, it wasn't its sufficient cause in that it wasn't that it only occurred, it was the only thing that occurred post, like, once modernity existed, right? It's that the scale of the Holocaust was only possible once modernity was fully entrenched in the world, right? But everything else that came before it, right? If we look at it through this, like, stages view of history, or this, like, this positive trajectory, right? That tries to make the Holocaust unique, right? It, among the other genocides, right, that were part of the advancement of the human species, like, for example, the indigenous peoples of the Americas, the people, the black people that were brought over and enslaved, in chattel slavery for hundreds of years, the global inquisitions against the Jewish people, right, the pogroms, etc. Like, it just goes on and on and on and on, right? The civil service infused the other hierarchies with its sure-footed planning and bureaucratic thoroughness. From the army, the machinery of destruction acquired its military precision, discipline, and callousness. This is the reason why every time that people try to argue that, like, what the IDF is doing in Gaza or in Lebanon, right, it doesn't make any sense for them to be called, like, moral, or like the weird epithets that they try to add to them. like these positive, like, oh, they're doing, because the whole point of an army is if it's precise, disciplined, and not emotional, right? People Coffee. If you have emote suggestions, I don't have the I don't pay for the subscription from Better TV, but I do have some empty spaces so that I could add more emotes to. Just put them in the Discord. In stream suggestions, I guess. Industry's influence was felt in the great emphasis upon accounting, penny saving, and salvage, as well as in the factory-like efficiency of the killing centers. Like, it's interesting too, because this also, like, last week we watched, this past weekend, we watched the film Denial, right? And it doesn't go quite into detail as the book, obviously. But in the book that talks about it, one of the arguments that Holocaust deniers like to talk about is, oh, well, there's no way that they could have had ovens, right, that were going, that were blah, 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 right? The thing is that we know that they actually did work as they did work, right? And so we do know that it did occur as it occurred, precisely because they were marketed as such. The makers of the ovens were like, oh, we made these super ovens that are like, all you have to do is just keep them running 24/7. You don't have to turn them off each and every time, right? That's where Holocaust deniers try to, oh, well, how could they have done it if every time they don't turn it off? They kept it running the entire time. And because they had a substance that could keep burning at a high temperature, coke, etc., right? Constantly. So they wouldn't need to turn it off, right? And there's a lot more. I don't want to get into all the gruesome details because there's it's interesting how some of the stuff about what did occur at the camps is not told, because if it was, I think it would actually turn people's stomachs. Like there are some details that I'm just like, you don't know this detail, and I think you don't want to know this detail. Like if you knew it, I don't think you would be, major sporting entertainment event happening right when an unforgivable atrocity is happening elsewhere. Well, anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go. Finally, the party contributed to the entire apparatus an idealism, a sense of mission, a notion of history making. Be unburdened by that which was. No, just. It was indeed the organized society in one of special roles. Though engaged in mass murder on a gigantic scale, this vast bureaucratic apparatus showed concern for correct bureaucratic procedure, for the niceties of precise definition, for the minutiae of bureaucratic regulation, and the compliance with the law. Right? So, I guess what can we take from this, right? It's that like this obsession with, like, well, technically it's legal to do this, and this, right? Like there's a law that says that blah blah blah, right? Like the law, like in Nazi Germany itself, right? It became legal to murder the people that they murdered, right? But it wasn't legal anywhere else, right? So that's why this, like, oh, but we still have to, like, pass it as a law and blah blah blah, right? Like that's just a formality. But people often, like, because liberalism focuses so much on the formality, right, often begin to take it at face value as well, right? And so that's another thing too. Same thing with governments, right? Is like they like to discuss themselves as, oh, we're going to make history, right? Just because something is legal does not make it ethical, right? Exactly, Omega Star. And that's kind of what he's trying to get at, right? That it's like, yeah, they were following the law, but they were following the Nuremberg race laws. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing with people that, like, oh, they came here, quote unquote, legally, right? It's like, well, the immigration law that the United States enforced at that time specifically was meant to exclude people from Latin America and from Eastern Europe, right? So, like, what does that do? Anyway, we're going to transition now to talking about history, about the Jesus story in particular, which should be interesting. And we're going to look at David's video over at World at Antiquity. Have people ever, if people want to, one in chat if you've ever watched the movie titled Zeitgeist. No one? Okay, well, that's fine. We'll just transition over. Oh, wait, actually, I just realized that I kind of made myself a little too small. There we go. Well.
On ancient cultures and forgotten civilizations, please subscribe. If you would like to support the channel and become part of our ancient history fan community, visit patreon.com/World of Antiquity. Do you remember that film, the Zeitgeist movie that came out a number of years ago and caused a bit of a stir? Well, there's an ancient history portion of the film, which I began reviewing in a previous video, by the way. If you haven't seen it and you want to go check it out, I'll leave a link for you below. In that one, I talked about the claims made by the film's writer, Peter Joseph, about the Egyptian god Horus. It turns out he didn't know his history all that well. But
it's funny that he actually does bring this up, because I know people like to attribute Jesus' story to Horus, particularly because of the Ankh, right? The, like, thing that kind of looks like a cross with, like, a loop at the top, right? Like, it's because, like, a lot of it has to deal with the fact, like the symbol, right? They're like, oh, he has this symbol, he's carrying it around, therefore it must be like Jesus. Like, it's very simple logic, but it's not correct, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense, but oh well. Should probably change the title. Okay. Just really quickly, just so then that way I can have that. Okay. Okay, sounds good. So, are people here familiar with the story of Jesus? The only reason why I ask is because, like, I have been in a room with people that really did not know the story of Jesus, and then that's fine. Just wondering.
That's because he got his information from some faulty sources. This time, we're going to look at his claims about other ancient gods: Attis, Krishna, Dionysus, and Mithras. And I'll share with you some correspondence I had with Peter Joseph about the movie back in 2007. I saved the emails. Let's just say we didn't see eye to eye. There's a phenomenon in comparative studies that sometimes is referred to as parallelomania.
Oh my gosh.
It refers to the obsession with finding parallels in two pieces of literature and then making more out of the parallels than is justified.
Yes, this is true. Like, this is something that people like to do a lot, right? They see two things that are vaguely similar, and they want there to be a connection that just... It's just not there. Look, like, I get it, but, like, it's just not there, You just... Like, and then you end up writing this, like, 50-page paper, and you turn it in, and I only asked for 10 pages, and I'm just like, You know what I mean? Like, no, you know, like I get it. You're, you know, but you need to. And sometimes it's just like, you know, they're making a little bit too many connections. You know, they're getting a little creeps.
This is not something unique to pseudo-history or fringe research. Scholars themselves have fallen prey to it.
Yeah.
In the 20th century in particular, it became very popular to find parallels in literary works and then take them a little too far. Don't get me wrong, comparisons of this sort have proven very valuable in helping us to understand literature better. Literary parallels exist, and literary influence exists. Sources do copy other sources. We call it parallelomania only when more is made of the parallels than is actually there. For example, when the
Well, and another thing too is you also have euhemerism, right? Which is when people start to overly, right, in this sense, right, begin to say that, oh well, because there's a myth about this thing, therefore it must mean that back then it was actually this thing, right? Like, you know, like they kind of want it to make sense, but it's them kind of, because it actually comes from an ancient Greek euhemeros, where like, oh, dragons exist, therefore, because you know, there's a lot of snakes in Greece, that's what they thought were dragons, right? It's like, that's not, I mean, that's a really bad example actually, but still, like, I think you get my point, right? It's like they want the myth to map onto something real, right? Like, but there are things that are purely imaginary, right, so to speak, right? Like Zeus, right, Zeus doesn't have to be a real person in the past, right? Neither does Hercules, right? But there are people that try to like find like, oh, there was this one real like buff Giga Chad dude in the 7th century BCE, you know, and that's obviously Hercules. You know, it's like, no, you know, like it doesn't need to be that way, right? Like, if it's a literary thing, if it's a legend, if it's a myth, it can just be that, right?
similarities are trivial or have to be taken out of context in order to be able to work. Or when literary dependence is assumed because of these parallels, as if one directly copied from the other, when reality is actually more complicated than that. In more recent times...
And that's actually a logical fallacy. I mean, I don't like to talk about logical fallacies, because that's very, like, you know, first semester at college type stuff. But anyway, or at least it should be. But it's the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy, right? Like, because of this, therefore this, right? Like, and again, it's seeing a connection and wanting to make it fit. It's actually what a lot of Zionists do. That's pretty much what they all do. But anyway, I'm not.
Sometimes scholars have become aware of their past over-eagerness in this regard and have tempered their extravagances. But this approach is still very popular among amateur researchers. Now, what does this have to do with the Zeitgeist movie? In Zeitgeist, we're told that numerous ancient gods had stories about them that bear striking resemblance to accounts about Jesus of Nazareth, and that this is an indication that the accounts about Jesus were in fact plagiarized from pagan stories. Now, let me say right off the bat that I'm not coming at this from a Christian point of view. I'm approaching this as a historian. There is no doubt that certain parts of the commonly accepted narrative about Jesus came from paganism, such as that he was born on December 25th, for example. I just want to examine how well this movie represents ancient beliefs.
So again, like, I just want to make sure, like these are commonly held things about Jesus, right? Like December 25th, that was chosen, but that's a pagan thing, right? But it doesn't really matter, right? Like, that's another thing, is like for religion, right? It being mapped on perfectly to something like science or like contemporary historical practices, right? Research methods, etc., right? It doesn't really matter, right? Like, that's not really the point. But that's a whole different conversation, right? That's if you're coming at it from, that's if you were coming at it from the Christian perspective, or the, whatever perspective, right? But the point being that, like, again, when you're a historian, one of the things you have to do is you can't presume, right, that the things about what you're looking at kind of have validity in themselves, right? Like, oh, it must be that, like, if you go back far enough, it would all align back anyway, right? That's something that is like older, like, people that like back in the 18th century, 19th century, like, they kind of did stuff like that, right? They kind of wanted history to fit what already pre-existed, right? And that that's not how we operate.
And if it's suffering from parallelomania. I mean, that's the purpose of this series, right? To correct popular misconceptions about the past. And the claims of this film have proved to be highly influential over the last decade and a half. But how much does it get right? Let's continue where we left off last time.
For many other gods are found to have the same general mythological structure. Attis of Phrygia, born of the Virgin Nana on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and after 3 days was resurrected.
Is this true? In the myth of Attis, was he born of a virgin on December 25th, crucified, placed in a tomb, and resurrected after 3 days? No. In my email exchange with Peter Joseph, the film's creator...
This is another thing, too, is that, like, the narrative of Jesus, right, was added after the year 70. So, over 30 years when Jesus was said to have died, like the historical Jesus. So, a whole generation or so afterwards. And the first texts that even talk about him aren't even talking about his life. They're just what he said, right? Like, I don't know if you've ever seen the, like, red letter Bibles. They're very common, especially in the King James Version. But where it's just what Jesus, like, everything that Jesus said is in red ink. That's essentially what people had to begin with. They just had what he said. The narrative was added after the fact. So that's why trying to find these exact parallels also kind of doesn't make sense, because, like, the construction of the narrative itself was something that happened after the fact, right?
Here's what I wrote. Regarding Attis, the daughter of the god of the Sangarius River conceived Attis not by sexual intercourse, but by taking the fruit of an almond tree that had grown up from the sexual organ of Agdistis, which the gods had cut off.
Oh, well,
but as you can see, a penis was still involved, as in the case of Isis. Perhaps it would be best to change...
Oh my gosh, that is so clippable right there. But a penis was still involved, like... Indeed, yes, the almond of the penis, yes.
The wording on all of these, from born of a virgin to born without sexual intercourse, or something like that. Attis was not crucified, and there's no myth of which I'm aware that says he was buried for 3 days.
Yeah, like, crucifixion was not that common at the time of Attis. Like, and even, like, the Romans, right, like, the way they did it, was they did it in like St. Andrew's cross, right? They did it like this, in an X formation, not the T. It actually doesn't even, like, it actually would have been quite difficult to crucify in that form at that time, because, like, it could just fall over, like, because you have all this weight just on one spot. And then it just, anyway, but that was solved later, I suppose, but...
Ace. Peter Joseph wrote me back, saying, Attis was conceived by immaculate conception, which is mythologically synonymous with virgin birth.
No. I've even had to discuss this with Christians. The immaculate conception has nothing to do, as such... it's not the same thing as the virgin birth. The virgin birth refers to what happened to Jesus, right? His mother, Mary, was a virgin when she had him, which I just don't like. See, this is what's weird, right? Jewish culture does not care about that, right? Greeks do, right? Like, they would care about someone's virginity in that way, because Europeans care about it in that way. enough to where they wanted, like, when we see the Gospel of Mark, which is the first gospel to be written, it's the oldest of the gospels. It's interesting because you essentially have this importance placed upon that. But again, the virgin birth just refers to Mary was a virgin when she had Jesus. The Immaculate Conception is the belief that Mary herself was born without original sin, right? If someone from either chat could, like, put something in chat, because it's like no one has said something in a while, and I'm like, I don't know, like, if something is wrong or...
Well, Immaculate Conception is not mythologically synonymous with virgin birth. First of all, Immaculate Conception refers to being born without sin. But if Peter means simply being born without sex, it's still not the same as virgin birth, mythologically or otherwise. Because in myth, a woman who is not a virgin is capable of having a child without sex. The story involving the conception of Attis, which I referred to, comes from the writer Arnobius from the 3rd century CE. How old that story is and whether it originated before the Jesus story, we don't know. But if the almond that impregnated Nana grew from a penis, her eating it is pretty much just a fanciful way of having sex.
Yeah, I mean, hello, Adam. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Yeah, like, there's also, like, again, like, a lot of ways that cultures will write about, like, people having Congress, right? Hi there. Thank you, Omega Star. I just want to make sure, because, you know, I mean, I know that my audience isn't exactly the largest, but, you know, just want to make sure that something isn't happening with the stream or something. You know, like, they will say, oh, I mean, this is like, okay, you know, it's funny because I'm actually, like, in a way, I'm kind of actually missing something that could actually be a joke, right? Like, this is where the phrase, like, to nut comes from, right? Because it literally is a nut, like, literally an almond, right? So, you know, if people say, oh, no, you can't say that, that's, oh, no. It comes from the legend of Attis and his mother.
He continues, Attis castrated himself and laid against a tree in cruciform. The myth very clearly says that Attis castrated himself. But this is not a crucifixion. None of the versions of the myth say he was crucified. Peter...
What? Like, okay. He did that, and then he went against a tree, but, like, cruciform, that would be like if he was like this, but I'm pretty sure if you just did what he is said to have done, your hands are going to be like this. I'm just saying, like, I don't know, but I would think, you know.
Backtracking from what he said in the movie, and now says Attis laid against a tree in cruciform. That's a stretch, no pun intended. Peter is claiming that Attis leaned on a tree in a pose resembling crucifixion. I could find none of that in any of the versions of the Attis myth. It describes how he is killed, and in most versions by a wild boar, in others by a stray spear during a boar hunt. Nothing resembling a crucifixion.
Yeah, so, because he survives the castration, right? Like, he does it, and I forget this, what happens with Attis's stuff, you know, his luggage, so to speak. But yeah, like, the wild boar, like, in the story that I read, the wild boar, like, impales him, and he dies impaled by the wild boar.
Fiction. In fact, there's no mention of his resurrection in the extant versions of the myth either. There is mention of a pine tree. In one version, after he castrates himself, he lays down under a pine tree and dies.
Yeah, see, look, like, there's one version where he does that, right? And you can see here that there's flow, right, occurring. But that's about it. Like, It doesn't really say anything else. And then he's underneath it though. Like he's in the shade of it. And pine trees, like, because they're evergreen, right? Like it has this meaning, right? Like this meaning that's still to this day, right? Like if you've ever read, like, especially if you speak French, but even if you speak English, right? If you've ever read the Song of Roland, right, or La Chanson de Roland, right? Like he's buried facing the land that he wanted so badly to finish conquering, right, underneath a pine tree, right, because it's for, you know, stands for like eternity, blah blah blah, right, because it's evergreen. So
there, under the tree, not on it. In other versions, he turns into a pine tree. Peter continues, now the question comes down to what is more important, the tradition or the myth in certain circumstances. So what he means here is that maybe the myth is not as important as the tradition, and by tradition he refers to the religious rites performed in honor of Attis. He says, the Passion of Attis played out every year. In Roman something, in the 1st century, pinned an effigy of Attis to a tree in cruciform at the vernal equinox. It was in practice. They then placed him in a cave for 3 days and then brought him out as resurrected. What he says here is basically correct. In Roman times there was a festival to Attis every year in the spring, and this festival was based on the myth of Attis. And during it, they celebrated Attis' resurrection from the dead. So although we don't have reference to his resurrection in the surviving versions of the myths, we have it commemorated in the festival.
And you can see Attis there kind of look like Lady Liberty, but, you know.
So clearly a popular version of the myth had the resurrection. But here's the thing. The versions of the myth that we have are from a time earlier than the festival was instituted. The resurrection of Attis appears to be a late innovation to his story.
And see, this is another thing too, right? Like with like historians, one of the things that you have to do is look at text, right? When we have an extant myth like that, and it does not, and as far as we know, right, there is no mention, right, of resurrection or whatever it might be. But later on, there is a mention of something akin to it, right? That shows that, again, deities and their attributes change all the time, right? Like, the way how people celebrate Christmas now is not the way how people celebrated Christmas in the 18th century, or in the 15th century, or in the 6th century, right? Like, massive changes have occurred. Also, like, the importance to different religious figures, right? Like to Mary, right? Like, all of these different things, right, have changed over time, right? Because, like, original sin didn't exist in Christianity for the first 400 years. It was St. Augustine in the City of God where he first talks about it. And then it's, like, extended in reverse. Hello, Moanop. Welcome in. So good to see you. So you sort of get this weird, like, addition, right? But now we're supposed to believe it pre-existed as well. But it doesn't exist in Judaism. So it only would have existed post-Pentecost, but also back in time. You know, like, it doesn't make sense temporally, but, you know, anyway.
Scholars think it became part of the Attis myth in the 2nd century CE, which is after the first Christian Gospels were written. As for the timing of the festival, it was celebrated in March. The Day of Blood, as it was called, observed on March.
So, again, the Gospels were written between the year 70 and about the year 110 CE. This is a long time after this. This is like a century or so after, right? And they would celebrate it on again, the day Diem Sanguinis, right? The Day of Blood, which falls in March, right? You know, like, people have always heard about the Ides of March. I don't know what it is about Romans and their, like, need to have, like, bloody stuff happen in March. I don't know what happened in March with the Romans, but March 24th, just so you know. Hello, MIDI doctors.
An effigy of Attis placed in a tomb, and the rejoicing on March 25th, one day later, when Attis's resurrection was celebrated. So not 3 days, but one day. He continues, what it comes down to is that this is the same for Jesus.
And see, it's interesting that he says one day, because has always been a contention when it comes to how we count the days, right? Hello. Because the Jewish people count the days the way how people in the Eastern Mediterranean and Mesopotamia count days, right? Which is, and in fact, it's applicable right now, right? When the day ends, when the sun is officially down and the moon has risen, right? That's a new day, right? That's the reason why Jewish holidays start the evening before, right, in the secular calendar, right? Because for Jewish people, the day ends and a new day begins, right, when the sun goes down and the moon rises, right? No stars today, I guess. Hello, BCAD, welcome in. But like right now it's Rosh Hashanah, right? It started last night. The first day lasts until tonight, right, when you have the sun going down, and then starts the second day of Rosh Hashanah. That lasts until the next time the sun goes down, right? But if we say that that's how we count days, then it's hard to see how Good Friday is the day Jesus was crucified, and Sunday was the day he was resurrected. Right? Like, you see what I mean? Like, it's 3 days if you count Friday as a day. But if you read the story, it becomes very clear that it didn't count as a day, right? So that's that. Again, it's minor things like that, but it's like, if Jewish people count days like this, and Jesus is Jewish, why would he count days in a way that like includes the date of the crucifixion? Right, and you're including when he was technically alive as one of the days, right? Like, again, from a historical perspective. Now, doesn't matter to me about like theological aspects, right?
Jesus was paganized just like Attis. The traditions were the same. For example, nowhere in the Bible does it say Jesus was born on December 25th, yet that is the way it is celebrated. I'm in total agreement with that. Jesus was paganized over the centuries.
Imagine telling that to like really hardcore Christians. Jesus was paganized over the centuries. Like, yeah, like the Jesus we have now has been paganized even more, like over the centuries, and now we have a really pagan Jesus, and it's European people's fault. Quote unquote, right? I'm just joking.
Or groundbreaking about that. But is that really all the movie's trying to show? No.
Oh, thank you so much, Left of the Box. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, streamer. I am Shakespeare or Shakespeare, whichever you would prefer. I'm a cultural historian. My areas of expertise are Jewish history and Latin American history. And right now we're actually going over whether Jesus, the Jesus story, right, the historical narrative was plagiarized from pagan myths. So please make sure to like and subscribe for those of you on YouTube, and yeah, make sure to get nice and cozy.
It's trying to argue that the story of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection after 3 days, as described in the Gospels, was
oh my gosh, wait, what's this? Woke reboot Jesus. Yes, welcome all.
borrowed whole cloth from pagan myth. Well, show us a pagan myth from before the time of the Gospels, then, that tells that story. Then you'll have something. Attis wasn't it.
Krishna of India, born of the Virgin Devaki with a star in the east signaling his coming. He performed miracles with his disciples, and upon his death was resurrected.
Alright, so here's another piece of evidence that he provides.
Oh my gosh, this one is so bad. Like look, Shri Krishna is gosh, this is just one of those things where I'm just like, why? You know, why do you have to try to take everybody's stuff? You know, like, just leave people. Just let people have their stuff. You know?
How true are these claims? Well, here's what I wrote to him in response. I don't know much about Krishna, but I would suggest you check your facts to be sure of this. I heard that he was born to the princess Devaki and her husband Vasudeva. I don't know of any Star in the East myth associated with him, and I've never heard of a death and resurrection story for him either. He wrote back saying, Krishna is the Indian Christ. Krishna, as it used to be...
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Bruh, just stop. Stop. Like, it's the Indian Christ because it used to be... This guy that's saying that Krishna is the Indian Christ because it used to be spelled Chrisshna. Like, I'm just like, bruh, like, no, you wrong. Bro literally believes Sanghi propaganda, right? It's like, Krishna's the Indian Christ. Like, no. Hold on there, brother. I gotta talk to you for about a minute and a half, you know. I gotta tell you something about your supposed Lord and Savior, you know. I don't think you really know who he was. I think we gotta check in with someone from his neighborhood, you know, like.
Belt.
Also, he starts off, I don't know much about Krishna, but Krishna's the Indian Christ. Okay.
Oh my. I wish he was kidding me here, but he's serious. He's using a similarity in the English spellings of the names to link the two. And trying to establish connection based on a similar sound is not a valid form of argument because there are many similar sounding names all over the world that...
Like, that is just such a horrible argument. Like, oh, well, it starts with Christ. Therefore, they must be the same thing. Man, that's... I don't know. Like, to me, it's like they could have done something. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Just something.
They have no connection to each other whatsoever. He continues. Just like Mary, who, whether they like to cover it up, had other children, such as James, Jesus' brother, so it was with Krishna. Devaki had 7 children. So did Mary, by the way, in certain scriptures.
Wait, okay, so anyone named Christopher is my Lord and Savior, and apparently Devaki is Mary. Like, Devaki had the same amount of kids as Mary, so she's the Indian Mary, right? Like, excuse me, I need to, like, one, having, even if it was true that they both had the same number of children, right? The difference is that one of them is a deity and the other one is a human woman, right? Like, the whole point is that she's a human woman, right? And also, cover it up. They don't cover it up. It's literally in the Act of the Apostles where Jesus' brother James is the head of the Council of Jerusalem. They don't hide that. They can't. I mean, that's like the formation of Christianity right there. But I don't see why. Like, oh well, they both had 7 kids, so therefore they're the same person. I've never heard Devaki be considered the Indian Mary, but okay.
I don't know of any scriptures that say that Mary had 7 children.
Yeah, I've never heard that Mary had 7 children. I know she had Jesus and James. I don't think she had 7 kids. I mean, I don't know. Boy Meets Mini, do you know? I was about to ask it in a weird way. Like, do you know how many kids Mary had? I don't think Syrian Christians in Kerala even believe this. Yeah, I mean, 7 kids. I mean, again, maybe it's true that she had 7 kids, but why does it matter, right? Like, he only wants it to be 7 because he wants it to be the same like Devaki, right? Like, she had 7, she had 7, so therefore they're one and the same, And they both had one special kid, right? Chris. The only misinfo here, welcome here, is that Kerala is God's favorite country. Amen. Amen. But, I mean, do we know how many children Mary had? Because I can only think of two, Jesus and James. I don't think any others are mentioned, because James is the head of the Council of Jerusalem, and that's it, right? Like, he's the only other one that's mentioned in the Gospel. I mean, in the Acts of the Apostles. So, which now, now you literally are making me want to learn Malayalam. Like, you're literally like, I should start learning. Haven't heard of others. Also, back then, family wasn't right. Exactly, right. And that's one of the things I always say, right? Family, what family counts as, was far different from now. So, like, brother could mean just a male relative that was in the same like generation as him. So,
but in Hindu myth, Devaki had 7 children before she had Krishna, which means she was not a virgin when she had him.
Oh, destroy. I honestly was like, I don't know what he's trying to do, but but no, that's too much. It's too much.
He continues, there are mythologists going back 900 years who speak of his immaculate/virgin conception. No.
Wait, nowhere in the Hindu Vegas? Oh my gosh, did he Hindu Vegas? Okay, one, Immaculate Conception, Virgin Birth, we already went over that. Not the same thing. But now, I think he just created a new Fallout game, right? Like, Fallout Hindu Vegas. But, yeah, I don't... Like, he doesn't even know the name of the thing. Like, it was literally the name given to an entire civilizational space. Let alone, like, the things themselves. This is so bad. Nowhere in the Hindu Vegas. Like, I don't know, I'm just imagining like Vegas, like Las Vegas, right? But it's like all essentially it would be like Varanasi, just on both sides of the strip, I guess.
In the Hindu Vegas, I think he means Vedas, or the like, does it say how Krishna was born? And since Devaki was with a non-mortal husband, the Immaculate Conception card is obvious and with much precedent.
No, the Immaculate Conception the Immaculate Conception is not the same as the Virgin Birth. The Virgin Birth is in relationship to the child, which she wasn't a virgin because she had 7 kids before Krishna, as David said. Devaki had 7 kids before. He wasn't the first child. He was the baby. The last child, if I remember correctly. Mythologists going back 900 years speak of his Immaculate Virgin Conception. Like, Virgin Conception, his mother would have had the Immaculate Conception, but this is weird. Like, he's trying to force it on her. Like, you have to have an Immaculate Conception. And also, I mean, Devaki's also non-mortal as well. That's why she can give, like, of course she has a non-mortal husband. She's non-mortal either. Like, okay.
In one version of the myth of Krishna's birth, the god Vishnu pulled a hair from his head and placed it into Devaki's womb. Tales about strange ways of conception are common in mythology. But this bears no resemblance to the story of Jesus' birth. I mean, you can say, yeah, but there was no sex, all you want. But it's not similar. Besides...
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, they're all literally gods. Right, exactly. I'm like, they're 3 gods, right? Like, and they get, like, Devaki gave birth to 8 other gods, one of which is Krishna. And we also have a story where again I've heard the story too, where he pull out a single long strand of hair and then like kind of like a microwave just like puts it in and it's just like okay, like okay, it's closed 2 minutes and just kind of expect something to pop up, but and it does. I mean Krishna does show up, but still, it's just like a weird thing to be like, that's Jesus, It's like, I don't remember God coming down to Mary and, I don't know. Odin is surprising like Christ in a way. Yeah, sure.
Should we assume that communication between these two parts of the world was common? How would the early Christians, peasants from the Eastern Roman Empire...
I imagine people had more children back. Well, not only that, but again, what family meant, like who was called your son, meant a broader range of people than it does now. Like the nuclear family didn't exist, right? So any male children from your family, like generally speaking, they would all call you mom. In fact, this tradition existed even in English until like the Renaissance, where they would call people like, I mean, for example, like there's even that nursery rhyme, right? Mother Goose, right? The reason why is not because she's actually the mother of all of the other animals, right? Obviously, but she functions as a mother, right? Like that's, and so that kind of is a way to think of it, right? That it's like, because in older societies you couldn't do genealogy the way how you can do it now, especially when it comes to paternity, and it was usually matrilineally determined. You have also, along with that, the fact that all of the male children from all of your siblings are your sons, right? They would all call you mom, and all of the female children from your family as well, they would all call you mom as well, right? So yes and yes, I guess.
Have heard anything about Krishna?
Yeah, families were not restricted to mere bloodline. Like, that's the reason why the fact that now people try to legislate family as being this very strict thing is actually very strange, because it's literally the most recent invention of the family, right? Like the nuclear family, like found family as we know it, right, is actually more like how family has worked in the past. So true. I don't like how Western Christianity uses the nativity story as a model for the nuclear family. Right. I mean, especially because of the fact that the genealogy of Christ, right, is another part of that as well, right? Like it mixes two things, right? That there is like legitimacy through the genealogy and the nuclear family, right? It's this weird like double thing.
Dionysius of Greece, born of a virgin on December 25th, was a traveling teacher who performed miracles such as turning water into wine. He was referred to as the King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, the Alpha and Omega, and many others. And upon his death, he was resurrected.
Here's what I wrote to Peter about this section.
Okay, I gotta say, like, the whole turning water into wine, that's not uncommon. I mean, that's literally that's something that happens a lot. Like, there's a lot of stories of people where, because people obviously are like, it's like, I would rather drink a glass of wine than drink a glass of water, right? Like, they want to have some, a little clink, a little drinky drink, right? So the idea of people being able to change one into the other was not that uncommon. Like, it's not actually that. It's surprising to us because, it's a little, but like, we got those little packets, right, that we could just like put in, and it suddenly gives water like caffeine and stuff, right? Because we don't want just water, right? But yeah, that's not unique to the Christian story. Like, people wanting wine to be, that's
Regarding Dionysus, he is the son of Zeus and Semele in some myths, and the son of Zeus and Persephone in others. I know of no virgin birth story.
Another thing too is, okay, look, if someone is the son of Zeus, right? The son of Zeus, right? There is no way sex was not involved, okay? Zeus made sure of that. Yeah. Like, that's why, like, oh, virgin. No. Mm-mm. Zeus would legit be a red pill, like a red pill masculinist podcaster if he lived right now. Like, I'm not even joking. He would have like he would have those like beards that like the ones that some of them have where it's like super shaped like that, right? And they'd be like, "Welcome to the Zeus zone." You know? Yeah, Zeus was fucking, right? You know. I have a family member named after Dionysus. Ooh, nice. I mean, you know, it's a good thing to be named after. But, you know, totally would be like, "Welcome to the Zeus zone." Zeus would take both pills. Zeus would have his own pills, to be quite honest. I know that Zeus would be up in those raves in, you know, going up towards Lancaster and stuff. Like, I know where he would be. He was born to be a raver. I just know it.
Well, there are some versions that have him born from two mothers and one father.
Yes, I was just about to say that. He's there. Like, you know, there are stories of two fathers producing one child, right? Which can, you know, but in this case, it's the opposite. Zeus got them both pregnant, and they both gave birth to him. So, you know, I mean, Zeus liked to, you know, include others in his activities.
I also know of no evidence that he was born on December 25th. His festival was in March.
Yeah, I mean, it's Dionysus. Why would it be in December? Of course it would be during the wine harvest. Like, why would it be in the middle of winter when there's no wine harvest? Like, hello? Like, that's just... Like, I could already see him right now, like, drinking, like, a 1996, you know, Chateau Margaux, you know, I could see him drinking that. Like, I could see him.
This was Peter's reply. Dionysus was born with no intercourse. Zeus impregnated Semele with a thunderstorm. His festival was in March at the vernal equinox, or Easter. Peter, again, is using the lowest common denominator.
Oh my gosh, bro. Like, okay, this involves literally acting like you don't know how Zeus works. Like, okay, Zeus literally invented, like, the ability to have sex in just, like, 1,000 different ways. Right? So, like, yeah, fine, you know, he did it with the lightning strike. Okay, fine. You know, good for him, you know? Good for him. I would caution against trying to recreate that at home, but
Birth without...
But also, you know, that was his thing, right? Like, that was his thing.
sex to try to establish a connection with Jesus. But the idea of a God being conceived through unusual means instead of in the mundane way is so widespread in the ancient...
Yeah, it's like... Literally, like, if you read the birth story of pretty much any deity, like, one of the things is, like, they couldn't have been born the way how we are born, right? Like, there's no way it could have happened like the normal way, right? You know what I mean? You know, it just allows people to, you know, write in their own, like, weird fanfic of, you know, what they want, you know. Well, maybe not fanfic, but you know what I mean, right? Like it allows them to like, oh, think about, which is weird because now we live in an age where people can't look past the authorized version of Congress.
World, across cultures, across languages, across oceans, that any claim that they must be connected somehow is ridiculous in the extreme. The thing about the December 25th date, for a lot of these gods, is that people just associate the god with the sun god in some way. And then they can say that since the sun god's birth was at the time of the winter solstice, you've got a December 25th birthday. Dionysus was occasionally associated with Helios, the sun god. But what that means is that there really only is one Greek god born on December 25th, Helios, the sun god.
Yes, and Helios, it should be noted, is from the island of Rhodes, not from where Dionysus was said to have been born. Right? And what do we know about Rhodes? Is that it's really far to the east in terms of like the Greek-speaking world, right? Like it's like an island just off the coast of Turkey. Right? So, I mean, and it's also like a very sunny place too. I mean, obviously. It's not like they're going to have like Helios be in some snowy island, but yeah. Like associating them is like like that's common, but Helios, right, with is the only one that can be said to be on December 25th. But even that's us saying it's December 25th because obviously like those months didn't exist yet, right? So
that's it. These other gods can't be used as additional examples. As for the festival of Dionysus, the Dionysia, if you want to establish that Easter was a ripoff of it, then you need something more than just that the dates are kind of around the same time. Is there any significant similarity in the contents of the events? That's what you want to look at, right? But I already agree that Easter was largely influenced by pagan celebrations, maybe even the festival of Dionysus. But the celebration of Easter isn't in the Gospels, so this doesn't have any bearing on Christianity's origins.
I do find that interesting that he points that out, right? Easter is never mentioned once in the Gospels, right? I mean, technically speaking, right? Easter is not something that is in the Christian Bible, right? It's something created outside of it only, right? So, it's something created with stuff, with events that are described, I suppose, in the Gospels, but in and of itself, it's not, And
I looked and looked, but I could find no evidence that Dionysus was ever called King of Kings, God's only begotten Son, or the Alpha and the Omega. Was Dionysus resurrected?
One, like, King of Kings, like, that title didn't even come from... Because Basileos Basileon in Greek was itself taken from the Persian Shahanshah, right? King of Kings, right? Zeus was fucking with his pills. Yeah, he was for sure. Like all of the gods, right? Like they would all be, they will all be at the club,
Well, there is a story about him going to the underworld to rescue his mother and then returning. That's about as close as you're going to get. The detail.
And see, look, that's another thing too, is the idea of the underworld. Like, people consider the underworld as equal to like hell, right? In the Christian conception, which itself was developed over time, because Jewish people do not have that same view of hell, I guess. We don't really have a hell. We also don't have a heaven either, so, because, like, the place that we go to after we die, like, at least ideally, so to speak, is Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. Paradise was already created. Why would we go anywhere else, right? This whole planet was created for us. Why on earth would we go anywhere else? Right? Like, literally, rent-free. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, yeah, it's rent-free. Oh, of course I'm going to go. You know what I mean? Like, the underworld and hell, as people conceive of it, as being this like, once you cross the threshold, you can never come back, right? It's the right, unless you're Jesus who defeats death somehow, and also Satan, but somehow sin still exists, and blah blah blah. Right? It's
The story are so different from that of Jesus that it would be hard to make a case that one was based on the other. Bear in mind that in the earliest versions of the Jesus account, Jesus isn't even a god.
Yeah, this is true. Like, the divinity of Jesus is something that is added very much after the fact. In the oldest things we have, Jesus has nothing to do with being divine at all. Like, even with the story about Mary, like, that's all added afterwards. Completely added after the fact. Like, again, that's the reason why it doesn't make sense from a Jewish perspective, the concern with Mary's virginity, right? Because in the Jewish conception, they would be like, why wasn't she already pregnant by Joseph? Because they would have had to have consummated their marriage already, not, you know what I mean? Like, the concerns would be different. So it's yeah.
Mithra of Persia, born of a virgin on December 25th. He had 12 disciples and performed miracles, and upon his death was buried for 3 days and thus resurrected. He was
Also, like, okay, if you're going to talk about, like, gods, right, or divine beings, performing miracles isn't really special. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, like, Shri Krishna did this. Okay. I mean, so did every other deity, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that unique. Like, I know he's it's because of the debate about the divinity of Christ that the miracles become important, right? Because that's why in the Gospels he says, "And I will show you signs," and blah blah blah, like over and over and over again, right? So
also referred to as the truth, the light, and many others. Interestingly, the sacred day of worship of Mithra was Sunday.
Okay, so how well do these claims stand up to the evidence? Well, the first thing to point out is that there is a conflation of two different gods here.
Also, I wanted to say, if you want to help me get the book Migra, History of the Border Patrol in the United States, you can always go to my throne, which is the pinned message in both chats, to help get it sponsored. Again, if you'd like to.
This is what I wrote to him in explanation. Regarding Mithra, I know...
Yes, oh, I was going to say this too. I think he's thinking of Mithras, because people always get the two confused. Always. Always, 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 always.
You are confusing him with Mithras, whose cult resembles Christianity in some ways. Mithra was a Persian deity that has little resemblance to Jesus. Mithras was a Roman deity that does. I don't know about any myths that have him buried for 3 days. And more importantly, Mithraism was contemporaneous with Christianity.
Like, it was contemporaneous with Christianity, and not only that, but it was the popular religion within the Roman army, right? That's why some people, and I hesitate to say scholars, right? But there are some people, some of whom have some who aren't necessarily like experts in this particular, like in this field of like Near East religious, history, etc., have often made the claim that that Christianity was constructed, right? That that the text was taken from Judea and was added to in Syria, and then over the span of time, right, when Mithraism became so big in the Roman army, that then they decided to create an imperial religion, right, that they thought could, but it's just too conspiratorial for me to really believe that. Like, it would involve a lot of planning.
And he replied, "Interesting point. I see those names being used interchangeably. I'm referring to the one concurrent with the Zoroaster myth, which is known as both Mithra and Mithras, oddly. Because the Romans claimed that Mithras was the same as the god Mithra, the conflation of the two is understandable. The only thing is, when we compare the actual Persian Zoroastrian beliefs about Mithra, they don't match up well to...
Yeah, like, anytime you have someone say Zoroastrianism, and they try to relate it directly to something in Christianity or something resemblant, it's like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, right? Because what do people learn about Zoroastrianism? Oh, Zoroastrianism was a religion that first conceived of the idea of like a good thing and a bad thing. Like, you know what? You know that there is like a battle between those two forces. It's like, that's very simplified, you know.
Mithras at all. The most likely reason for that is that the Romans didn't really understand Zoroastrian beliefs all that well, or didn't care. So we'll just stick to Mithras.
Another thing too is that the Romans never defeated the Persians, right? The Parthians, they never defeated the Parthian Empire. So that's the reason why like the Levant was as far as Rome ever went, because they couldn't defeat the Parthians. So that's another aspect too, right? The Romans probably didn't care, but they also just didn't know, right?
As I said to Peter, there are some interesting similarities with Christianity, but since it has not been established that Mithraism preceded Christianity, we have no solid basis for concluding that ideas about Jesus were drawn from ideas about Mithras, and not the other way around. And although Mithraism has similarities with Christianity, we have found no evidence that the religion believed that their God was born on December 25th, or that he had 12 disciples, or that he died and was resurrected. From what I understand, the claim that he was born on December...
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there aren't, like because it's a conflated person, then any strong claims about, like, oh, these are their attributes, you can't argue those then.
25th is because the sun god, Sol Invictus, his birth was celebrated on that day. He's the sun god. And Mithras is shown in images as banqueting with Sol Invictus. But that doesn't make Mithras the sun. The claim that he had 12 disciples is based on the fact that some images of Mithras were found with the 12 constellations of the zodiac surrounding him.
You know, it's funny, I was talking about these outfits just last night. In fact, Judas, I remember you were there, remember? When I was talking about the, like, Sarmatians and stuff, right? When it came to Santa Claus. And yet, here we are, looking at Persian, Iranic, you know, peoples and them wearing these hats and stuff. And the influence, apparently, that they had on the depiction of Santa later on. But yeah, like, this is just the constellations, and again, they're not even the same as they are necessarily in the Greek form, because the zodiac has changed so much. I mean, like people that want to make it seem like it's always been the same 12 things is,
and somehow it has been reasoned that these constellations were his disciples. I don't know where the death and resurrection idea comes from, because it's not in any of the ancient sources or images. We're wise to be cautious about exaggerating parallels and about sources and derivation. In dealing with similarities, sometimes we...
So the text that he, like, one was in Latin and one was in Arabic, right? And that's one of the things, right? Like, oh, this dude went on a hunt. Well, this dude over here also went on a hunt. Therefore, they must be, like... Just because there are parallels that can be found does not mean that all parallels are can be made, right? Because there are times when writers are making allusions to other things, right? Or there are allegories, right, that sort of speak to specific things, right? So
can discover exact parallels, some with significance and some without. Other parallels we may find might be imperfect, they don't match all that well. And others we can create if we take pieces of the story out of context. There is a danger in using only excerpts to study parallels for that reason, and Zeitgeist does that a lot. How much does the story of Attis resemble that of Jesus? They both were killed and came back to life. That's pretty much it. How much does the myth of Krishna resemble that of Jesus? I got nothing. How much does Dionysus resemble Jesus? Dionysus went to the underworld and came back. Jesus went to Hades and came back. They both performed miracles. That's about it.
But, you know, like, it's interesting because, like, the idea of Jesus going to Hades, right? I mean, obviously that's people saying the Greek term, But now people say he went down into hell, right? Like hell, and defeated it. He harrowed hell, right? So it's not the same, right? Like going down into the underworld is not going into the underworld in the Greek sense is not the same as going into hell, right? So I don't know, at least from what I've seen.
How much does the story of Mithras resemble that of Jesus? Mithras was a savior god that performed miracles. Is there enough here to establish that the Jesus story was based on any of these? Are these parallels consequential? I'll let you be the judge. One more thing. It was pointed out to me that in my previous video on Zeitgeist the movie, I made an error when I said that Plutarch testified that the Egyptians believed Horus was born on December 25th. I was wrong. Yeah, in that passage, Plutarch says that it was not the Egyptians who believed that, but, quote, numerous and tiresome people, unquote, and that they were mistaken. Presumably he means Greeks. So people did believe that about Horus, just not the Egyptians. For the purposes...
Oh my gosh, I love the fact that if that's true, right, then like the fact that was said about Greeks, right, that like, these tiresome people, right, and he's talking about the Greeks. Plutarch is talking about the Greeks. Oh my. Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from breaking news because the other day there were like so many breaking news stories that were
the Mujahideen brigades.
Let's see here. Let's see. I think we've watched another video of, I think we started this, here, but I don't know. Actually, I think there's another video. Not Reves, but another one. Unless people want to watch Reves. But I did want to go over this really quickly. Okay.
Differences on context. Gaza has been cut off from the rest of Palestine since 1948. The lives of around 2.3 million people in Gaza have been all but defined by siege and imprisonment for decades. The introduction of the permit system and the first sweeping closures started in the early 90s, and the full siege was declared in 2007. In effect, it has already been subject to genocidal conditions for years, but it was a kind of slow genocide, or creeping genocide, or what Israeli historian Ilan Pape called an incremental genocide, already in 2006.
See, I think to me that like that term by Ilan Pape is actually really helpful because many people think that like that concept can only happen in a very specific and in a very specific way. Right. The command is Palestine. I think on YouTube it's free. On Twitch it's Palestine. You dabbled.
Sink in. Gazans have been exposed to conditions calculated to make life impossible for decades. Most Israelis, myself included, have never been to Gaza. My sister and her children lived less than a kilometer from Gaza until October 7th, and they have never been there either. All we know about Gaza is mediated and abstracted through the fallacies we're fed in the press and the school.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I gotta be honest. Like every time I see these things that use like actual children, I'm like, whoever made these and the companies that broadcast these should also be held accountable for war crimes, in my opinion, because this is just ridiculous. Like using children in your propaganda like that is just ridiculous to me. It's wrong.
System. So Gaza is a black box, right? A free kill zone, what the Shil Membe calls a death world. Gaza is essentially a holding pen since the 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestine, an open-air prison to hold the refugees who survived back then and their descendants. Israel's National Security Director, Giora Eiland, called Gaza a concentration camp in 2004. Over the years, it's become a lab for the testing of Israeli weapons and surveillance technologies.
Who in the hell made that video? What video? Oh, of the kids? I don't know. I'm not sure who made that video, but like it's something that I've seen people post about. But it's like, oh, you know, it's like kids where they say they're like, "Anachnu chotzenu," like, oh, we would like to go to this place, right? It's kind of like Dora the Explorer, but this is gonna sound strange, but like Dora the Explorer, but they want to go into Gaza, and then like Hamas shows up out of nowhere, right? It's like instead of swipe or no swiping, it's like Hamas shows up, right? But it's really bad. I mean, it's worse, right? Like I know I'm describing it in a kind of like lighthearted way, but that's kind of how they try to present it, right? Because they obviously can't have them, you know. But there's a lot of horrific other stuff like that where they keep involving kids, and I'm like, that to me crosses a line, right? Like, do not involve children, right? I don't care if Eilon Levy lies every single day on you know, on every show. I don't care. That doesn't matter to me, right? At least it doesn't matter to me in the way that using kids for your propaganda does, right? For especially your propaganda to justify a genocide. So that's just my opinion, but
It has experienced multiple large-scale military operations. Eden Lando counted 12 since 2003, with a death toll already in the high thousands. And it's a place that has already been declared by the UN as unlivable, unfit for human life in 2018.
So I want to highlight two things here. Giora Eiland said it was a concentration camp in 2004. What can we say about Gaza in 2004? That is when it was still fully integrated, so to speak, into the rest of Israel, because there were settlers living there still. They were not forced to leave, right, during their unilateral disengagement, as they call it, right, until 2005. So Giora Eiland said that when there were still Israeli settlers living in Gaza, right? And the UN already declared it unlivable for human life in 2018. 6 years before October 7th. So this is why, like, the people that try to be like, oh, you know, it's not a, you know, even before it started, right? This is why history does not start on October 7th. Even before it started, it was already inhospitable to live there, right? The idea that somehow October 6th was peachy keen is just untrue.
So the people of Gaza have nothing to lose, right? What would you do if you were facing genocide? George Orwell wrote a great essay about Gandhi's response to a similar question in 1938, so before hundreds of thousands and then millions of Jews were murdered by the Nazis. Gandhi's view was basically that the Jews should non-violently commit a kind of mass suicide which, quote, would have aroused the world and the people of Germany to Hitler's violence.
I gotta say, that's one of Gandhi's bad takes, you know. I've heard a lot of bad takes. That's one of them. You know. Yeah, Gandhi had many bad takes, right? And this is why I'm saying, like, he had many bad takes. This is one of, like, this is up there. It's not the top, but it's not like the number one, but it's up there. It's up there for sure.
It seems totally unhinged, right? Orwell thought so too. But at the Great March of Return in 2018-19, the people of Gaza kind of did that. This was the Palestinian equivalent to the Gandhian Salt March of 1930. The Palestinians marched protesting against the siege towards the prison fences, and they were gunned down en masse by Israeli snipers as the world stood and watched and did absolutely nothing. So what would you do? Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who was the architect of the 2007 siege, actually answered this question himself once, saying he would have joined armed Palestinian resistance had he been on the other side.
I was new enough in politics to tell the truth that if I were born Palestinian, I probably would have joined one of the terror organizations.
So it is within this context that we...
So, I mean, I think to me that says it all right there. I mean, another thing too is, like, who gets to be called a tourism organization, right, is based on just the action of something that can never be questioned, right? Like, the State Department declares, right, such and such organization to be that. But there is no, right, like, justification, right? There is no, like, recourse for, you know, questioning if it should be on that list or not, right? It just is. So, you know, that's another thing to keep in mind, especially because people keep forgetting that Hezbollah is not only its militant wing, which is under the Shura Council, right? Like, that is literally a separate entity that's within the umbrella of Hezbollah, right? But it's also a political party. It also provides social services, right? It does other things, right? It's not like there are people. It has an employment agency, right? It literally has the company that, like, fixes roads and builds roads, right? So when people say, oh, people in the organization writ large, just know that when they don't make the distinction between the military wing and everything else that they do, they are allowing for civilians to be counted as combatants, because there are nurses that technically work for Hezbollah in their hospitals that they built, right? Doctors too, but they're not combatants, obviously, right? There are people that have never, you know, ever been a combatant. And there's also the concept of hors de combat, right? You cannot attack someone, right, like what Israel did, when they are no longer a threat to you, right? Like, when they go home and they, as it were, take off their uniform and they're eating dinner with their family, they're no longer a combatant. They've gone into a civilian role now, right? That's how international law works. It's not just, oh, once this person is named this, it carries them wherever they go, right? It's like the little green crystal, right? With when you play The Sims, right? That's not how that works, right? It's not how that works. It's very specific. It's the concept of hors de combat, which in French just means outside of combat. And if you're not engaged in direct conflict, in direct battle with these people, you cannot just attack them, especially if they're at home and they are no longer a threat to anybody, right? Especially Lebanon, they got attacked too. Right, exactly. You're not allowed to target a military hospital full of soldiers. Right, exactly. Never mind a civilian one. Right, you are also not allowed to conduct essentially a mass tourism attack across an entire country, right? And try to pretend that it somehow is surgical and precise, because by definition that isn't surgical and precise, right? Like, pagers are using pagers is not precise. That isn't precise, right? There is no ratio you can decide to choose to use, right? It doesn't make it okay. It wasn't precise. It wasn't surgical. It only created terror in the minds of of the Lebanese people, who then were afraid of even using their cell phones, right? So, you shall know them by their fruits, to quote the Bible, right? The Christian Bible, right? Ye shall know them by their fruits. Well, using that as just a quick reference, what that did was just create terror, right? It just horrified the people. It made them scared of using their consumer electronics, because you're not allowed to use civilian technology as the carrier for a military strike, right? So anybody that tries to defend this, it was justified or was precise, no, it isn't. By definition, it isn't. Unless the fact that nobody knows where so many of the pagers are just defeats that whole thing. Plum Bob. The parable of the fig tree. Yeah, right, exactly.
Must understand what happened on October 7, 2023. Israel thought of Gaza the same way people think about prisons here in the US, as a place that contains or warehouses violence, right? But prisons actually produce violence. It flows.
That is such a good way of putting that, right? Like, people think that we're safe because the prison warehouses violence, but prisons in themselves are violence in extremis, right? Like, it requires so much violence for them to exist in the first place, right? Like, they have to be more violent than any individual could, that's for sure, let alone, right, like, in terms of systems, right? Like,
out of the prisons and into our seemingly removed lives. That's why moralistic questions on violence are beside the point. Fanon talked about this too, that the violence inflicted by colonialism on the native returns like a boomerang.
I'll read it out. I don't know if he reads it out, but I'll read it out, or they read it out. The violence which has ruled over the ordering of the colonial world, which has ceaselessly drummed the rhythm for the destruction of native social forms and broken up without reserve the systems of reference of the economy, the customs of dress and external life. That same violence will be claimed and taken over by the native at the moment when, deciding to embody history of his own person, he surges into forbidden quarters. And so this Friday we're going to have a rescreening of the movie Battle of Algiers, right, in the Discord. And it's about the liberation of Algeria, right? And it literally, there's a scene there where they show like a map of people, like a hierarchy of different people, right, that they need to take out in order to defeat the FLN, right? And it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work, right? And this is early on. I'm not spoiling anything. Israel literally did that with Hezbollah. I'm not even joking. Like, when I saw that and I saw it in the movie, I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, you guys are literally doing the movie. Like, yes, please make sure to join the Rainbow Castle.
This occurs abstractly, but also very physically, as demonstrated by the simple fact that about 15% of Israeli bombs dropped on Gaza don't actually explode and are then collected and repurposed by Palestinian resistance groups to construct their own rockets and IEDs. Israel has so far dropped the equivalent of more than 5 nuclear bombs on Gaza. Israelis can thus...
I mean, and this video is a month old. I believe that now it's about 6 nuclear bombs, if I recall.
Expect to receive the equivalent of 1 nuclear bomb in return fire at some point in the future. Now, what was the purpose of this war? Security? To talk about October 7 without this context is simply a failure to think dialectically, or in other words, a failure to think. Viewers might remember from my video about Fanonian dialectics that it is through violent resistance that the native asserts.
Violence, revolutionary subjectivity. I like how there's just someone meditating here, just like in the middle. Sense of inferiority, negation, decolonization. I feel like this should be contextualized better. I mean, I get it. I like the diagram, but I guess I get what it's trying to say, but
their humanity. Fanon writes, "The native knows that he is not an animal, and it is precisely at the moment he realizes his humanity that he begins to sharpen the weapons with which he will secure its victory. The dialectical process and its tearing apart of identity, the identity of both the oppressed and the oppressor, and its violent destruction of colonial rule is a terrible, painful process for everyone involved, but that's simply the reality that we have to confront." Was that more than a few sentences of context? Probably. So, what actually happened? What happened? In one sentence, October 7 saw a devastating guerrilla attack that defeated the IDF's Gaza division and captured hundreds of Israelis, including high-ranking army officials, who will presumably bring the freeing of Palestinian political prisoners and set the resistance on a trajectory to bring down the apartheid regime and/or achieve Palestinian statehood. That's the macro scale. The details, as far as we're able to gather from Israeli military, Palestinian resistance, and press publications in Hebrew, Arabic, and English, as well as from dashcam footage, GoPros, phones, and surveillance cameras, as well as me, binging on witness accounts recorded on both sides of the fence, and obsessively reading every military analyst I could find within the sea of data confounded by misinformation and counterinformation and fake news and actual information. What happened was this. Around 6 a.m. local time, the Palestinian resistance launched a meticulously executed attack and, as I argue, also a popular insurrection against Israeli military bases and settlements surrounding the Gaza Strip, deploying a wide array of forces on sea, land, and air, and underground. And by the resistance, I mean the plurality of factions and unaffiliated individuals opposing Israeli siege, apartheid, and colonization.
like, again, this is another thing too, right? Like when people say like Hezbollah, right, or Hamas, right, they're forgetting that there are other people there, the other groups that exist, right? But also that attributing everything to just one group is whatever, but also that Hamas also, just like Hezbollah, also functions as the social services, as the employment agency, as the, right, it has a huge civilian aspect too. So just saying, oh, they're a member, quote unquote, of, right, if they're not a member of the Al-Qassam brigades, right, or whatever, they're not a combatant. It's literally or the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades or the Omar Al-Qasim forces, right? Like, if they are not literally engaged in this way, they would be civilians. So
in Gaza and outside of it, and this includes, of course, the armed Palestinian factions, most prominently Hamas, which stands for Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, the Islamic Resistance Movement, as well as Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the PIJ, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, which is a Marxist-Leninist organization, but also the people who joined in once the Israeli security apparatus came down.
Is it strange that, like, right after he said a Marxist-Leninist organization, he literally showed a tank? Is he trying to say something with that? Do we think?
The armed factions started with what the Israelis are calling a diversion, launching an unusually extensive missile strike targeting the Gaza envelope and the coast up to Gush Dan, which is the Tel Aviv metropolitan area. Simultaneously, they attacked Israel's panoptic surveillance systems and cameras in and around Gaza with relatively cheap commercial drones with DIY explosive capacities, and then they approached and breached the fence with a large number of forces, probably around 3,000 fighters, blowing up the fences around Gaza in many...
You know, it's funny because it's interesting to hear Rev sort of go into this, because if you listen to the narrative, even in the United States, they love to downplay how planned out it actually was, right? They wanted to make it seem like it was a quote unquote like marauding band, right? Like no thought, right? What's so funny? Because of the tanky comment?
points. Today, I actually read an article saying in 44 points, according to Israeli sources, with specialized explosives, and laying down.
Oh, Israeli sources. Oh, I like. Anyway.
Down metal railings over which armed motorcyclists in groups of 2 could ride rapidly. Then heavy construction equipment like bulldozers and front-end loaders moved in to expand the breaches such that pickup trucks and sedans could drive through carrying more armed fighters. Videos show that well before 8 a.m., other factions were in full gear and uniform, ready to participate in the uprising. And this
But one thing that is very interesting as well is that they didn't expect it to be as successful. Like they didn't expect for them to be able to essentially be able to get in as far as they did, right? They're like, oh, we're going to be fighting right away as soon as we get out of the fence. But it, that didn't happen. And so you have the fact that there was a moment where some people kind of didn't know, what to do because they didn't receive any orders of like, what to do after they get to the first kibbutzim, right?
This video, which was posted on Twitter as early as 7:58 a.m., which means it was posted by the Israeli source, probably on Instagram or TikTok earlier than that. This video shows the Mujahideen brigades with their white headbands fully ready to go, shooting at a police cruiser in the Israeli town of Sderot in the early morning. So this is the Mujahideen brigades, white headbands, not the Qassam brigades, which are Hamas's armed wing.
Again, this is the issue, is like when you call everything one thing when there's not just one thing, right? You make it seem like, one, they are all the same, and two, you make it seem as though like everybody is part of the militant wing as well, right? Like, oh, they're, like they actually make a big deal about which headband they wear, right? Like the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, they always wear red. Why? Because they're communists, right? That's what that's their color, right? That's their thing, right? The Qassam brigades, right? Because they are, the Islamic resistance movement, right? They choose for it to be green, right, which was the color of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? Same thing with white, with the Mujahideen, right? With the Mujahideen, it's white because it's the color, it's purity, blah blah blah, right?
Of green headbands. With these forces, they completely overwhelmed the Israeli defenses across many locations simultaneously, taking over the Erez crossing, catching soldiers in their underwear in the bases, taking over entire settlements, kidnapping around 200.
Hey, that kind of looked like Ethan Klein.
140 people into Gaza and killing many Israelis, including the colonel who commanded the Gaza division's southern brigade, including the mayor of the kibbutzim in the Gaza envelope, called the Shah HaNegev Regional Council, who came out to fight, and many other high-ranking army officials, police officers, and also a team of Shin Bet officers, which is the equivalent of FBI agents. And I just want to say, kind of off script, how wild it was to watch this unfold in real time. Being a person who has participated in protests against the apartheid wall, for example, who was arrested and taken into these settlements, or like into Israeli settlements and taken into military bases, and seeing them from the inside as these kind of impenetrable fortresses that are always overflowing with soldiers, and then to suddenly see Palestinian fighters roaming through them and humiliating Israeli soldiers was just completely mind-boggling, and was honestly like a life-changing event for me personally. In this moment, I felt really afraid, right? Because I had family in the Gaza envelope at the time, but I was able to suspend some of my fear and some of the knee-jerk reaction that I saw many of my...
I really like their kafia. Like, mine's gray, but I like theirs because theirs actually has more of the, like, the other kafia that I have that has more like the bigger design.
Israeli peers falling into, largely thanks to Fanon, the philosopher and revolutionary, whose works I have studied, pretty extensively, because Fanon helped me translate what I was seeing into a historical moment that is larger than my personal identity and personal history, and allowed me to see that what was happening in that moment was that the natives were surging into the forbidden quarter, to use Fanon's words. And so I could achieve this kind of theoretical separation that then allowed me to come up with this analysis that I'm sharing with you right now. Okay, that's enough for this unscripted bit, and I might cut it because it's too much about me. But I'll ask a friend, and if I keep this, thank you, friend. And if I don't, thank you, friend.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I just realized that was supposed to be the Titanic song. But the sad Biden. Oh, Biden's all sad because his little genocidal friends can't do their little stuff.
Back on script. In catching the army so off guard, there was an important element of short-circuiting Israel's surveillance capacities by creating the mirage that Hamas was deterred from confrontation and had no plans to attack. According to Israeli and American sources, there were multiple gatherings of forces in the lead-up that were framed by Hamas as harmless training exercises. There were phone call conversations among Hamas officials saying they had...
I like how like the Israelis literally looked at them and they're like, oh, you know, they're just like working out, you know, they're just, you know, they just want to lift heavy and eat, you know, eat clean and, you know, like, like essentially thinking of it like gym bros or whatever. And it's like, actually, turns out that wasn't the case.
No interest in any confrontation with Israeli forces. There was use of old-school landline phones in an autonomous communications network in the tunnels. Apparently, Egyptian and American intel about the attack was delivered to the IDF, but they waved it away as something familiar and unconcerned.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, but... Masr. Oh, Al-Sisi. You know, that man is... Like, the people of Egypt are generally very supportive of the Palestinians. And have been historically as well. But Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, I don't know what it is. I mean, I know it's because the United States props him up, but like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go tell the Israelis and the Americans what Hamas is doing. Like, you could have just stayed quiet. I don't know.
In the previous few months, Israel moved entire divisions from Gaza to the West Bank, assuming that Hamas was contained and banking on technological surveillance and...
By the way, this remote-controlled machine gun and all of this stuff, I've talked about this book before called Border Optics, but anything that they have against the Palestinians, the United States is willing to buy to use against Mexicans and anybody else that crosses the border wall. I'm not joking. They got standing orders from Elbit Systems and blah blah blah, right?
Closure systems like smart fences and robotic sentries to keep Gaza pacified. Later in this video, I will dive deep into the military doctrine that brought the apartheid state to this miserable situation. In a conversation I had with Tom Nomad on the It's Going Down podcast, Tom mentioned that the Palestinian resistance was not, quote, strategically deficient. They may be technologically deficient, they may barely have access to basic resources for survival, but they're showing that they're not by any measure strategically deficient.
Yeah, like, can we just note the fact that, right, yep, or export to other tyrannical regimes, right, particularly all of the Anglo settler colonies. I kid you not. All of the Anglo settler colonies and Britain, they're the ones that get the first, they're on speed dial, right? Like, hey, do you want this horrific technology to oppress people? Yes, of course. Please deliver it to London as quickly as possible. You know what I mean? That's pretty much how it goes, right? But, you know, obviously the person on the other side of the phone would have been like, we have this technology that we have to, from Tel Aviv to London, you know, we have to first give you Hasbara stuff. Make sure that you understand, you know, all of that stuff, right? But yeah, to Germany as well. I mean, like, again, it's like I said, Zyklon B still exists. It's just under a new name, Cyanosil, and it's still used by Germany and the United States and the State of Israel. To what capacity? Who knows? But yeah. But it's the Five Eyes. It's what they call them, which is Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and the UK. They all share all of the information with each other. So any biometric information that the United States has, the UK has it, Canada has it, Australia has it, New Zealand has it. They know everything. And also, by some extension, Israel knows, right? Because it keeps its eye out for people that are, and his hatred for the brother.
Resistance identified that Israel was going through a political crisis internally. In the previous months and years, growing influence by West Bank settlers diverted Israeli military and other resources to the accelerated...
By the way, like here, right, they are choosing... here they are choosing to stay in these tents, right? But as we went over last stream, this is literally how people in Lebanon who have had to flee their homes are living by force on the side of the street, right? Like the people here that are protesting, right, in Tanion, Began, Sakar, right? Like this is something because they want to stay in this park, right? With the people in Lebanon, they're staying on the side of highways, right? I'm a little bit behind, 10 minutes.
And grab attempts on that part of the country, deprioritizing Gaza. A growing Zionist middle-class social movement had been protesting, and Netanyahu and this extreme right-wing government, with escalated methods, blocking major traffic arteries, setting up burning barricades, holding small-scale strikes, and even refusing to do military service in the reserves. The resistance was able to identify...
Remember this, okay? If you move to the state of Israel, you have to do service in the IDF to some capacity. What that is varies, right? Obviously, if you're 18, right, they're gonna make you try to join the they're gonna try to get you to do the IDF regular service, right? 3 years for men, 2 years for women. The whole we're so welcoming and blah 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 for trans people. They don't care. Trust me, they don't care. When it comes down to it, they really don't care. There are no protections. There's nothing. All that's just for show. You can join, you have to join, right? But for the rest of your life, you are a reservist, right? With the logic that was employed by Israel against Hezbollah, if it were to be equally applied against Israel, then every adult in Israel, right, everybody 18 or older in Israel would be an open target for Hezbollah. But Hezbollah does not target that. Even Iran doesn't target that. All right. What did the missiles from Iran hit? An Air Force base and one of the Mossad HQ buildings, among other places, right? I'm not saying that everything landed where it should have been, right? But the places that they were trying to hit, right? Same thing with Hezbollah. Where did they hit? All of their panopticon radio towers and surveillance things, right? All of that stuff, and military bases, right? So this whole idea that somehow the other side is keeping the fact that Hezbollah and Iran and Hamas are keeping more within the bounds of international law than the state of Israel already tells you all you need to know.
And exploit these strategic weaknesses in the Israeli state apparatus. Now, to qualify all of this, what happened after the fences were breached and the gates were opened was that then thousands of Gaza residents, or inmates, right, Gaza being an open-air prison, joined the attack in what became an uprising. And you can watch some of this footage. You can see people from Gaza crossing the fence by foot and taking photos on conquered Israeli tanks, and some of them turning around back inside, but some of them continuing on bicycles or however they could, including on crutches, to loot military bases, and in one case even loot a horse, and loot settlements, and even participate...
Hey, you know what? He can have that horse, okay? Like, yeah. But just for so many other things, I'm just like, oh my gosh. I don't know. Yeah, hay for horses, right? No, I mean, like, it's like, oh, if they want to, like, if he wants to take that horse, hey, you know what? You know?
Respect my pronouns or I will stab
You know? And asses like me. Well, that's a bit of a different thing, right? But regardless, when it comes to a lot of the other stuff, it's, but in this case, like when I see the fact that you have people that were on crutches, right, that made the effort again to get from even Rafah to the wall and then out of it is a long walk. So a person on crutches had to walk a long time to be able to get to where that was, right? So I think that the fact that they were able to do that shows again how unbelievable it was, right? Because I mean, again, remember, some of these people literally the land that's theirs, their families, is literally right on the other side of that fence, right? I mean, I don't know.
In the attack.
شيل البوابة، خذ السفارة بالحمام، والجيزر هذا يسوي هنا. ها شيل على الفيسبوك بالله. شيل الجيزر تعال. الجيزر عندي خربان انا. والله الضوء هذا كويس والله تعال راجع.
Oh my gosh, that's funny because I did make that joke about Hamas, they're just trying to lift to get heavy, they're just trying to lift heavy to get big, and they just got to keep on with their keto diet and all that, but yeah, like, I mean, again, they're just regular people, right? Like, they need a heater because it gets cold, right? They want to get weights because they want to work out, right? They're human beings, right? And Israel has taken so much from them that even these little things, as like, people will be like, oh, look at these crimes being committed. I'm like, there is literally nothing they could take from any kibbutz or whatever that would even amount to a grain of sand in comparison to what they deserve, right? So,
in one of these ready eyewitness accounts,
and I mean that in the terms of justice, by the way, like what they receive as reparative justice.
I read where this journalist went to one of the hotels where Israelis from the Gaza envelope were relocated. One of the survivors talks about seeing teenagers with stones and machetes next to uniformed, well-equipped Hamas operatives. Personally, I've never seen machetes in Palestine, and he might be confusing this for the fakes that were circulating from Latin America. But the point is that what happened on the...
I was just about to say, machetes are not a thing in the Middle East. That's like he literally watched a movie set in Mexico. Hi, Efe, welcome in. And he's like, it's tinted the same color that they tint Gaza. So it must be the same. Tijuana, Gaza, they kind of sound the same. Might as well, they're all tinted that like weird yellowy sepia color, right? Ain't no jungles and hey, you know what? Don't ask Israelis that, because I'm sure they'll be like, oh, the Amazon starts in Erez, and they don't know anything. That Fallout New Vegas tint, right? Or as that white dude earlier, Fallout Hindu Vegas, you know.
The ground looked very different than what we're told in
Look, okay, okay, I'm sorry. We gotta go back. We gotta go back. Also, if you'd like to help my research or help in any way, you can always become a subscriber on Twitch. I would really appreciate it if you do. You also get out of the ad break. Also, you can go to my throne, which is the pinned comment in both chats, and help to get the book Migra, the history of the U.S. Border Patrol and its legacies. Or you can always donate to me directly in the many links that will be appearing in chat, such as becoming a patron on Patreon or donating in other forms. But I gotta go back, because y'all see all that food?
Personally, I've never seen machetes in Palestine, and he might be...
Look at that. Look at all this. Monopole. Well, yeah, it's not called monopoly. It's just called monopole in Hebrew. But still, Biza, which is a tower building one. What's this one? Like, look at this. They got them all these board games and what's this here? Like all of these board games, like I'm just trying to like read them because some of them are a little
confusing
fuzzy.
Fakes that were circulating.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop.
In America, but the point is that what happened.
Like, look at that! They gave them all of those clothes for free.
On the ground, looked very.
Look at all this food. They're both like deserts, right? Same thing. Yeah, exactly. Like they're just like, yeah, you know, like. It's like the movie The Three Amigos, right? It's the same thing. It's just like, you know, like Spanish, Arabic, you know, same thing, right? Naranja, naranja, naranji, same thing, right? Look at all this food. Like, I'm trying to look at this here, like biflot. Kinder cards, like they got a whole bunch of stuff. They had no problem giving these people unlimited food, it seems. But remember, as I mentioned before, when ojalá inshallah Bezras Hashem, when there were people who were Arab Israelis, right, as they like to call them, that sent in their own charitable contributions of food to Gaza, the IDF, you know what they did? And I know I've mentioned it. They didn't allow it in Gaza. Because the last thing they want to show is that the Palestinian Israeli with Israeli citizenship, right, that they have solidarity with the Palestinians in Gaza, which they're related to anyway, right? Like you know, some of them have family there. Instead, they let it rot in the hot sun. So, you know. Okay. Let's see here. That's radical evil. Oh yeah, for sure. Just because they were also Palestinians.
Different than what we're told in mainstream media about the strictly Hamas-Israel war. And this just reminds me, while recognizing the infinity of differences, this reminds me of other historical insurrections, like Nat Turner's Slave Rebellion or John Brown taking over the armory at Harper's Ferry, where the idea was to arm slaves who would then join the fight. But mostly, it reminded me instantly, when I got news from my sister that there was a power outage at their kibbutz, of the Sobibor uprising, because it was so carefully planned and included sophisticated sabotage to communications and electricity infrastructure.
To be or not to be
That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows
of outrageous fortune,
or to take
take
arms
arms
against
a sea of
a
troubles,
sea of troubles,
and by
and by
opposing
opposing
end them.
end them. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is, of course, the most famous Jewish revolt of that era, and many people made the analogy, including Rifat al-Arir, who generated controversy for drawing this comparison on.
May his memory be a blessing. Rifat, a Shakespearean. An amazing scholar.
BBC.
This is exactly like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. This is the Gaza Ghetto Uprising. This is not easy for Palestinians. I want to use Hamlet's proverbial sea of troubles. We know Israel is going to kill us anyway. We are starving, we are being besieged, we are being dispossessed, we are being displaced. Israel wants us kneeling, so why not fight back and die in dignity?
The BBC apologized for airing this interview. Rifat received anonymous threats to his personal phone, including someone saying he was an Israeli officer and identifying the UNRWA school where Rifat was staying, and he was soon killed. Rifat was murdered by a targeted Israeli airstrike to the.
Sorry, this right here, Rafat. Yeah.
Apartment where he was staying with his family, and what Euromed Monitor concluded was a deliberate assassination.
I mean, it was a deliberate assassination because he was able to call it out, and again, he started getting the threats, and then they posted, they said which UNRWA school he was at, hiding, right, as a, hiding from Israeli bombs, but Israel bombed schools, so,
The images comparing Warsaw after the uprising in Gaza right now are striking. And I'm just going to take a moment to recognize that Rifat was murdered for making this comparison.
That is why if people really want to, and he wasn't even making this comparison, right, to do something that genocide study scholars would say is to make two narratives compete, right? He wasn't saying this to say Palestinian suffering was the same or equal to or more than, right? He was saying that the same way of thinking behind the Warsaw Ghetto, the knowing that it didn't matter, right? That instead of allowing that, right, the IDF, the Israelis, to slowly, right, cause the flame to be snuffed out, instead to fight back, and at least people, and at least have that, right, was what he was comparing. And I've heard other people, streamers, etc., that say, oh no, you can't make that comparison. It's like he wasn't comparing the casualties or the event as such. He was talking about the rationale that was going through the minds of the people. I remember watching Pakistani news segment when they read his poem in Urdu. Yeah. But, people want to say, oh, he was saying that Gaza is exactly like the Warsaw Ghetto. No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying that even they knew that it didn't matter, right? But they still fought back, tooth and nail, because they didn't want to just give up, right? That was literally the comparison. But people focus on, oh, well, you're invoking with the Warsaw Ghetto, blah blah blah, you know. So
There are many reasons to make analogies.
don't worry, just wanted to make a joke on my. Oh no, yeah, no worries.
Literary, emotional, analytical, scientific, political, strategic, even tactical. Pedagogically, the case of Algerian decolonization.
Oh, look at that! If it isn't the movie we're gonna watch on Friday, make sure to join the Discord so you can be there. It's gonna start at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Los Angeles time. It's gonna be called the Battle of Algiers. If you haven't watched it already, please make sure to join the Discord so that way you can watch it. Saturday we're gonna watch La Chinoise, movie about a Maoist group in Paris. Yeah, I mean, you know what's interesting is I never really watched TYT. But I know what you mean about like YouTube in general. But it's interesting because like I've been hearing that like a lot of people when they chat in TYT's chat that they get like that's where they begin to see their messages start to be. I mean, I don't know. I just have this secondhand, so I don't know.
As the Palestinian activist Nizar Banat argued before his own assassination, might be the best model to study in relation to present-day Palestinian resistance. And maybe one day I'll make a video.
And if you'd like to watch the film that discusses this resistance, again, please join the Discord. Be there Friday night. Again, bring come as you like, right? My Discord is accepting to. All right, I try to same thing with my stream, right? I know I'm never gonna be a big old streamer with a whole bunch of subscribers and everything, right? But still, come as you are, right?
About that, but for now, the case that occurred to me most.
Yes, there is an event. If you look at the event, that shows it right there. There's one for Friday. Or I don't know what it would. Yeah, Friday, and then one for Saturday. I can confirm it's true interfaith and inclusive space, right? I try to have it be as open and inclusive and accepting as possible, because I think that's how it should be. So.
Acutely was Sobibor. Sobibor was a Nazi extermination camp.
Oh my gosh! Literally October 14th, like. My goodness. Right, like, also, can I say one other thing? Like, here's a historical fact that isn't mentioned in the Western media at all, right? Can we just take a moment to respect the fact that Hamas, right, and the other groups in Gaza have been resisting they're about to reach. This is about to be Israel's longest time at war, essentially. Right, and I say that in the sense of like them with their war machine on the attack, right? Because the 48 to 49 war did not last a full calendar year, right? This has. One part of Palestine was able to take on all of the Israeli military industrial complex for longer. Then you know what I mean? That's every single Palestinian has my eternal respect. Yeah, 362 and counting. Few more days. I know it's a horrible, like, I don't want it to be a commemoration, as it were, of the horrors, right? But the resistance. That's what gives me hope. Right? People often say, oh, do you really think that one day there will be a revolution, or there really will? I'm like, yes. Because there are people for whom they have literally everything in the universe against them, it seems. And even they are willing to have revolutionary optimism. So, and I myself have revolutionary optimism. Thank you, Efelefe. I look forward to it. Again, like I said, I've been, like, earlier when we talked about, like, when it showed in Gaza, or was it Lebanon? No, yeah, in Gaza, where it showed the guy where he was, like, next to the building when the drone strike or the bomb fell, and I was, like, talking about that's what happened to me when I was in Syria, right? A lot of people seem to want me to give up, right? Or to have given up. No. We have a world to win. And that's too precious to give up on.
In 1943, a small group of Jewish inmates and prisoners of war made a careful plan to secretly assassinate the head SS officers one after the other, take their weapons, kill the remaining guards, take over the armory, open the gates, and let the rest of the prisoners escape and join the partisans. And while it didn't work perfectly as planned, they did manage to kill many officers, and they did open the gates and let hundreds of people escape. And while many of them were killed, and everyone who stayed at the camp was murdered, a higher percentage of them survived than they would have otherwise. Never forget that. Now, all of these uprisings were bloody and brutal, and the extent of their success is debatable, but they were a reaction to much larger brutality on a whole other scale.
Thank you so much,
Which brings me
BCAT.
back to Fanon again in his second chapter in Wretched of the Earth on spontaneity, and the tenuous relationship between the more organized cadres and the uncontrollable rage of the masses. This rage that explodes from years of misery, regardless of morality or the plans and ambitions of the political parties. In Claude Lanzmann's film Sobibor, October 14, 1943, 4 p.m., one of the surviving rebels, a man called Yehuda Lerner, describes in great detail, over 20 minutes, with great pride, how he killed a Nazi officer, splitting his head in two with an axe, saying, "It was a great honor for me to be among the people chosen to kill the Germans." When the director asks Lerner if he was scared,
Yes, there's about to be an ad break. If you'd like to miss that ad break, you can always subscribe. And remember, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And nobody is free until Palestine is free.
to kill this man, he says yes, but that he had no choice, that it's better than being killed like sheep. One of the ways I've been building an image of what happened is,
like, I think about that, like that day in Damascus when the bombing happened, and I think about it, how I felt so helpless, because it was something I just was completely unprepared for. I mean, how do you prepare for that, right? Something out of the sky that you can't see just right in front, you know what I mean? A building next to you, and there's nothing you can do, right? There's nothing you can do. And I just all of the other things that I've been through have just made me only say this is why we need liberation. This is why we need liberation more than ever.
Is by listening to Hebrew podcasts with Israeli army officials. In podcast settings, they're often like sitting and chatting with their friends and not necessarily paying close attention to who's listening or to who might be listening. So they're more likely to actually share useful information than in written publications that are much more easily scrutinized by the IDF censorship unit. Footnote: yes, everything that comes from Israeli media, including nominally liberal publications like Haaretz and Plus 972 magazine, as well as everything that comes out of Western media outlets with local Israeli bureaus, like CNN and the New York Times, is subject to Israeli censorship laws and likely reviewed by the IDF before publication. So,
don't forget this. The Israeli military censor reporting. Even the New York Times, even CNN, even Plus 972 magazine, even Haaretz. The IDF has a veto on everything. So when people say, oh, this is more liberal, this is more conservative, that is also filtered through the IDF, right? That is allowed to exist, as it were, through that filter. I know, it was terrifying. And I knew this should not happen. No one should have to go through this, right? No one should have to go through that. Not once, not the many times that it's happened in Gaza and in Lebanon right now. No way. Not one person ever had to suffer. Not one. And working towards ending that, all of this horror is worthwhile, even if it's,
I wouldn't automatically count on any of these sources. In these podcasts, they do sometimes share useful info.
In fact, this is why, like the other day, I had told another streamer the news that Hassan Nasrallah was not declared dead yet, right? Some sources declared him dead right away, some didn't, and the ones that didn't reported that he wasn't dead after the ones that said that he did. So I thought, okay, if these came after in the time-wise, right, then it must be that the whatever happened later must be true, right? That's generally when it comes to news, right? If it happens later on. But then, I kid you not, like not even an hour and a half later, it was all like confirmed, right? Like, it was just like, oh, well, what do you do?
Example is Israeli Air Force Colonel Nof Erez, who was in a war room on October 7th.
I remember you saying you felt the explosion and then the building was just a pile of stone, yeah. Because unlike in the beginning of that video, it happened right in front of me. It was right there. And I remember because there was a girl right next to me, and I just remember her crying. And I remember seeing that the building was just the corners standing up, and the floor. That's all that was left. It was just like little pieces sticking up, and huge plume of smoke. And I thought, why? Why do this? What did this accomplish? Nothing. All that's there are these blown out houses. Now reduced to essentially rubble, and Just remember the crying, especially. Because for a moment, like, it was so silent. After it, the loud, impact of everything. And then it's just blown out buildings, and then you need to move. You need to move over here. You need to keep going. There's nothing you can do. But being told there was nothing I could do only reaffirmed my conviction that there actually was stuff that I could do. But it's just that I couldn't do things alone.
But was dismissed a few weeks later for speaking against Netanyahu, so he also had an extra reason to spill the tea. According to Erez, Israel's main command centers around the Gaza Strip were attacked and effectively dismantled by the Palestinian militants already at 6:30 a.m., which meant there was a command and control crisis from which the IDF couldn't recover until late in the afternoon. So the Israeli response was disorganized within a military that already punishes any kind of independent thinking, and that is, of course, so inherently hierarchical and dumb because hierarchy rewards stupidity and conformism and incompetence. However, the main Air Force base for the area, Basis Ramon, which, by the way, was built in 1981 by the U.S. Army, is considered...
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Built by the U.S. Army. Who would have thought that the United States... I wonder what... how Biden voted for the building of that. Anyway. But I mean, like, when you've been through it's interesting. There is when you're going on the road, I was about to say on the road to Damascus, but when you're heading into Damascus from the southwest, if you go at certain times, right, you actually get to see all of this beautiful greenery that just, because there's this like mountain that's kind of like sort of not in the middle of the city, but kind of close to it. And apparently back in the day, like in the 9th century, that's where astronomers used to do their calculations and stuff. But like you slowly begin to see more and more until you begin to see like the mountain sides where the palace is of Bashir al-Assad and everything. But yeah,
considerably farther away and was not attacked by the resistance. You can see it on this map. Standby combat helicopters were up as early as 7:15 a.m. according to Erez, and reserves pilots started streaming into Ramon over the next few hours, and even though they weren't able to get a coherent idea of the scale of the attack, the Israeli Air Force was apparently the first arm of the IDF to respond coherently to the attack, while the ground response hadn't cohered until late in the afternoon. But as confirmed in December 2023 by Israel's most popular newspaper, Yediot Ahronot, known online as Ynet, the response when it happened was an implementation of the Hannibal Directive, named after the Carthaginian general who would rather...
Also, by the way, I think the other last stream I accidentally call it the Samson Directive. That's a whole different thing. I meant to say Hannibal.
swallow poison and commit suicide, then get captured. The Hannibal Directive is Israel's suicidal scorched earth response to kidnapping attempts. Early on in October, I did an interview about all this with Silver Lining on the It's Hot in Here podcast, and at the time, I said that it seemed like the Hannibal Directive was implemented, but maybe not officially, that we just didn't know yet. 2 weeks later, as mentioned, Colonel Nof Erez said on the Haaretz podcast that, quote, the Hannibal Directive was apparently applied, and that October 7 was a mass Hannibal. A couple months later, Yediot Ahronot confirmed that at 11:59 a.m., the Hannibal Directive was indeed applied on a mass scale.
So what does this mean? Like, again, reason this out with me, chat. Let's think through this together. What does this mean? If it was a mass Hannibal directive, that was applied on a mass scale, what does that mean? Yeah, because Samson unalived over. Yeah, exactly. What does that mean? That means that the death toll that we're told of a specific number of people that are Israeli could not have been committed because they could not have all been unalived by Hamas, because there was no way they could have had that coordination. That means that many of the deaths, I can't say to what percentage or to what extent, because I don't think we'll ever find out, to be quite honest, was done so by the IDF itself, particularly by the Air Force. And we know this why? Because there are houses. Just found out that one of the developers of The Last of Us is a Zionist. And an Israeli. I mean, if you already own it, it's kind of hard to, like, usually all of the BDS stuff is like to do, preemptively, not like once you already have it. I mean, if you want to, get rid of it, but I wouldn't, say you have to. But I'm looking at it here. Bibor Khadash Betel Aviv.
This involved shelling targets in so-called Israeli territory with Apache helicopters, quote, emptying their stomachs, then going back to the base to reload and emptying their ammunition yet again.
So what does this mean, chat? What if they're emptying their stomachs, these Apache helicopters? What does that mean for the places that they struck? It means that they attacked anybody and everybody. Because they can't tell the difference between a Palestinian and an Israeli. Right? So all of these deaths that are instantly being pushed and used as a crux against, and again, I'm not trying to absolve Hamas of anything. Not. But this means that all of the other victims that were actually murdered by the state of Israel are being used as a weapon against Hamas instead, as opposed to the state of Israel that actually did it.
Bombing targets on foot, in houses, in bases, indiscriminately firing at will on everyone in sight, as well as bombing at least 70 vehicles. Some of this included even knowingly shelling Jewish Israeli children. You heard that right. In her interview on...
You heard that right. They knew that they were Jewish Israeli children. And they still did it. Because they can, they have scopes that can see very clearly what they're about to. Right? That didn't stop them. even a Jewish child was this is why I keep saying, like, anybody that tries to tell me that the state of Israel is the place that's safe for Jewish people, no, it's not. No, it's not. It never will be. 'Cause that? No.
On Israeli radio, survivor of the attack Yasmin Porat describes being treated humanely by her Palestinian captors.
הם לא מתעללים בנו, הם מתנהגים אלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית, זה אומר שהם שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה ושם.
And recounts how over 50 people were killed in, quote, very, very heavy crossfire.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם? לא. הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם? כשניסו... And by tank shells, not by Gaza fighters, all while the Israeli radio host...
Sorry, I have to go back because I...
And recounts how over 50 people were killed in, quote, very, very heavy crossfire.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם? לא. הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
So, I just wanted to make sure that you could read the subtitles, right? Even then, on Israeli radio, state radio, right? Because Kan is the Israeli state media, right? Hamas was like, stay in here, we'll get you something to drink. And the Israelis, 50 of them were killed in heavy crossfire.
And by tank shells, not by Gaza fighters, all while the...
Now look, I know that in chat we might not have a munitions expert, but if anybody wants to Google the type of damage a tank shell does, I think you will be horrified. But that will also contextualize this, right? Because she's saying that tanks took out these people. Tanks. Like, they pointed it at them, saw them, and... So...
Israeli radio host tries to goad her otherwise, and even though after she was released, she told the IDF commanders on scene that there were citizens and children inside. In this video, you can see footage of the tank firing into a house, and another survivor, Hadass Dagan, the only person to survive Israel's shelling of this house, who described how...
Oh my gosh. I know what she's saying. Like when the bombing happened in front of me, it's the screams, it's the, like, the absolute horror that it never goes away, because you have now heard fear at its most you know, so it's, I totally empathize with her, because I know what she's talking about. I remember the crying. Oh gosh, the crying. And it was all for nothing. Just the blown out houses. Sorry, I don't mean to have these, like, little...
The Jewish Israeli children inside were screaming ceaselessly for help until the Jewish Israeli tank shell silenced them forever, with no...
Has v'shalom. They knew that those kids were in there.
Shred of remorse, Israeli General Barak Kheiram admitted that he gave the orders. Another way to think of this.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to see his face. Oh man, if they show his fucking face. He knew there were kids in that house.
Could be as what sociologists call elite panic. Namely, after a disaster occurs, whether natural or man-made, state systems break down, and, determined to restore the status quo, elites react by applying a lot of force in attempt to restore balance. As in Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, you see this all the time, where the people that have the highest power always want to enact as much violence as possible so that you could not question that the power structure, right, is still, as it were, in their favor.
They shoot looters who are just taking food when the economy halts, and as in October 7th, they shoot at all living targets, inflicting on the population a second disaster. When sociologists examine disasters systematically, they find that spontaneous networks of mutual aid, which basically means just regular people helping each other, respond much more efficiently and effectively than state systems in a way that is quite affirming to anarchists.
Hi, full of nicks. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, no, I did not.
If you ever find yourself having to read a Rebecca Solnit book, make it
No.
Paradise Built in Hell, which presents a rigorously researched overview of this sociological field over a century of disasters. And what precisely is the Hannibal Directive? Kidnappings have been an extremely effective way for Palestinians to generate leverage against Israel for decades, as the families of the hostages build up pressure for concessions within Israeli society, peaking in the Gilad Shalit deal in 2011, when Israel exchanged 1,027 Palestinian prisoners, including current Hamas head in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, for one soldier. The Hannibal Directive...
Oh, it is? Did they finally reach a deal? Because I think they were asking for a 77% raise in pay, right? Yep. Oh, wow. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. I'm glad to hear that. Again, like, strikes work. And you know what's the worst part is, like, all of the stuff that we were told, oh, like, now you're not going to be able to get this and that, and it's all their fault. Like, don't blame workers for anything.
Is aimed at preventing this occurrence by all means necessary, including by killing the kidnapped soldier or soldiers, which almost always winds up happening, as with Israeli soldier Hadar Goldin and others in 2014. Since October 7th, this was Israel's logic, in Gaza as well as in the envelope. While I am indebted to Mando Weiss, Electronic Intifada, and others for their coverage of this, here are some additional examples that I observed and that went largely unnoticed. I read an untranslated eyewitness account in Hebrew where an Israeli citizen, while locked in his safe room in Be'eri, which is a kibbutz, describes getting a phone call from an IDF helicopter operator who's like, "Are there terrorists in your home? If so, I'm blowing up the house." That is a...
הוא אמר לי שם יש אותות בחבל בבית אז הוא yep, yeah, that's what that says. Even here, babait or who. Imagine receiving a phone call that says that. Are there terrorists in your home? If so, just know that, I mean, then wouldn't you want to say no. You know what I mean? Like, then wouldn't you be incentivized to say no? But then you can't even trust them because for all you know, they're going to do it anyway. You know? Yeah, right here. Hu omer li sha'am yesh bodot machabal babait oz hu yeptzitz.
Direct quote. In Sderot, which is a working class town, not a gated, fenced in kibbutz like most of those settlements, Palestinian fighters were able to take over the police station and barricade themselves inside with hostages. The IDF did not negotiate with them. They systematically destroyed the whole reinforced building and killed everyone inside. Haaretz journalist Amos Harel, who is seen as perhaps the most moderate and collected Israeli military analyst, even though he too has been spreading fallacies concocted by the IDF spokesperson's unit about beheaded children and sexual violence, he reported honestly that the South District Division was, quote, compelled to request an aerial strike against the base itself in order to repulse the terrorists, end quote. The same thing happened elsewhere. In footage published by the major Israeli news site that I mentioned, Ynet, as well as by Israeli Channel 12, you can see Israeli helicopter operators opening fire on what they say were 300 targets that day, including on people fleeing from the dance party, and admitting to being unable to differentiate partygoers from Palestinian militants.
Like, straight up fear-mongering. No, exactly. And again, right now, people are going through an ad break, but if you'd like to help me in any way, you can always support me by going to my throne and helping sponsor a book. Any of them are fine, but currently there's this one here, Migra, talking about the history of border patrol on the U.S.-Mexico border. It's the pinned comment in both chats. If not, there are other ways you can do so. Please be aware that this Friday we will be having a screening of the Battle of Algiers, and on Saturday we will be having a screening of Les Chinoises. Now, what does this mean here? That they just attacked targets. That means, again, that when you hear people talk about the partygoers, the Hamas came in and they saw the partygoers and the Israeli Air Force took out people from the music festival. Right? How it was told to us was that Hamas just found them as if they were, hiding, right? But then when you learn that actually when they did start to run, when they did try to leave, they were either not allowed to in some accounts, and then were brought to their end, or if they did try to leave, were also brought to their end. You realize that, again, putting this all on Hamas, it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. Like, you can't have a mass Hannibal directive and then say all of the fatalities is the other party's fault. Some of the fatalities are, for sure. Again, I'm not trying to seek to absolve anybody, but the evidence shows, and the evidence that even eyewitnesses' statements, even video, even all of this stuff shows that it wasn't all Hamas. It wasn't all Palestinians. A large portion of it, and we don't know the amount, right, was the Israelis themselves. So
Hamas was instructed to walk in order to confuse the Israeli Air Force, and that they were, quote, in a dilemma, not knowing who to shoot because there were so many, end quote. All of this so far is only from October 7, and that's just a selected sampling. Most of these sources are Israeli sources in Hebrew. English translations are available for most, but clearly Palestinian militants prioritized taking Israelis hostage, alive. Here you can see them specifically sparing these two women, This despite the probability that, like 90% of Israel's secular population, they too have likely had military experience and could have arguably...
Remember that. I mean, that's a very high percentage. Most of Israelis are secular. 90% of them, at least using this number here, have done their IDF service. Which, by the way, again, if you immigrate, regardless of the age, right, like you have to do some service of some, right? Like, I don't know when Ethan Klein made Aliyah, for example. I only bring him up because, you know, people always focus on his wife Hila, which is fine. I don't really care. I like the fact it doesn't matter. But if he made Aliyah after a certain amount of time, like at a certain age, then what his service would have looked like would have been different, right? And he might not even have considered it like IDF service because he didn't have to like have a gun, right? Like he could have done volunteering, whatever that might be, right?
Posed a threat. Here you can see them sparing a woman and her child. Here is another witness who was spared, who discusses being treated kindly by the militants who invaded her house.
הם מסתכלים, ואז אחד אומר לי באנגלית, אל תדאגי, אני מוסלמי, אנחנו לא נפגע בכם. אחד מהם רואה על השיש בננות, אומר לי, אפשר לאכול אחת?
Imagine, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm Muslim. I don't want to kill you. And then asking, may I please have a banana? I think the real problem with ex-IDF people is when they get power and influence, like politicians or actors, right? Or, you know, podcasts and stuff like that, right? And then they try to, like, whitewash what they did, right? As well. Especially like here in the United States, right? He went up in 2007 and got married and became a dual citizen. He went up in 2007. Did he make... Well, when you say he went up, you know, aliyah means go up, right? It means to rise. You know, one makes aliyah, right? One makes an ascent. Like that's how people in the Torah, in the Tanakh describe like going to Jerusalem. You ascend towards it, right? So what do you mean? And as for dual citizenship, it doesn't matter because like aliyah, it's you have to live in Israel 1 year. Okay, going everywhere is going up. Okay, yeah. I mean, in Texas, it's going to, right? He was going to the store, and then in like New York, it's buy, like oh, buy me, buy her, buy you know, blah blah blah, and that means like I'm going by there, right? Like it. Anyway, how old would he have been at that when he did Aliyah? Because, I mean, you can look up. I mean, you can look it up yourself. I mean, again, I don't care about him, right? I'm just using him as an example, right? Like, for example, Noah Tishby is super dangerous because her acting credentials are leveraged for Hasbaha. Right, exactly. Exactly. And another thing, too, is... It was a birthright-sponsored trip, so young adult. No, he went on his birthright trip. Then he stayed, right? He stayed on extra, right? He decided to just stay in Israel, right? Which, oh, by the way, I'm sorry, look, if you're going to name things, can you not name them creepy-ass things like birthright? Like, geez, like, just call it your blood quantum trip. Yeah, true, I actually barely know anything. Yeah, no, I mean, again, it doesn't really matter about him. Like, it's not about Ethan, right? I'm just using him as an example, like, because he's young, right? Relatively speaking, right? Like, but of course, I'm sure that he could have gotten a medical leave, right? Because he has Tourette's and other stuff, right? So, I'm sure that also would have been a thing. But like 6 months in jail, you know, is if you can't find another way out, is 6 months. And yeah, again, if you'd like to help me out with my research, you can always check out my throne. Anyway.
On the other hand, time and again, we're seeing that the upper echelons of the Israeli security apparatus prioritize killing everybody, their own constituents included. Please.
Again, this is why, like, when they try to say, oh, Israel is the most safest country for the Jewish people, you know, the Israelis here, what we care about most is to ensure the safety of the Jewish people. And what is most important is to make sure that they all serve in the IDF, become great military commanders, right? And begin to birthright is a wild name. I know, birthright. I mean, think about that. What do you mean birthright? Not even heritage. Killing it with the accents. I hate to make fun of accents, but where does that particular accent come from? It's of a very. I mean, it's supposed to be like an Israeli accent. I've heard Israel. Yeah, it's a Jerusalem, like it's like a central Israeli accent. Cause like oh, I like all of the dancing. Someone said Lady Gaga's accent in House of Gucci sounded Israeli, and I almost pissed my. Imagine. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but they do. I've never. So they never address where Palestinians are supposed to be safe. They always just half-ass assume other. Well, see, that's another thing too, right? Is that they're always like, you know, if the other countries, the Arab countries, if they really cared about the Palestinians, why don't they have them be integrated into their societies, right? Because they're refugees. They're not migrants. They're refugees. There's a difference, right? They're not in Lebanon because, you know. Well, yeah. I mean, of course, it's going to sound sort of like German, Eastern European, because the pronunciation is based off of German mostly. They also have a right to unique culture, right? They also have a right to live where their ancestors lived. All right, they have a right to return. Exactly right, because they're not just, and that's the reason why, like I said earlier, like I might say Arab, like people like to say Arab Israeli, but it's really Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, right? That's really what they are, and that's actually how they see themselves, right? Israelis like to call them the Arab Israelis, right? And of course it's going to be that because like the language as it developed, right? Modern Hebrew, which was a constructed language, all of its speakers were all people that learnt it, right? Like there, like you know, like it took a while before there were generations of people that spoke it, right, as a first language, right? So that's why it's very much, you know, that's why for example, like Sephardic Hebrew is rhotic, right? We say ours, right? Like in modern Hebrew, you're supposed to say Eretz Israel, right? And you can see how the R is like not really pronounced. Growing up, I heard Eretz Israel, right? The R was pronounced, right? Roma, right? Sounds kind of like German. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a German R or like a French R, kind of. I was thinking that this morning, mainly Europeans get the privilege of cultural distinction practically Western Europeans. We all learned the nuances of French versus UK versus Spanish culture, but everyone else is right. Exactly. I mean, I mean, it's like the people remember that time when Fox News said that that Donald Trump wanted to halt immigration from 3 Mexican countries or whatever. It's like, again, because in their minds, yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, that's what he said. 3 Mexican, I mean, that's what Fox News said, 3 Mexican countries. Because in their mind, oh, the border is with Mexico, right? They keep saying, oh, what we need to do is have the stay in Mexico doctrine and blah, blah, blah. It's like most of the people that want to come to the United States that happen to cross the border that you have with Mexico are not Mexicans. He probably would say 3 Indian countries too, and say dog just called the British, right? Right? It's like, yeah. It would be kind of like if he were to like talk about like Russian countries. I always feel like a nuisance getting people to use specific tribal nation names instead of broadly calling everybody native. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, you know me. Like, I get upset when people use the term, like, overuse the term tribe, you know, and they use it to mean everything, let alone, like, just not wanting to differentiate between things, right? And calling everybody native. Yeah, in fact... yeah, that's a big problem. But then I remember everyone expecting me to know the differences between cities with different European countries, and I get over it. They're talking about deporting the Haitians to Venezuela. How about this, right? How about every single person in France, since this happened until modern times, until 1946, that has benefited directly from the reparations that Haiti had to pay slave owners, its slave masters, have to pay it back tenfold. Maybe then we can begin to talk about Haitians, and then, you know. But until that happens, I don't want to hear anything. Until France is willing to reforest Haiti, right? Until it's willing to, well, not do it for them, but as it were, like, afford them everything that they've ever wanted. Only then would I even care. Don't you know that the only 3 races are black, white, and Mexican? Yeah, no, I mean, you're not too far off in how some people think. Is there some trope of seeing Mexico as the Latin American version of some European country? I have heard people try to describe parts of Mexico as like European, but then it's like they're the more white parts of Mexico, right? So I kind of understand why they say that. Sometimes they'll like compare it to like Sicily or something like that, because it's, or Italy or something, but then I'm like, okay, fine. I still remember that dude that said black, white, and Chinese American. Oh, no, from that song, right? From the white people and the black people and the Mexican American, right? That one? I see, like, because of the climate. Yeah, I think so. Like, usually it's compared to, like, Mediterranean, which is funny because it's not Mediterranean. Like, it doesn't have that, you know. And then, like, Mexico City is often compared to, like, I don't know, I guess, like, I don't know, like, other European cities. But oftentimes people want to make the direct comparison, Mexico, Spain, right? And it's like, I mean, I guess, you know, but you know, I guess, you know, suppose so, but Or Puerto Vallarta. Oh yeah, Puerto Vallarta, like that's like the like gay capital apparently, but it's like, yeah, for gay people that come visit Mexico, not necessarily for Mexican gays, right? Like it's not necessarily hospitable to Mexican queer people, right? And you know, unless you're willing to be like a server or be objectified, right?
Don't believe me? Go and follow these sources and see for yourself. Now, of course, we're never going to know exactly what happened because Israel is very vociferously refusing to allow an independent investigation to occur. So while there were documented instances of Qassam fighters,
but like Shakespeare said, there's two minds. Latin America is an exotic place where Spanish white people can come and dance along, but also a third world gang ran brown. Yeah. I mean, it's like there are some exceptions to it, like to what you're saying, because in the popular imagination, because of reasons, right? Lots of people have come to like learn that like Argentina is very white, even though I kid you not, like they will bring out the like DNA graphs. I'm not even joking. These people, and say like, well, they're not like 100%. They're like a little bit this and a little bit that, right? But then they'll be like, but they're okay because like look at Buenos Aires, it looks like Paris, you know, and it's like, I mean, you know, like, oh, okay, like is like, I wish there was no border, legally speaking, culturally. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Like there are maps you can see even on like a place like Twitter. Like it will show you, right? And like typically it will use the color blue to represent Europeanness and brown to represent indigeneity. It looks like Paris. Imagine if it looked like the Nochelanen period, right? Like for me, I'm like, hey, we literally have like the Temple of the Sun and all, and Teotihuacan and all of that stuff. That to me is impressive, right? It's like that stuff lasted until the present day. Okay. But you know, people, you know, and I mean, even Mexico City, like Mexico City had the if I can put it like that, the like you know, people know the Champs-Élysées in Paris, right? It's this big boulevard that goes from the Louvre and the Tuileries and goes all the way down to the Arc de Triomphe, right? That actually was first done in Mexico City, and it was called Boulevard de la Emperatriz, when the Napoleon III installed his Habsburg crony people to be in charge of the country while America was having its civil war. So technically, Paris looks like Mexico City. That they do on the islands too. That happens in the Bahamas and Dominican Republic. Oh yeah. Well, like in Jamaica, just to give one quick example. Are you telling me European culture is based off offloading labor and stealing creativity? I know, imagine. Europeans would never do such a thing. Never. Never. White tourists hang out versus black areas, which in itself is messed up. That locals are discouraged from hanging out in a certain way unless they work there, right? Why can't we be good neighbors instead of genocide enablers? Because genocide is part of settler colonialism, right? Like that's the thing, as long as America is a settler colonial state and exists with the logics of white supremacy, it's always going to enable genocide because it's continuing the genocide, right? I hate how American money and power is distributed. Well, yeah, I mean, that is why we must work together to change a lot of that stuff. And yeah, if you'd like to help my research, you can always do so going to my throne. What I was going to say is in Jamaica, did you know in the entire island, remember, this is an island country, there's only one beach that is open. One beach. One. That is open for the Jamaicans to use. One. Only one. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And you can go look it up. It's literally only one. Everything else has been bought up by hotels and resorts, right? So that way they can have their golf courses right along the sea shore or whatever, and all that jazz, right? And so there's only one beach left that the indigenous people themselves can even go to and have some time in the water on their island. Especially culturally, we engage in culturally erasure and oppression every day, right? This is the reason why, like, there's a really good article called Spanish, and this is particularly speaking to native Spanish speakers, right? Obviously, but it's saying how, like, speaking Spanish and not allowing for the English only culture that's kind of like, what noise? The Spanish speakers actually continue to speak Spanish and do not allow the cultural conformity that is kind of enforced, where you're sort of made to not ever speak Spanish in any space, right? To instead speak Spanish as resistance, right? And to read in Spanish and to write in Spanish and to... You forgot? Oh, okay. So yeah, and again, it's another thing too, is like, you know, I understand that some people can get, you know, bothered, right? And sometimes, you know, your grandparents, you know, they might tell you the same old story, but it clearly wasn't important. Well, now I'm curious. Now I'm wondering, like, what noise? Like, I'm scared now. I'm like, oh my god, did something happen and I just don't notice? Listen to your elders, right? Like, listen to their stories, right? Listen to Jim Crow shit. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I knew that. The same for natural parks because of the Chinese and American yeah. Have I ever been to Haiti? No. I wish I could. Maybe not necessarily this moment, right? Because it's, you know, I think that the uprisings that are occurring in Haiti have long been coming, right? But yeah, I didn't hear. I've been trying to teach my German family. I didn't hear anything. I mean, I do try to maintain it to read mainly in Spanish, but isn't Spanish itself a form of conformity in the same way against indigenous people? It is, if you are in a Spanish-speaking country, right? And you yourself have indigenous heritage, right? Like, right, like, for me, when I am in Mexico City, right, I know that there are areas of the city where there are indigenous people, right? No. You don't have to apologize. My point is more this, right? That, like, because this can also extend even into the United States, right? There's actually a really good story that actually goes to what you're saying, FLF, right? Once at the Bolivian embassy in Brazil, right? Yeah, I think it was in Sao Paulo, right? There were these a group of Bolivian people that were there, and they were trying to get help from their consulate or their embassy, but they couldn't. And do you know why that was? Because the consulate the only spoke in Spanish, and these Bolivian people only spoke in their indigenous languages, right? So I'm not saying to not speak your indigenous languages, right? I'm saying that like in the that's why I said like in the United States in particular, right, where Spanish has been punished, right, and it is a language of like the Chicanos and everything like that, right? Like it's right, but I still believe that like if you can learn any, especially if you live in a particular part of the country, and you can learn an indigenous language of the people around you, right, to allow you to give you a chance to respect the cultures that whose land right they stewarded, right, since time immemorial. I think to me that is a good thing to do. Same thing like if you lived in Chile, I would expect people to learn like Mapuche or something, right? Like I in people that live in Mexico City, you know, like I mean we have so many, you know, we have you know, you can speak very different dialects of Nahua, right? And I tell people, you know, if you really want to get to know like Mexico, you have to know Nahuatl, at least some, right? Like, you know, like because every town is named like San Jose de Itztotzilicuatzli, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, and you have, you know what I mean? And it's like, if you don't know what it means, you know, xenophobia is gross and massive here, yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, speaking in languages other than English, right? But the article was using Spanish as an example, particularly because they were Chicanes, right? That were writing that, right? So for them, speaking Spanish was important. Interesting crossover of immigrant struggle. I'm sure Spanish speakers have a similar struggle in the U.S. Well, again, like, I know people that remember being physically hit for speaking Spanish. Like, there was an active, and this is something that the Department of Education said. They were trying to essentially, I mean, they didn't maybe word it like this, but their whole point was to essentially do a cultural genocide vis-a-vis, like, you know, stopping people from learning Spanish, right? So that's why, like, there are some people who make it a point that in their home only Spanish, right? Again, I'm not saying that that's what you have to do, but I also know people that because they are very proud of their indigenous heritage, they only speak in the indigenous language at home, right? Unless they have guests over, right? So, you only can really understand culture when you learn how to speak their language, right? Exactly. It's like, look, if I were to go into the areas just outside of Mexico City where it's mostly indigenous people, there's so much of their culture that is embedded within the language, right? Is embedded within the social conventions, right? That if you can't participate in that, and if you can't understand it, you're just, then you are intruding upon their space, right? In a kind of colonialist way, right? Or you could be. I'm not saying you are, but you could be, right? Like, that's why you always have to be conscious of what you're doing, right? Because even, like, this is something an indigenous scholar friend of mine told me, like, yeah, I'm indigenous in the United States, but when I go to other countries, right, I can because of the colonizer's gaze, right? And, you know, because we live with the colonizer's view of history and the world, etc., you can behave like the colonizer, right? Against other people, right? Other, you know, indigenous people in other places in the world. So it's always it's always something you have to be conscious of as an indigenous person, right? At least that's what, you know, she was talking to me about, right? Happened here in New Zealand not long ago. Maori and Irish speakers, even when I was in primary school, I get punished but not hit. No, like I know people that got hit, and they would get hit hard. Like it was worse. Like if it was white people that did something bad, they would get like literally like a slap on the wrist or something, or a slap on the back of the hand with like a ruler. If it was Spanish, like you would be hit like really, really badly. In admittedly very limited experience, the further south you go, the less white are offended by the language and existence of brown people. It's so funny to me, because America is a brown country. It's like when people in Hawaii or New Zealand or Kanaki get mad that brown people exist. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to respond to that, Judas, because it's just like, you're right. I mean, it's the reason why, like, I never understood when like people who are Mexican and are proud of their indigenous heritage, right? But then they're like, oh, I hate like the fact that there are like indigenous people from Guatemala, right? And that they're all proud of them. Like, bro, come on. Together. You have to be proud together.
Firing at civilians who were fleeing or hiding, we will never know the true extent of the phenomenon because Israel simply won't let anyone else investigate it, and we just cannot trust their own investigations. A similar logic has been applied in Gaza itself, the logic of Hannibal. Catastrophic shelling, an unending slew of unapologetic war crimes, and utter disregard for human life, Israeli citizens included. Add to that a drawer plan to expel, or if not possible, exterminate the Palestinians, and you get the current situation, Gaza 2024. The scale of the bombing and the pace of the killing has been unprecedented in this century and possibly in history. There are no words I can say that can even begin.
There's Native American on my... Yeah, right. Anyways. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. Is like Americans like to claim this, like, like, for example, right? Like when I was talking to you about the Argentina thing, you know what? I'm gonna look it up because I kind of want to show you what I mean, right? Because I am not even joking. Like, it literally pops up in, like, it's ridiculous. Like, ridiculous. Like, I'm trying to find the one that I usually see, but there are also some ones that are very overtly racist as well, so I don't want to get those. Like, very racist. Because again, like, people think that Argentina is like the, I don't know. I honestly don't know what they think it is, but let's see here. No. Sorry, I know I have to do like this weird. Oh no, what did I do? Huh. Weird. That's so weird. Okay. Let me just add this. Sorry, I just have to add this, screen. Let's see. Okay. Like, look at this. Look at this thing. I mean, like there are ones that have like percentages and stuff, but like people are obsessed with this, right? Because it's like, oh, now we have a place in the world where we can do our little race science again, right? And it's this, right? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what does this even mean? Like, literally, go outside. You know what I mean? I know what I know. I'm telling you. But like I said, that's like, people obsess over this. White Americans obsess over this, right? Because they're like, oh, is Argentina really one of us, right? But yet then everybody comes out with like, oh, well, I'm actually, a quarter Cherokee and a whatever this and a blah, 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 that. And it's just like, so then you're not, so then you would be like, like if we were to apply the logic of race that exists in Latin America to Americans, then the amount of people that would be quote unquote white, right, would be lower, right? I'm the true melting pot of America. I mean, again, it's like, why even fixate on that, right? But, it's like, so what? Like, like if, hey, having different heritages is not bad. And most people never really know what their heritage, right, exactly. I mean, like none of the DNA tests can actually tell you that either. None of them. They literally just add shit in there. I mean, it's already, like 23andMe, especially, like it's been shown that they just like give you random stuff. Because I've been othered from all sides. Yeah. Also the erasure of indigenous people in cities. And again, like that map in particular, because I'm a Cherokee, Blackfoot, Seminole, Apache, German, Italian, Irish, African American. Right, exactly. I mean, again, like most people in Mexico think that mestizo means just white, European, and indigenous, right? However, there's a reason why it's called Plaza de las Tres Culturas, right? Plaza of the Three Cultures. I wonder what the third culture is. I'm not white. I just sound because I was raised by whites. African, yeah, African. Because Mexico and Peru received more slaves than the United States ever did. The difference was people intermarried, right? Because that's the reason why, if you do look at demographic, I don't, right? You actually have a decline of people that are considered black over time in Mexico in its colonial history. Same thing with indigenous people, because they intermarry. So, which is anyway,
to capture the horror of it. From the very beginning, Israel has been unable to achieve its military goals, so it responded by attacking and massacring civilians, murdering over 15,000 children and counting. It tightened the siege to
oh yeah, obviously this is a month ago, but like, if we have Ralph Nader saying it's like 300,000 plus a month ago, I don't want to think about how many more it's now, especially now that because of what's happening in Lebanon, and the weird like way how the media is very complicit. It's not weird in the sense of like, oh, it's unexpected. It's weird in that it's how quickly they were willing to just like, oh yeah, just completely forget about Gaza, right? Just, oh, thank you so much for shouting out.
Genocidal degrees, preventing food, water, fuel, and medicine from entering, causing death by starvation. It's been using an allowance of a trickling of humanitarian aid as military leverage. It bombed any kind of infrastructure imaginable, including sewage, suggesting biological warfare. It used chemical weaponry, including white phosphorus, with no condemnation from Western leaders. It completely decimated all medical services, making medical treatment almost impossible. There are witness accounts saying it has also summarily executed Palestinians.
شلحهم كل هدومهم بس بالبوكسرات وخلوهم يناموا كده على الارض. بعد هيك بلشوا في الاعدامات قدام عينينا كلنا، ما خلوا ولا حد يعني عملوا ساحه دم قسما بعزه الله، يوم ما بينتسى ولا هينتسى.
The list goes on and on and on, and it's getting worse and worse as I'm uttering these words. What we're seeing, as claimed by genocide expert Raz Sigal, who happens to also be an Israeli historian, but whatever, is, quote, a textbook case of genocide.
See, this is what I'm saying, like, even an Israeli historian, right, Raz Segal, on October 13th, 2023, so it's about to be a year, 10 days since he wrote this, called it a textbook case of genocide. Okay, that's why like everybody that tries to like, even certain streamers that try to act like they can argue this, bro, the Israeli said it is, right? October 13th, 2023. You can cite that, okay? I don't want to hear any of your Hasbarnik talking points. White phosphorus. Oh yeah, white phosphorus. I mean, what people need to understand is white phosphorus is so painful because it doesn't stop burning. Like, it's literally, it just, like, you know, like when you've touched something hot and your body immediately recoils. Imagine you can't do that, and instead it just spreads. That's the best way I could describe it, because that's how it works. But they love, oh yeah, oh, the United States loves giving the Israelis cluster munitions, right? That's why the hypocrisy of them to be angry when Russia uses them is just ridiculous to me. Don't be against Russia using them, and then you know, and then be okay. You know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna say, okay, this needs to stop, right? You don't.
Demonstrated from the very beginning with Israeli leaders' obvious intent to commit genocide, as compiled in this video by Israeli conscientious objector Atalia Ben Abba, complete with blood libel and the manufacturing of false, completely racist narratives to justify the ongoing killing.
Netanyahu is using the word Amalek because he's referring to the biblical enemies of the Israeli people that were described.
Trigger warning, by the way, given by both the creator here and also myself. Content warning. Okay, so just know.
The Bible. This is what the Bible says about Amalek. Do not spare them, but put them to death. Men, women, children, and infants. It is the only nation in the Bible that God orders the Jews to kill completely, so nothing is remembered of them.
You know, the people that say, and I'm actually glad that you're here, Boy Meets Mini, because again, like, having a Christian perspective is important here. The people that try to say that Binyamin meant that just like, oh, he just meant that in a like artistic, metaphorical way, that he could have said literally anything else. He did not have to invoke Amalek. Right? Like, you don't have to invoke anything to say things that are metaphors, right? Like, you don't have to do that. Or are just illusions, right? Why choose Amalek, right? Like, the amount of sweeping I've seen for Netanyahu for saying this. Hello, Neuro Riot. It's so nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Well, I'm glad to see that we're having more people. But yeah, like, then why bring up Amalek?
Trigger warning, discussion of sexual abuse and torture. Skip this section if you need to. Accusations of rape on October 7 have been the narrative engine of this genocide. I witnessed it first experientially from the very first moment when I tried to discuss the context of the attack with Israeli family and former friends. They would yell at me about rape and the conversation would shut down. If I tried to ask for proof, source, or any kind of evidence, they would say, I don't watch snuff videos. If you derive pleasure out of that in your sick mind, you can go on Telegram and see for yourself. I, of course, went through 7 hours of footage on Telegram. I saw many horrible, disgusting, terrifying things, including, by the way, Israelis. Okay, I'm not even gonna say it, but like abusing corpses. But I...
Oh. Oy vey. Oh my goodness gracious. Whew. Well, that is definitely a choice. And you're right, Christians will cherry pick scripture to justify all this brutality. Yeah, it's horrifying. Horrifying. This is why I'm excited for our upcoming talk about early Christianity in the Levant. People really don't know much about revisionist. They only learn revisionist history, right? Yeah, and I really do want to talk about like the Maronites and like their connection to the Phalangists, right? And how they still exist, right? I mean, and like the pictures of them using like Christian relics on their weapons is just, Yeah. Yeah. We being true to our teaching seems to be a tall order for those. Yeah.
didn't find any evidence of sexual violence. On social media, asking for evidence became caught.
Also, just sorry, I'm still just hung up on what he said about the Israelis. Like, what? Like, I don't mean to like, oh, why do you want to go back to the... What? You know what I mean? Like, that's a little, like, that's against Jewish law. Just like, I'm just going to put that out there right now. Right? Like, Jewish laws. You don't do that, right? 2, humans, that's not something humanity should do. If you've noticed lately, but evangelicals appropriate. Yes, I know. I have seen that. But
for cancellation. Academics and rape crisis counselors were losing their jobs for not adhering to Israel's propaganda, and the Me Too hashtag was co-opted to justify genocide. Most of us were way too slow, way too afraid, and way too overtaken by identity political counterinsurgency to call it out in real time. And I'm speaking about myself. Like, there were brave journalists and activists, like people in the Electronic Intifada and the Gray Zone and Tmando Weiss, who were able to call this stuff out.
Oh, not the Gray Zone. Isn't the Gray Zone like kind of sussy? Something about progressive Christians, though, is the negligence of all the Old Testament prophets that were woke as hell. Or even figures like Deborah, right? The female judge that ruled over the Jewish people. Yael, right? Who literally, yeah, the Gray Zone, like maybe its coverage of Gaza is one thing, but generally speaking, from what I understand, it's not like where I would want to get my news. Yeah, exactly. The Gray Zone association. Yeah, like I know when it comes to Gaza, it will have stuff that's okay. At least like in the most general sense of that term, right? Like, oh, it's not like Hezbollah stuff. It's considered far left, but in the dodgy way. So like in the like didn't they like interview like Jackson Hinkle at one point? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, like I bet in Gaza, right? Like they interview good people, right? Severely conspiratorial way. Yeah, they run in those circles. Yeah. Like again, maybe when it comes to Gaza, but I wouldn't have. Moses was literally an abolitionist. I mean, yes. I also know it's our place to speak out against it. I lead by example. That's the reason why it's like. That's the reason why when people tell me that I should start my own synagogue, I'm like, it would be cool, but. I mean, they like even the person that told me like, oh, you should just do it on stream. Just have your own synagogue on stream. I'm like really? Like, shul on stream, like learning Torah all day. Like, I don't think that's gonna. The Gray Zone is downplayed and justified. Oh no. Been accused of publishing conspiracy theories about Xinjiang, Syria, and other regions. Publishing disinformation about Ukraine. Oh yeah, I do know that they're very much in the pro-Russia camp. That's why I think they interviewed Jackson Hinkle. I think that'd be lit, to be honest, but it'll probably be chock full of Gentiles, to be fair. I mean, I know that's like one of the things. It's okay. Next topic. So you do you. Yeah. Anyway,
I was kind of paralyzed in that sense, and right now I'm like choosing to put that paralysis away because the stakes are just too high. At risk to their professional careers, some journalists and writers have gradually debunked every single one of the October 7 rape stories. In my opinion, the most comprehensive debunking to date was written by Arun Gupta for Yes Magazine, but please don't believe me on this. I'm including a partial but extensive list of articles who did the heavy lifting on this essential work in the description. Read them, review the evidence, and decide for yourselves. While the weaponization of feminist discourse for genocide in Gaza might seem new...
Oh my gosh, I just noticed the YouTube play button. Thank you for censoring this, because this is also on Twitch, and I know that Twitch is very sensitive about a lot of things, but particularly nudity of all things. But it's not, for some reason, gore is like if it's video game stuff, it doesn't care. If it's art, it doesn't care. But they're also pro-China in regard to the yeah. Also, what is this painting? Like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, why is he holding a crozier? Like, I don't understand why, like, Europeans always think that, like, other people, right, the thing that they want to steal from them is, like, their Christian objects. Like, no, like, why would they even want this thing, right? Like, it means, you know what I mean? It's like this really weird thing. It's like, I mean, of course, the focus is them stealing the white woman, right? But also this, right? Like, oh, they also stole a cross. But it's like, I mean, maybe if it's made out of gold or silver. They want it for the exchange value of it, right? But no one gives a shit. It's the show where satanic and yeah, exactly. Like I'm like this to this person. This means nothing. Like like other than maybe we can sell it to someone else, right? Like
the mobilization of colonial forces to ostensibly protect women from the colonized savages
oh, here we go.
goes way back. This phenomenon shows up throughout colonial history as one of the prime avenues to legitimize genocide both before and after the fact, as exemplified so succinctly and in such a clear analogy to the images disseminated after October 7 in the 1892 painting La Vuelta del Malón, translated as The Return of the Indian Raiders. This painting works...
Which, by the way, and FLFNF, if you're still in chat, right? Like if you want to give like your own like take on this too, if right, like Malón, right, like that is literally a way of saying like really bad, like the really bad person, right? Malón, because there's mal, which is wrong, bad, right? But el malón is like the most bad, right? Pretty sure we stole guns and blankets and food. Yeah, it's like, yes, they're taking our land, they're, doing all of this other stuff, but yes, the cross, that's what they really care about, right? Like no one cares about your stupid cross. Nobody. Malón. He said it right here.
Clear analogy to the images disseminated after
La Vuelta del Malón. All right. In all respects, half of them probably thought it was just a shape. I mean, it's the same thing with like I remember when like for example, 9/11, right? I know. But there were people that were like, one of the like the steel girders, right? It technically was in like a cross, right? It was in a T shape, right? And they're like, it's a sign of Jesus or whatever. And it's like, but that's how they built the building, right? Like they built it using cross. Like hatch, you know what I mean? Like they did it in that kind of like stitching, so to speak, right? If you have a link, just put in stream suggestions. I'm gonna go look in there right now anyway. Once this is done, since we're almost we're like a third of the way done. Yeah, no worries, Judas. I wish there was a way to like, if you, I don't know, like on YouTube you can give people like a way to do it, but I don't remember how exactly. Not them stealing land. Yeah. Pretty sure we still, not the yeah, there were raids. The Mapuche people often carried Spanish colonial settlements. Right, exactly. But but calling them del Malón, right? Like calling this like the most bad or the most,
October 7 in the 1892 painting La Vuelta del Malón, translated as The Return of the Indian Raiders. This painting works to legitimize the genocidal conquest of the desert in Argentina, is considered a foundational work of Argentinian art specifically and colonial art at large, and it depicts a totally fictional image of Mapuche warriors kidnapping a naked white woman. Remember this.
Yeah, this never happened, right? This is literally them imagining, right? Like, this is what they do, right? Because again, like, it's the same thing like with all the anti-Semitic things that like Christians think about Jewish people. Like, we don't want your little cracker. Like, I don't know why you think we would we care about it. Like, bro, we got our own food, like, we good, okay? We don't need your little cracker. Okay, keep it to yourself, in fact. Yeah, it's seasoned. Okay. Like, we over here got like brisket and, you know, we got a little seasoning on it. You know what I mean? Like, got some of that rub on it and everything, you know. I don't know what you got over there with your, you know, cracker and watered down wine, but I don't want any. Too many liberals use it as a way to demonizing Mapuche resistance and saying oppressing them and stealing the land is justified. And again, it's an invention, right? It's literally, I don't think I've heard it in that way, at least here. Okay. Well, it's because it's like, well, I mean, like, it's like another way of saying like ladrón, right? But to use that same example, right? But of associating it with the word bad itself, right? But anyway, Christians intentionally make it plain to make it pure. Weak.
Next time an Israeli art exhibit comes to your hometown. Anglophone audiences should be familiar with all this from the history of lynchings in the US. They'd remember, hopefully, probably not, but they should remember the 1931 case of the Scottsboro Boys, where 9 black teenagers were...
How many people in chat know about the Scottsboro Boys? I think it might be a coincidence. Okay, maybe so. One in chat if you heard about the Scottsboro Boys. Yeah, please do. I mean, I would love to be corrected, honestly, because I don't know, but that's what came to my mind, right? No, yeah, not you. Oh, no worries. They were falsely accused, right? Same thing with Emmett Till, right? Like the lady that accused the white girl that accused Emmett Till of whatever, right? She's still alive, or she was still alive until recently. And she's like, and they were like, do you feel bad for what you did? And she's like, no. You can go look up the interview. Like, oh, you know, it's sad, that blah, blah, blah. But even if they did do it, yeah, in America, people would go and would have picnics. They would even make postcards. This is why this whole thing, oh, America used to be this, like, you know, like in the 50s, it used to be this nice place where everybody took care of each other and the milkman came around with the little bottles. That's an ad campaign, honey. Okay, the way it actually was y'all would send each other literally postcards that showed people that were lynched. And being like, wish you were here. Like, I've seen him. Like, come join us in Montgomery, you know? Like, if Middle Easterners had that history, yeah, exactly. White people have no right to say anything about anybody else. That's the reason why I always tell people, and they always get super defensive when I say this. Stop hyper focusing on human sacrifice in indigenous cultures throughout the world. Stop it. Because you're literally doing the colonizer thing, right? It's like, just stop. Like, it doesn't matter whether it happened or not, right? That's not the point. I'm not arguing that it did not or did happen. I'm saying hyper focusing on it and mentioning it every time you have to talk about that specific group of people, right? Yeah, with cannibalism too. Malón, la palabra malón no quiere decir malo grande, sino ataque opresivo, como los que daban los mapuches a los contra los... Esta palabra viene de mapudungun, maleo, malecao, hacer hostilidad contra al enemigo entre sí. So it comes from... Oh, interesting. Even better. Thank you so much, Alfa LFNF. I appreciate that. Yeah, it comes from Mapadungun. I like that. Yeah, same thing with cannibal. Just stop. You've already missed the plot. If that's the first thing that comes to your mind whenever you think about the Aztecs, stop. Just stop. That should not be the first thing that comes to your mind, nor should it be the main subject matter of anything to have to discuss about the Aztecs. No, thank you. I really appreciate it. But every time, like, I know some... Yeah, stop it. Get some... No, because people love to, like, this literally happened to me, like, a week ago. I literally was just like, you know, maybe we shouldn't emphasize it so much. I was trying to be, you know, and what do I get? Are you trying to deny that I'm like, no, I never said it didn't happen. In fact, I am one of the people that can tell you this is what actually happened. And what do? They bring out a calendar and saying, oh, every year on this day and blah, 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 da, 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 da. And I'm like, are you really going to try to explain to me the culture of the indigenous people of Mexico? Like, are you really going to do that to me? Okay. Yeah, like, I don't care if they did it every day. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay?
Falsely accused of raping 2 white women and were convicted and sentenced to death, except for...
Why? Because that dehumanizes us. And then it also allows for the colonialist narratives that we were somehow doing things that were, you know, bad, right? And had to be, had to be taught how to not do those things because blah, 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 right? The civilizing mission, etc., 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 right? Again, like, just stop. Zuzudat. Yeah. Zon Zudat. Yeah. The same thing about Adivasi people in South Asia. Meanwhile, the violence done to them, empire after empire. Right, exactly. Like, it's... Like, why do people feel the need? Zon Zuet, yeah. You know, it of course was in the National Library of Israel, you know. No, but it's just so... To me, it makes discussions about Mexican, like, history, like, ancient history, just completely lose all. I don't want to talk about it. Stone it. What? Oh no. That's bad. The second one. Oh my god.
One of them, it's the 13-year-old boy of them, but he was also accused. One of the accusers, Victoria Price, kept lying that they raped her until her death 50 years later, even though it was decisively proven as false. In their doctoral work, Jameson Austin Leopold highlights how Angela Davis's 1981 essay, Rape, Racism, and the Myth of the Black Rapist, frames the racist idea.
This is actually a really good article by Angela Davis. Like, you know, people have all sorts of, you know, thoughts about Angela Davis. And look, I'm not gonna, like, I don't care about what she's doing right now, right? In 81, though, this is actually, like, everybody should read this. Everybody should read this. For sure. Without a doubt. Because so much of, again, of this colonialist white supremacist thought, people just really, like, it's amazing just how much colonialism is ingrained into our minds because of how pervasive it was, right? And it's just, you know, we have to decolonize our minds, right, from the colonialist in our heads, right?
Ideological fabrication of the propagandistic cry of rape as the major political and sociocultural justification of the extrajudicial institution of lynching. This focus on a fantasy.
And it's interesting too because I read. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that TikTok, but I have heard people talk about it. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I wouldn't say that Angela Davis as such is, you know, necessarily like, oh, must be read for everything. This, however, is a must read.
charismatic black rapist works in turn to make
because another thing too is, remember, never forget, right, that for white men, right, the laws were not made so that they would ever be convicted of these things. Like, think about it. I mean, even to this day, look at Trump. Look at Trump. He's a perfect example of this. Let me see here. Is it the one mic history thing? Or is there something else? Oh, in general, I see. In general? The more perfect union post? Or the Germany post? Oh, serious discussion, my bad. Oh, this is nice. Ooh. It has music. It has music. It has music that I don't have licensed. Oh, I didn't see that you said it's not for stream. Oh, yeah, it said, but it's for chat, not Strema. I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Oh well, 'tis done. Yeah, Strema. I was like, Strema. Sorry, misremembered. That guy is just too content brained. Never interacted with. Oh, trust me, there are so many people I've met that are like, especially like students, right? That are like, you know, Professor Shakespeare, I've read a book about Mexico. And I'm like, okay, you have? Which book is it? And then it's like, I don't even know. It's like some random ass, like, I'm like, what? Like, what is this, you know? It's like some novel, like some spy novel. It's like, you know, like The Last Cartel or something. The History of Mexico written. No, it literally was like some novel. And I'm just like, I don't know what you're trying to say with this, but okay. Yeah, it was like it was something like that. It was like one of those types of novels where it's like, what if all his video selected writings on Mexico? Yeah, no, exactly. It was literally like one of those types of books where it was like some white guy that has to go like save the day in Mexico. And I'm like like, I looked at it and I was all like, no. It's like, you know, I've read a book on Mexico. You know, I've never been there because I don't know about it. Professor Shakespeare, I don't know about it. There's something about Mexico that's just, no, don't say that, Judas.
The literally countless rapes that go unreported, and as Leopold argues, the state-sanctioned rape that every single one of the United States 13 million.
You know, technically speaking, if we fill up the book meter, I will go over what if alt-hists. They on Twitch they do, right? On YouTube, it's different. That's the problem. On YouTube, it's different. Although, no, it's already, I think it's Like if you stream under a certain amount, you can take it out, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Cake Ink. It's fine. It was like so short anyway. Like I should be fine. The music was just that oh, it was to their SoundCloud. Okay. Then yeah, I mean, unless you know they like and I don't know. I guess we'll see. I've seen Narcos, but yeah, if we fill up the book meter, we will. Well, actually, I do owe chat one bad history video. So, although I don't know, we technically did go over one, but I don't know if y'all want to count it as it. I was trying to see if like going over the one about the Jesus would count, but the one going over the Jesus, you know what I mean. Not the Jesus the Jesus story, not the Jesus. Got me stressed out. Don't play it though. Yeah, like that's the thing is if for any reason it's like licensable, then I wouldn't be able to get like, I mean, I don't have AdSense right now, but had I yeah, you gotta be really careful on YouTube. Yeah, like literally anything. I read oh my god. Oh my gosh. Imagine. Like, oh, I read a book about India. It's called the Kama Sutra. Like, corner.
Plus, prison population goes through on a routine basis in strip and cavity searches. Similarly, this obsessive reiteration of fabricated October 7 rape stories erases the real, routine, state-sanctioned sexual abuse of countless Palestinians. The trophy images of masses of...
Like, people have forgotten about these images here. I'm glad you know what that is. Yeah. Oh. There we go. People have forgot. In a way, actually, it's actually good because it actually didn't show something that was a little testy. So, testy. You know what I mean. It's already those hours of the night for me.
Stripped to their underwear and held in torture positions for hours and days are images of sexual violence. The erasure of the rape of countless Palestinian women and men subjected to routine strip and cavity searches by Israeli forces, as well as those extra-legally violent.
Let's see here. Unironically, yeah, don't enable them. I know. Unironically, know people who think they know lots about the Middle East because they go to church. I know people that think that they, because they went to the Middle East once as a child, and apparently there was some Israeli jet that like, made the apartment building vibrate. That suddenly they're like, oh yes, now I know everything about the Middle East. And then the next time they went to the Middle East, they decided to go pal around with war criminals, double war criminals. So, just saying.
Violated by marauding Israeli soldiers is driven by anti-Palestinian racism. Let's be clear, the self-identified Zionist feminists, as well as anyone who reiterates their delusional October 7 projections, are agents of institutionalized, banal, quotidian, and systematic rape. It might be interesting to note that this is classical for xenophobia. As anthropologist David Graeber said,
David. Jeez, there's so many people here that are just like, we're amazing academics and we're amazing in their fields and we're just good people. I mean, as far as I know, right? Like, to me, David is one of those for sure. But like, again, like, it's crazy how normalized a lot of this is, right? Like, when we go through TSA, right, and we have to, like, put our hands up and they scan us and they can see all of our body, right, it's like we've normalized that, but they're literally, so to speak, undressing us, right, to then, if they see any abnormality, to then begin to, rest in peace, yeah. What the F is a Zionist feminist white girl shit? Like Michael Rappaport going to Tel Aviv and asking where the apartheid is. You're standing in it. Like, look, I'm gonna be honest. Look, Norman, look, Mr. Finkelstein, okay? I only deal in truth, okay? And I gotta tell you, a two-state solution is the apartheid solution. Bantustans do not equal justice. People might say, oh, well, over here you're gonna start, hello, the toiletist. Welcome in. It's very nice to see you. But like I said, I only deal in facts, Mr. Finkelstein. And I do not agree with apartheid, right? One state, equal rights for everybody, reparations up the wazoo, and the de-Zionification of every Jewish community that dares. Was watching the supercut of Destiny misnaming yesterday. Oh yeah, I actually coined one, an original one that I need to trademark. Cause I came, which is Mr. Wikipedia. Christian community. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Like all of that, right? I mean, I can only speak from my own community, right? But like like after World War II, the Allies should have denazified as well. Not just the two Germanys. Everybody else too. But So again, Mr. Finkelstein, look, like I said, I only deal in facts, okay? And the fact is, you're wrong about the two-state solution. It's not going to solve anything. I know you're all about, the law and the law and the law. I understand. But you say that you care about truth and justice. Apartheid is not justice. And it won't ever be.
The easiest way to generate hatred is to focus on the bizarre, perverse ways that a different group is assumed to pursue pleasure. Personally, I find the history of blood libel informative in this context. Blood libel is a term I'm taking from my study of my own ancestral history. It's a term that specifically harkens to the genocidal lie that Jews use the blood of Christian children to make their matzah for Passover, Pesach, as a justification.
And by the way, like as I've explained before on this stream here, right? The blood libel began in England. England was the first country in Europe to ever expel its Jewish people. Okay? So this is why I feel like, no sympathy whatsoever for that damned island. Yeah, of course. I mean, literally, if it wasn't for the United States 1924 Immigration Act and the British Immigration Act of the same time, the state of Israel would not have been founded, because Jewish people would have gone to other countries instead of. Most Jewish people actually have historically always wanted to go to the United States. Not to, Meshuggah land. I mean, Muslim leftists have been yelling at us that we overlook, allow anti-Arab and Islamophobic shit to go unchecked in leftist spaces, and it took a literal genocide for us to stop considering it. I mean, again, again, I remember earlier, like when I was streaming before anything started in Palestine, when I would talk about, I don't want to talk to any Zionists. I don't want to, right? And there were people that would be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know why you keep saying that, right? And now they're like, oh, you were absolutely right. Look, I know what I was saying, right? It wasn't easy to say, but trust me, when you've had to live in New York, right, and you've had to deal with all of that, trust me, I know. I know when I say I don't want him in my house, I don't want him in my house. I don't have to. They can go wherever the hell they want. Turf Island, yeah. That's why they still back it. Of course. I mean, they love having a vacation destination there. Right? They love having a vacation destination there. Usually the colonies, like most white ethnic minorities. Sure. New York, oh no. Yes, there is an ad break coming soon, so.
Vacation for pogroms and worse. Here, this is a matzah, see it? I don't know how exactly you would use blood to make this cracker, but I guess my grandma uses a different recipe. It's a little dry, honestly. Maybe it was wishful thinking on behalf of the anti-Semites, to give it some moisture. I honestly should have brought some blood. It would have really improved this experience, probably. Yeah, I guess the blood was used as a dip. You can't make the cracker with blood. Or it was used as a dip. So similarly, we're seeing lies about the beheading of children, the tossing of babies into ovens, necrophilia, reiterated made-up...
Which, by the way, the fact that he actually showed that it was Israelis that did that, this right here, right here, with the corpses, I don't know. Israelis are... But yes, there's an ad break going to be coming soon on Twitch. If you'd like to get out of that ad break, you can always get a Twitch... you can always subscribe using a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, which gives you one free subscription every month, which you can choose to give to your favorite streamer, hopefully. Can I send you an article that will piss me off? Of course. Please. I need something to piss me off in the morning. Let's see here. Otherwise, you can subscribe for $5.99. And yeah, if you'd like to support my research, you can also do so by going to the pinned comment in both streams, YouTube and Twitch, and contributing to the purchase of the book there.
On sexual violence, the circulation of horrendous older photos of sexually violated Kurdish fighters as if they're Israeli women, references to these obviously fake news photos in official NGO reports, lies about fetuses being torn out of pregnant women that are just...
This dude right here should actually be taken to The Hague. He earned it. This dude, Landau. He earned it because he said so much stuff that was just absolute propaganda. It was just absolute false. Just everything. Literally. He's the head of Zaka, the organization that said the whole thing about the 40 babies and the 12 kids and that were tied up and blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff. He was the first responder on the scene. Right? He made up all this stuff. He literally lied. Even the New York Times called him out. Even the Times of London called him out. Even Haaretz called him out. He should go to The Hague because of him, right? He helped enable, right, and genocidal violence. Gaza Ghetto Uprising is a good title. I think too. That's the reason why people that are like, oh, you can't compare the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Trust me. It's reported to make sure Jewish people get burials in line with their culture. No, yeah. He went in there and he just decided that he wanted to be on camera. He's like, hey, y'all want to interview me? I got some things to tell you. You know? And it was all like, look, I got to tell you about something that happened in this house over here. Then he just proceeds to lie about literally everything. Like, everything he said was a lie. But it was reported uncritically by the Western media. So, right? We want the truth. And this man represents the lies that were fabricated in order to bring about the genocidal violence against the Palestinians. He's the one who told the New York Times the lies. Yep, that's him. I think people who don't realize genocides are still happening and rampant after the Holocaust find the comparison more offensive. Well, yeah, I mean, it's what's interesting is that they have no problem calling places the ghetto, right? When the ghetto means what it means. Right? But they have a problem when you compare a specific ghetto. Like, girl, don't be that way. Then people who know that Warsaw like ghettos popped up in force after, right? I mean, like Lublin, Warszawa, you know, like all these places, right? Like, it's not like the Jewish people that live there were living there because, you know, oh, this place has great rent. You know what I mean? Like, they were forced to live there.
Straight out of the 17th century Khmelnytsky pogroms, and so on and so forth. All of this has been gradually debunked, but it keeps resurfacing periodically. The White House walked back on Biden's outright lie that he's seen photographic evidence of children being beheaded. The LA Times pulled out an unsubstantiated quote on sexual violence. The New York Times has had an internal firestorm over its own publication of atrocity propaganda. And it also had, right, the story of Gal Abdouche saying that she was raped, but her family was like outraged by the story and said that it would have been impossible for her to get raped between the time that she sent them a message and a few minutes later when her husband said she was killed. This NY Times story has been torn apart by admission of the journalists themselves, as thoroughly shown here, and yet mainstream media remains fully complicit, continuing to pump out unsubstantiated claims that invariably lead back to Israeli spokespeople. It's almost like the IDF spokesperson sits with...
It's funny, because I just saw his name again too. Yossi Landau. Yossi Landau. I made you laugh at what? Jail. The cheap rent and ghettos. Well, I mean, like, again, it's like people think that, like, you know, we live in East LA or South LA because it's like, oh, you know, it's like, oh, you know, I really love the view of, you know, of white people buying up everything and like destroying all of our neighborhoods. You know, I just love the smell of, you know, of bulldozers in the morning. You know what I mean? Like,
a button that they can just press to get another bogus NY Times story whenever they need an extra push of legitimacy for their genocide. This atrocity propaganda has been the narrative engine of this genocide, as shown by friend of the show Frank Luntz, the same Frank Luntz who wrote the confidential 2009 Hasbara manual that I covered in detail in my last video, as shown by...
Oh my gosh. The Hasbara manual. You know, there's actually a video of, I forget her name, but like, she legit just like said like, by the way, y'all gotta say whatever you need to say, so then that way the fault never falls on Israel. And I'm just like, girl, just stop. It's always avoid the ghetto until other white people want to collectively. Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying, right? Like before, there were parts of Long Beach that like they were like, oh no, you know, like you better not go there after 6 p.m. Right, and it's just like now it's like, oh, do you want to go to that restaurant that I heard about? You know, like it's, it's the same stuff.
Is comprehensive polling.
Also, look, how many other ways can they say this? Like these are all synonyms. My God.
Audiences respond to claims of quote-unquote Hamas rape and massacre more than anything else. This while Israeli soldiers clearly showcase not only their genocidal intent, but also their intent to commit rape in Gaza.
Oy boy, they are. They said that. Oh, how can you say that even in Hebrew? Oy boy, la la la. Who talks like that? That makes Hashim. Long Beach was literally like the. I know, that's why I'm saying, like, now everybody's like, you heard about that little restaurant over there on Long Beach Boulevard? You know what I mean? It's just like, you mean the one that they got rid of the free clinic to build? That one? Yeah, but you know, they got that really good salmon. You know, that's pretty much what the conversation goes like anyway.
ولا زي هيك القلب حديد لما تفتحها زي هيك ويحط لك اياها جوا بخلي مخك يطلع.
Internationally, I'm getting the sense that the Israeli atrocity narrative is falling apart. The damage it has inflicted, however, both on the struggle against sexual violence writ large, with its overshadowing of actual.
I mean, even in East LA, they're like, oh, you know. Yeah, I know that before there used to be a little food truck, but now, you know, now they got the real restaurants. You know, it's just like. Get out of here. Also, they do this weird thing of showing people of brown people with light skin or white women and calling them, oh yeah, with no context. Yeah, I mean, see, it's interesting you say that because like America, they love to show, like, I mean, people have talked about this, right? That like when it comes to mugshots, right? Like, if you are a person of color, they're going to show you at your worst. But if you white, they're going to show you with your little, you know, with your little flowers over here. You know, like there was that one guy where they even showed him younger than he was. They showed him when he was like in high school. Right? I noticed that in the BBC, they show photos of Muslims, sometimes Indians, of white women, and they go, would you feel comfy? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, they'll show family photo of a white man. Yeah, exactly. They'll show them all happy, hugging each other. And it's like, girl, you know he killed literally everybody in this photo. I don't know why you're showing all of them. Like in Mexico, they're not allowed to show the face because they're innocent until proven guilty. So the whole point is, you can say, oh, we caught this person, fine, that fits the details, but you don't show their face, right? They blur it out, right? Because the whole point is like, well, we have their name. We have their, you know. But it's always like, oh, super, super, super happy and everything with the family photos, you know. It's like, oh, you know, he took them to Disneyland. He liked to read them stories at night. I'm like, did he read them stories before he, you know. Like before he got out the chainsaw, vroom, vroom, you know what I mean? What am I supposed to do with this information? When they talk about essay in the U.S., I noticed they show Mexican. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a. Yeah, typically it's Mexican, Central Americans, especially immigrants, right? Yeah. Not so much South Americans. I mean, now they're starting to include like Venezuelans and such, but that's very new.
Verifiable cases against Palestinian women and men by the IDF, and by giving the West a reason to greenlight the genocide, cannot be overstated.
Oh, hey, look, I don't know, for some reason, every time I see something by Deleuze, I'm like, ah, yes, it's a shout out to Brooks. So, Brooks, if you're watching this, I doubt that you are. But if you are, Deleuze is here. There is no need to fear or hope, but only to look for new weapons.
In 2020, during the George Floyd uprising, I remember watching a conversation with Idris Robinson and Shimon Salam, where Shimon observed the useful distinction between those who centered black suffering and those who centered black agency. I've been holding that in mind since October 7. It would have been very easy to focus the majority of this video about the horrors Israel is and has been inflicting upon Palestinians. The question is, at what point does this focus become disempowering rather than mobilizing? At what point does indignation and anger turn into despair? What is...
See, this is why I'm saying that, like, more like Deleuze. I don't know why, but that makes me think of like oh gosh, like I know I'm not saying, you know, anything, but that makes me think of something that like Nicki Minaj would say, right? Like in that one, like Waiting for Celine, or you know, that one. Girl, and it's always, I heard stories, but I never expected it to happen here. Like, what do you mean here? Yeah, exactly. What do you mean here? Yeah, gotta keep an eye out for Celine, or... That's right. I have zero idea what I'm talking about in philosophy. Oh. But see, this point here about anger turning into despair, this is why I'm saying, like, you have to have revolutionary optimism. You can't, it cannot be, you cannot focus on the horror. You have to focus on the agency, right? The fact that, again, literally the longest war, you know, not even war, like the longest, time that Israel has ever had to like be militarily engaged, right, is by a non-state actor in just in Gaza. It's like, imagine if the West Bank didn't have the PA, right, that completely, you know, disarmed so many people and was a collaborator with the Israeli state. Imagine how different it would be. Right. And then it's about putting Palestinians first. Like, the Palestinians are doing something, right? The indigenous people here are doing something, right? Etc., etc., etc. You have to focus on what they are doing. Not just, it cannot always be centered around their suffering, because then you're actually putting something else next to them in the center of that. They're oppressors. And that's what you don't want to do. You never want to allow the oppressor to get in the middle, in the center of everything. Because that's what they want. It's like I said before. Any little space that you make, right, that's again, that is where marginalized people can have for themselves. As soon as they open the door, right, the very people that have marginalized them will find their way in, and they will never go. Right? Same thing in this context. Elliot Sang did a great vid on radical optimism. Yeah. I'll have to look at that.
The threshold for you. Think about yourself, the person watching this. Maybe you're watching it alone, maybe you're with a friend. What moves you? Seeing people pushing back brings me out of the paralyzing horror. It challenges me to have a fraction of their courage. And people have been pushing back.
Like, again, seeing the success every success, again, like I said, all of the all Philastinim, I have eternal respect for all of them. And every success that they've had only makes me more optimistic, because I know that this is not something that's unique only to the Palestinians, right? They are the proof that we can win. We have the whole world to win. And that's what's most important. Have you read The Thorn and the Carnation? That sounds familiar. I don't think I've read it, but I know I've heard of it. Elliot been making good videos lately? I'll have to check it out then. And like, remember, like, the people doing these amazing things here, right? They're people that, like, they were working at, like, essentially like a 7-Eleven. Some of them were history professors like me. Some of them were, you know, they did, like, you know what I mean? Like, the proletariat, the working classes, as revolutionaries, can win the entire world. Oh, it's Yahya Sinwar's novel. Okay, that makes sense. I will have to read it then. It's a novel he wrote while being held hostage in Israeli prisons. I think I have the book, actually. Because I also have the other book, the one that's written, the one that talks about the pear tree in the title. I don't know. I think it's over there, but that's really uplifting, and I needed that. Thank you. I'm glad to have you in my life. Same here, Toiletist. Like honestly, this right here looks like Tijuana to me. Like, literally. Like, this reminds me of my hometown. Again, it could happen anywhere. And, you know, I think, like, oh, I could be coming out of my Theo's house right here. Or it could be like in Syria, where I was right here, and this right here was gone. I mean, as Boy Meets Minnie even said, like, all that was left was just these bombed out buildings that just had, like, the corners of them sticking up, and just the missile or the rocket strike in Syria when I was there, right? Like, that didn't make me despair. You know, it made me scared, I will say that, yeah, at first. But then I thought, this is more reason why I need to continue on.
Broadly, here's how asymmetric warfare has looked since Vietnam onwards. When the invader bombs from the outside, the insurgent goes underground, literally, physically into bunkers and tunnels underground to wait out the bombing. To win, the attacker has to enter, but when that happens, the defender emerges to attack. You'll see this in military manuals too. There's this American, this former colonel, head of the urban warfare program at West Point. His name is John Spencer, and him. He's a genocidal psychopath, but he wrote...
It's funny because I actually have the counterinsurgency manual for the United States. A joint. I probably shouldn't have said that. Anyway. Forget I said that. I was just joking. Meme. It was just a meme. It's a TikTok dance.
A short book called The Mini Manual for the Urban Defender, which is based on U.S. Army battle experience in the Middle East. Basically, a few months into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, he decided to reveal to the world what has worked against American invasions. It's quite short, less than 100 pages, and it outlines with detailed diagrams what common civilians can do to fight back against a foreign invasion. It was translated into multiple languages, Ukrainian and Arabic too. The Ukrainian government printed 100,000 copies and distributed it on the front lines. And it says, if you haven't started digging, start digging. Wait until the bombing ends, emerge, when the invasion comes and lure the invader into your traps. Facing possibly the most intricate systems of tunnels ever created in history, it seems like Israel fell into a strategic trap by starting a ground invasion in the first place.
And you know, I gotta say right now, I gotta say this right now. Oh my god. I didn't say anything. I was just TikTok dancing, obviously. I want to see your video essays. I've been thinking about doing video essays, but I just don't. Like, the issue is, like, they would literally just be me sitting and talking. You know? Like, I don't know if that's, like, compelling enough, you know? Because a lot of people, like, they have all these different transitions and they go here and they're there and they're blah, blah, blah. But at least then I could, like, add in stuff like what I'm talking about, right? But but editing is tough. Yeah, it is tough. Like, I mean, I've spoken to Irene about it, and it is not easy. It is, like, I've seen it, and that's why I have total respect for the, like, Irene, who does it all herself. Like,
Accordingly, almost.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Anybody that thinks that the IDF is gonna win in Lebanon, they crazy. That's all I'm gonna say right now. You're wrong, okay? Because Gaza has, like, tunnels all over the place. Lebanon, just the southern part, is like, it's got more tunnels going in and out than, like, New Jersey at this point. You know what I mean? Like, literally, it's just pointless. Like literally, you're, like, the fact that in one day they were able to rack up 8 soldiers, IDF soldiers. That's, like, almost unbelievable. Almost unbelievable. Like, the IDF is not known for just, like, losing like numbers like that in a single day. So it just shows just how.
Every day since the ground invasion started, the Palestinian resistance has put out unbelievable videos of guerrilla footage targeting the IDF with snipers, mines, IEDs, mortars, thermobaric explosives, which hold a flammable combo of magnesium and mercury that burns in closed spaces in 3,000 degrees. And
look, I don't know much about chemistry. I don't know much about thermodynamics. 3,000 degrees sounds a little hot to me. I don't know. California gets a little steamy at 100 degrees. You know, it gets a little steamy at 92 for me. Girl, I caught you in 4K. What do you mean you caught me in 4K? Clip your TikTok. It's nothing. It's nothing. It also is definitely not in the Discord library, you know. But anyway, I don't know. Like, again, like I said, I don't know. Like, 100 degrees to me is quite hot, being from Southern California. But 3,000 degrees, I don't know. It seems a little bit. I feel like it would get a little steamy inside those Merkava tanks. Just gotta say. But
countless RPG strikes, frequently with a Yasin 105, which is a made-in-Gaza double-headed munition that disables the tank's reactive armor. John Elmer's Twitter profile is currently a good archive of this footage. In this Qassam Brigade's video, Qassam is the armed wing of Hamas, you can see a fighter.
Remember, the armed wing of Hamas, the Al-Qassam Brigades, right? They are the only ones that are technically legitimate targets for the IDF. If they are active combatants. If they are at home, sleeping, eating, like, you know, not in any military, but they actually technically cannot be attacked, because they are what is called in international law hors de combat. The surface of the sun is about 10,000 degrees for comparison Celsius. Yeah. So, you know, it gets as hot as, you know, I don't know, like Needles, California, in those tanks at least.
Emerging out of a tunnel to see 3 tanks, attaching an explosive device to the body of the tank, returning to the tunnel to get an RPG from his comrade, and firing it one more time on the tank. Then he examines the remains of the tank and the aftermath.
Look, I gotta say, these people here, these members of the Al-Qassam brigades, right? I'm sorry, like, they're, like miracles, it seems. I swear, sometimes, like the stuff that they do is like unbelievable. Stuff that like people have even told me, like even in like World War II, blah blah blah, like nobody would have done that, right? Like even in those examples, like you wouldn't have done that. And I'm like, that's high praise, and they're like, yeah. Like they literally, like even people that do not want to give praise have to be like, that are like military historians have to be like, they're literally doing things that should be impossible. And again, not everybody who's in the Al-Qassam brigades are like, you know, hardened warriors, you know. Most of them are just average dudes, right, that have been forced into this because of Israel.
Imagine charging a tank column to hand deliver an explosive. And while he's doing it, he's reciting this Quranic verse about putting a barrier in front and behind them so that they can't see. When I first watched this video, I thought it was surely the single bravest action I've ever seen on tape, but then they just kept coming every other day. A similar operation, again, here, a militant is placing a heavy shawad explosive on the tank and getting away.
Like again, like the scale, right, of what they're doing is unheard of. Like, I'm not saying that stuff like this did not happen during, say, World War II, but like every day, right? You know, to the density of armored vehicles that they're doing it to, right? It's just like should not be happening, right? In a sense, right? So.
Here you can see what appears to be a periscope surveilling Israeli soldiers in an encampment within the Gaza Strip, coming out of a tunnel inside the camp itself. This is how close they're getting to the Israeli soldiers.
Look at them just stanking up the place.
Here is a burning Namer, which is an armed personnel carrier, APC, and the guy posing next to the burning Namer. Here we can see.
I like how he's literally doing the like Giga Chad emote. He's literally doing this. Oh, Giga Chad, we knew thee well. He's literally just like
the tactical maneuvers across and through the rubble to target more tanks and APCs. This has reminded a lot of people of the Battle of Stalingrad in World War II.
Yes, okay, so I was right. I was like, I thought it was Stalingrad, but I wasn't sure. I was double guessing myself because I know in the book Stalingrad by Vasily Grossman, which is like this thick, he writes about stuff like this. But I wasn't sure. I'm like, was it Stalingrad or was it some other battle? I should have just, you know.
When the Germans bombed the city so bad that their tanks couldn't drive effectively through the rubble, and Chuikov instructed his troops to, quote, hug the enemy, which meant staying as close as possible to their positions to keep safely out of shelling distance and attacking with relative ease from piles of rubble and concrete that turn effectively into what army experts call the ideal bunker. Here is captured IDF equipment. Here are captured identification tags of Israeli soldiers. I could do a whole hour-long video just reacting to the endless stream of unbelievable footage. The Israeli casualty rate has risen accordingly, with the army releasing the names of 2 to 5 dead soldiers a day on average during the first 2 months.
Again, that's unheard of for the IDF. Like, that's literally like it's sad that they're dedicating much of their lives and putting it at risk for something. So what do you mean? The IDF soldiers, or the I presume you mean the IDF soldiers, but I don't know. Let's see here. Okie dokie. The IDF soldiers. I know what you mean. Okay. Everybody, if you could please get into the machine on Twitch. Thank you so very much for joining me on this stream. I really appreciate it. It was a very wonderful time. I will see you all next stream. Thank you. Bye.